And magandang hapon sa ating mga kababayan. Nandito tayo sa Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022. Kami nga pala mga magiging tagapaglingkod nyo ngayon. Ako nga pala si Dash at kasama ko dito si Autolose.
Hi Dash. Kumusta ka
Oy.
pare? Parang bago yung boses natin ngayon.
Oo nga, pareho tayong bago yung boses no?
Pero yeah,
Medyo maulan kasi.
What's nothing new pare is we have a very exciting set of matches yet again. Day number 2 na tayo ngayon ng WCA 2022. And we actually were surprised as well with our very first match yesterday because there was an upset. Quote-unquote upset nangyari kaagad. So I'm open for more upsets to happen right now. I'm open for my predictions to really just go haywire and go down the road. Pero what I'm really more excited about is the amount of action that this WCA 2022 has in store for us.
Excited ako sa mga matches natin for today kasi we have 4 exclusive matches na naman na magiging explosive pa rin like kung paano nangyari rin yung mga games natin yesterday. And now, makikita naman natin yung mga teams natin for today, especially our first match between KT versus BRU. Kasi itong match na to, pero ito, tignan muna natin yung overview natin ng games natin, yung group stages natin. Ayun na nga, nakita na natin hanggang Wednesday ay group stages tayo, tas playoffs sa Thursday, and sa Friday would be our third place match and finals.
Mabilis lang kung kaya naman sobrang action-packed talaga. Group stages divided into 2 brackets, ang 8 teams na meron tayo, and then on playoffs, single elimination kaagad yan. So pagka nalaglag ka, by the time na umabot ka ng playoffs, definitely goodbye na. Here are the list of teams that we do have here. 3 teams from Korea, ROLSTER, LIIV, SANDBOX, KWANGDONG, FREECS, and then we have 4 teams from Southeast Asia and 1 team from Japan.
Ay matalo ka lang na isa Autolose, no? Parang malaking ano na yun, malaking setback na agad sa'yo kasi nga parang isang round robin lang tayo dito sa ating group stages kaya medyo mapapahirap rin. Ito, nakita na natin. Ito yung sinasabi ni Autolose kahapon na meron tayong upset kasi right now nakikita natin one of the strongest teams sa APAC, Team Flash, has 1 loss already.
Yeah, and although nakakuha sila ng isang point so hindi ganun kabigat yung pagkatalo nila, it still is something to behold, especially knowing that KWANGDONG, FREECS, Flash, it has that one up against them. So posible tayo makakita ng super upset to a point na hindi natin makita yung Team Flash by the time na umabot ang playoffs because then again, there will only be 2 teams advancing. Ang good news para sa mga Filipino fans ay naka-one up din tayo sa isa sa mga rival natin which is BRU. So, yeah, napagaan yung trabaho natin.
Oo, tapos makikita na naman natin sila sa second game natin for today which is RRQ versus LSB. So, exciting ulit yung makikita natin na performance dito ng RRQ. Kasi yesterday, ang ganda rin ng performance sila. Pero ito ngayon, makikita natin yung first game natin which is KT versus BRU. Itong mga teams na to, especially Korean teams and also teams from Asia are really strong. Kaya excited ako dito sa ating first match.
Yeah, and we are going to head over to check the roster of ROLSTER Y. First, syempre, nandiyan dyan yung ating startup laner from Korea, Invitational. Talagang season 0 pa lang pinapanood ko na talaga yung karakas or yung aggressiveness na meron yung top laner ng ROLSTER Y. Ratel has been one of the staple Baron laners that we have here in Wild Rift scene. Though, in the jungle, we have quite a new mid lane, quite a new name in ROLSTER Y, Zero. Yeah. Pero Icons Global, nakita na rin natin siya. Luna and Nomel will be the pairing that will man the Dragon Lane.
And makikita naman natin dito sa kabila natin kita natin dito later on yung next team natin na ipapakita which is BRU. Pero yun nga, nakita natin dito sa ROLSTER Y kahapon yung performance rin naman nila. Nakakuha sila ng 2-1 which is great. Pero ito tignan naman natin yung susunod na team natin which is BRU na nakita na rin natin last time which is si Noel, si Golden Feet, si Archie, si Bank na empty yung kanyang picture na nandito. Unlockable. Tsaka si What the Jess na alam naman natin isa sa mga malalakas na supports.
Yeah, and BURIRAM United Esports now have a new coach. Na super familiar ang Filipino fans.
Very familiar name.
Yeah, Coach Lion Nation, former Final Adversity, former Galaxy Racer. BURIRAM United kahapon, although nag-surrender sila ng isang series loss against RRQ, hindi pa rin natin sila pwedeng i-count out. Especially against RY. Alam ko na ibigay na natin yung predictions natin. Pero I believe, we can actually tell it to our audience kung anong prediction natin. Mauna ka na. Dash.
Actually, dito sa una, prediction ko dito for the first game is I really believe in the power of BRU right now. Ikaw ba, Otto? Ano sa'yo? Ano sa'yo dito?
Ako, hindi na first game. First match tayo agad. Southeast Asia Supremacy. Let's
Yes,
go.
let's go.
BRU will take this. Although yesterday we saw the evolution of Korean Wild Rift at the backs of Kwangdong FREECS, as nakita din natin LIIV SANDBOX was able to get a game off of RY. I still believe that what we have here right now in Noel and Golden Feet versus Ratel and Do, kasi pareho sila ng playstyle. We have, the jungle and top will be having each other's backs. But to be honest with you, I'm just more confident in BRU's ability to execute yung mga win conditions na meron sila.
Tsaka nakita na rin naman natin sila before. Yung the way they execute this, especially with Golden Feet and Noel nga talaga. Pag nakikita mo yung the connection nila talaga pareho is sobrang lakas. Pero ito, first pick natin na nakita, Camille, because it's up. Easy Hextech Ultimatum. That is gonna be an easy setup if ever magpipick composition sila with on the side of RY.
And one of the best champions, I believe, for Noel that can still be flexed onto Archany kasi napapansin nga natin the most recent games of BRU, Archany was actually being relegated to tanky champions rather than the Oriana, rather than the Ziggs, for good reason kasi kadalasan talagang ino-all in nila yung pag-carry dito kay Noel, kay Golden Feet, and kay Bank, leaving Archany with little to no resources. So talagang siya yung nagiging tank dito. And also, another thing to note, itong Camille, marami ng nerf na natanggap to in the past previous patches. So, kung magkaroon man tayo ng Renekton versus Camille in the Baron lane, I think it's safe to say that Renekton would take the cake.
Always gonna be winning. Kasi right now talaga Camille is not really in a good spot unless it's here in the competitive scene na Hextech Ultimatum lang talaga yung parang bread and butter na ginagawa nila with the Camille. Talagang pinantutulong nila. Pero if this Karma gets out, that's gonna be good kasi with this, they have an enchanter. With this, parang sinasabi na rin nila sa atin na gusto nila mag-engage and disengage at the same time with the Gragas and the Karma after nila makakill for sure after the kill from Camille.
Yeah, and this is super interesting kasi Karma falling through second rotation, di ba? Not very common that we would see. I'm actually regretting the fact that BRU went for Renekton agad. Although that's actually a good deny din kasi kay Ratel. Again, when talking about RY, we always have to talk about their Baron laner in Ratel. Archany and company would elect for Riven. So this could be the champion for Golden Feet. Remember, Golden Feet, when it comes to carry junglers, is well and better than their previous jungler in Shiba. So Shiba was more of the utility type of jungler. Meanwhile, Golden Feet, with the experience that he has in carrying games, ayan, pwede mo na talaga sa kanyang ibigay yung Riven.
Okay, nakuha nila yung Riven. That's gonna be good for them. Pero ito, they're denying a lot of this poke sa other side dito. Nakikita natin sa ROLSTER Y, dinaban nila yung Ziggs. Pero meron pa rin silang chance na kunin pa rin yung usual na napipick rin, which is the Morgana, the Lux, and the button if they want to counter at least para ma-stabilize yung pagiging aggressive ng isang Lucian kahit na sabihin natin i-flex to. So, tinatanggal lang nila yung mga malakas mag-wave clear sa Dragon Lane.
And also, not to mention na etong si Noel, nakita rin natin, napanood din natin siyang mag-Lucian in the Baron lane. So, this is still a good amount of flexible champions. So yung second rotation of bans natin, which is Varus, since Ziggs, hindi mo pa rin alam talaga kung tama yung bans na yan. Kasi kung mapapansin mo, talagang flexible picks din yung Karma, Gragas, Camille, Illusion, Renekton, Riven. So this is more of a chess match between the coaches, and BRU has a newly found coach. Meanwhile, ROI has a Korean coach. So, pagdating sa mga coaches ng Korea, alam mo naman di ba? Super rich yung kanilang history sa League of Legends.
Totoo. Ang dami na nilang knowledge, especially when it comes to the drafting talaga, when it comes to League of Legends, even in Wild Rift. Kaya ito sa nakikita natin right now, with BRU, they are looking towards na kunin rin nila yung Morgana onto their side, which is also nice if ever kunin nila. Pero the Lux has been the priority, which is also great if ever they need something else na pwedeng mag-hold and even some wave clears on their hands.
Yeah, and it could still be, Lux being a kill lane sa Dragon lane. We all know the prowess ng Lux and Galio in the bot lane, so that could also be one of the options that BRU is looking into right now. Especially, oh wow, wait lang we have a Draven. Okay, so medyo masakit to for the side of BRU. Kasi we all know that there is a certain win condition when it comes to Draven, and that's to accelerate and bully out the Dragon Lane opponent. Ngayon, talagang mapipilitan na rito yung BRU na mag-safe lane na lang, diba? Just go for the wave clears, go for the Lux, even go for going for Lux and Galio. It's still okay kasi para sa mga may wave clear. So, we'll look into the last pick here of BRU.
Okay. If looking at the damage potential talaga ng Draven, if ever they're gonna go for an AP route pa rin sa sa Dragon Lane, I really feel na mahihirapan talaga sila dito. Kasi Draven, even though nasabihin nating range yung may losing singularity, as long as ma-take hold nila yung priority sa lane, mahihirapan tong Lux pick na to if ever na itutuloy nila to as a full Dragon Lane sa side nila. Pero they went in for the Nami para may sustain sila against the Draven.
Okay, so yeah, mukhang Lucian Nami ang magiging combo in the bot lane. And Archini going back to his roots and going for the utility control mage in the mid lane. The Orianna, the Lux, the Ziggs. So Lux in the mid lane and Lucian Nami in the bot lane is a good response dito nga kay Luna, the Draven Karma. It still is very scary to tell you honestly here, Dash, because a Draven that is being accelerated by the pokes of the Karma, the shields of the Karma.
Inspire pa,
isang magandang advantage lang para sa kanya pag nakasecure siya ng first blood dito. I'm feeling scared for BRU. We're talking about BRU here. If there is anything na pwede nila talagang gawin dito is to really care about their Dragon Laners. If they are able to control the game on the bot side and Draven won't be accelerating, then the game should tip into their favor.
Sa pagkakakita ko dun talaga, ang really something na gusto ko makita dito sa composition nila na to, especially for the side of PRU. Kasi with the Lucian Nami, at least meron sila sustain in the bot lane, which is something na pwede nila pang hawakan against the Draven. After one poke, run away, yun yung pwede nila gawin dito sa lane kasi heal is better than shield for staying in the lane. Pero on the other sides of things, si Archini parang almost the same thing pa rin. Even though nasabihin natin na usually pinagtatank pa rin siya, but most of the time, right now with this composition, parang he's still playing at the back. Parang iniba lang nila yung way ng pagpe-play niya. It's just a Lux na almost playing the same thing. Wave clear lang, play at the back. Doesn't really have a lot of what do you call this? Playmaking potential except for those chances na makatama siya ng light bindings niya.
And I think the main reason behind that is they overflexed in making RY think that Lux will go to the bot lane. Kaso ang naging sagot nga rin talaga dito ng RY is to go for that Draven. So when the Draven was picked up, automatically, Lux was put in the mid lane.
Kaya siya nagulat. Pero ito, papasok na tayo sa game natin in just a bit, everyone. Ito na yung versus intro muna natin. At ito, nagbabalik na tayo sa game natin, everyone. ROLSTER Y versus BRU. And ito yung first match of the day nila. This is a game best of 3 again, everyone. So, may chance pa sila if ever matalo man sila sa game na to.
Teka lang masyado natin pinapangunahan yung pangyayari. Pero definitely, this is a must-win para sa BRU dahil nga nakakuha na nga sila ng isang talo sa kamay ng RRQ. This is more of like the heavier group in Group B because you have BRU, you have RY, and you have RRQ vying for the top 2 spots. Pero nakikita natin yun, itong si Luna and si Nomel. Oh my God, super obnoxious pairing, Karma Draven.
Sobrang lakas talaga ng poking na itong dalawa sa bot lane. It's a good thing na nagsusurvive sila for a bit, pero dahil nag-level 2 na sila, mag-all in na sila with the exhaust and ignite, popping in with the damage, bank, more flash, pero may shield pa rin nakasama, and that barrier to the heal was enough para makapag-save ng life nila.
Yeah, flash has been burnt. Para sa side dito ni Luna, no more summoners available para sa kanya. He's very susceptible sa gank dito ni Golden Feet, but Golden Feet is a mile away. Hindi pa rin nagpapapigil dito sa Luna and company. Oh my God,
silang
they are so
sustain
aggressive,
sa bot lane,
dude.
no? And so aggressive nila. Pero ito, sa nakikita natin, no? Nakikita na natin kung gaano ka-helpful kay Bangkok tsaka kay What the Chess yung pagiging sustainable nila in lane. Pero ito, hindi kasi tumitigil yung time na pagiging aggressive ni Luna pati ni Nomel. Pero ito, light binding sa mid lane, was able to get a key burst. Pero, mas natutuloy sa laban.
Yeah, medyo... Oh, wait lang ha. Dito sa
Daming
bot lane
suntukan.
talaga hindi pinapahinga ng RY pairing itong bot lane ng BRU. Parang pinagmumukha pa nga nilang bata itong si What the Jess. Knowing that What the Jess is one of the best supports in Thailand, he cannot do a thing with Bank being just bullied out by Luna and Nomel.
Oo, ang hirap rin kasi dito. Pero to, nakita nila si Do dito sa bot side of the map natin. Mafo-force siya mag-back away pero dahil wala silang minions, hindi nila matadive to. And ito, nakita na natin yung sinasabi mo nga na ang lakas ng Draven in the early game together with the Karma.
Yeah. Super obnoxious, super disgusting sa early game. Pero mamaya naman yan, mag-stabilize na.
Dominus sa top side, na-force yung barrier ni Ratel and na-force rin siya mag-back away. Alam mo well yung timing niya na magkakaroon na siya ng dominance and that's why na-force siya mag-back.
Yeah, and this is also a very good thing to highlight. Although nagkakaroon tayo ng winning lane sa bot side of the map for RY, BRU's Noel was able to get the winning lane on the top side, and yung reward niya is a measly 300 gold because of the tower plating. Sinabi na nga natin, or in the most recent patches that we have, 3.3B to be exact. Wait lang ha. Okay. Yeah, wala naman mangyayari. 3.3B in nagkaroon na additional tower plating. Wait lang.
May Cyclone sila kanina pero may flash na ginamit din. Noel is safe from harm against Ratel.
Winning lane.
Oh, ito, meron na Hexic ultimatum sa bot lane. Yan na nga, yung magiging first blood natin of the game. Great timing from Do.
Oh my God, Do. Just helping out. Ito nga bot lane na talagang nananalo na. And the first blood was secured here by Do, which is actually not really the plan, pero...
Late. Do going in with the stun and the key burst to the kill. That's gonna be it for their side. Meron pa silang Tide Caller and that's gonna be it. Luna back away. Meron pa rin damage. Meron pa silang heal from What the Chess. But his Golden Feet papasok pa ata with a heal. But the flash was enough to outplay. Luna right there taking the kill. Gusto pa ata nila ng kill. Pag tumama sana yung bubble pero hindi. That at least is a 2-for-1 in the bot lane.
And looking at the gold disparity of the Dragon Laners, 4K agad just because of that cash out for that Draven compared to the 2.5K, that's almost half an item disparity sa mga Dragon Laners natin. That's the plan for RY. And Golden Feet just, you know, being too eager, too aggressive, it looks like RY has full control in the early stages ng laro natin. Golden Feet wanted to burst him down looking at the replay. Pero Luna with that flash. Oh my God. Gives me chills right now because Luna is way ahead of competition.
Grabe si Luna. Yung play niya doon even though without the mana, even without the speeds, was enough talaga. Nagamitin niya lang yung flash, baiting out Golden Feet. Kasi kala ni Golden Feet after getting the Broken Blades might be able to get the kill. Pero everyone, 13 seconds on the clock, meron na tayong objectives na mga una dito from both of our sides. Nakita naman natin, 1k gold lead ang meron ng RY ngayon and slowly nagbe-build up na sa first items yung most of our members. Pero looking at BRU, they have items on everyone except for the support. So this could at least be an advantage for them at the start of the objectives.
Okay, mana muna for Lucian. Not the most common. So talagang umaasa na lang siya sa scaling ng late game or mid game. Ay, sinusurrender niya na. Kumbaga, wala na rin naman talaga tayong maipapalag dito. Looking at Luna's itemization, nagkaroon pa nga siya ng luxury to go for that plated steel caps. But there's going to be a trade for the objectives here, Dash.
Yep. Herald,
upside.
Para sa Infernal Drake. Pero may Herald tayo sa top side na force si Noel na mag-recall na lang. Kasi hindi niya rin naman madedefend to kasi looking at how fed Luna is, talagang ibibigay niya na lang to for sure.
Exactly. And this is another set of amount of gold that's being gifted over to the Draven. One way to control the Draven is for you to kill down the Draven. Pero the thing that Luna is doing right now is to just really play it safe. Going for that plated steel caps agad-agad. Now, does have, you know, items that are not yet completed, dude. Pero, I don't know what his plan is right now.
Oo nga eh.
Maybe go for Bloodthirster or something. I don't know.
Iniisip ko sana pwede na siya makabuo ng isang item for sure kanina pa. Pero dahil ginagawa niya to, playing it safe, Bump Scepter, Exec Calling para hindi makapag-heal. Talagang every utility na pwede nga hawakan, hinawakan niya na right now eh. Para at least, mas secure daw sila sa lane later on kasi malakas na naman yung damage niya compared to Bang at this point dahil nga nagmana muna siya.
Yeah, and he's still... I'm actually thinking na kaya talaga siya nag-updated steel caps is to get... Wait lang.
Uy, Ravel, top side. Si Noel talaga, gravity. Yung aggression talaga ni Noel onto the top side against a Wukong talaga. Alam niya advantage niya eh. Especially with this champion na nakapag-Blade of the Ruin King pa siya. Kaya mas mapapadali yung pag-burst down niya dito kay Ratel.
Yeah. Okay, so just going back to my point there, Dash. Ang buong akala ko, the reason why he went for plated steel caps agad-agad was for him to go for the upgraded boots enchant right away. But no, patting top side. Aggressive.
Okay, topside, Hextech Ultimatum. Meron ring backup dito si Golden Feet. Oh, the timing was right pero na-knock up pa nga siya ng Cyclone. Pero ito, hinahabol pa nito. Wala silang ultimate pero si Golden Feet meron pa. May Winston siya na pwede gamitin pero nandito si Zero para tumulong. Hindi tumama yung flash. Pero enough na yun para makill niya. Oh, that's the explosive cast to get the kill. 2 for 1 sa topside.
Alright, okay, 2 for 1. RY still getting the number of BRU here. So far, halos lahat ang ginagawa dito ng BRU. Noel being too aggressive. What side?
Right, natama, transcendent embrace, pero buti na lang meron siyang flash! Bang! May ignite! Kala ko enough na yun
One
para
more?
makil siya, pero hindi umabot yung flash ni Luna!
Oh,
Is
laser!
that it?
Bang!
Luna falls down just because of that over-aggression sa bot lane.
Yeah, and Archany with that final spark was able to get that kill against dito kay Luna. We did say that Luna, one way to control the Draven is to kill down the Draven, especially if he's not yet, you know, if his stacks wasn't cashed out yet. I know na nagkaroon na siya ng pagkakataon na ma-cash out kanina yung stacks niya, the adoration stacks. However, you know, getting that kill against the Draven is always welcome. Let's look at the replay once again. We can see that Bank really tried to survive there. And Luna's over-aggression flashing in, but the normal attack wasn't there. And Archany to save the day for BRU.
Kasi naka-inspire siya. He thought na enough na yung movement speed niya para makaabot dun pero wasn't expecting that from BRU na makapag-back sila ng ganun kabilis. And ito, sa nakita natin right now, game is a bit stable pa rin even though na marami tayong clashes na nakikita, hindi masyado nagtatranslate yun to a lot of kills.
Yeah.
So ito, for now, hinihintay natin yung 30 seconds on the clock na meron tayong Rift Herald na lalabas na naman. So ito na yung time na pwede mag-contest yung both of our teams. Bubble is able to hit both of our junglers nandito sa bottom side. Meron chance na pwede silang gumank dito kasi nakita natin, timing ni Dot at ni Golden Feet, tama ito, nakapag-flash sila, Transcendent Embrace hindi tumama, and that's gonna be it. Wala silang Transcendent Embrace later on sa Rift Herald.
Yeah, and a flash that was invested by Do. Exec Ultimatum is still available though. Archany trying to snipe out a few members here of RY. You did say na yung Rift Herald is basically the next target for every squad here, or for both squads here. They're going to position themselves for this Rift Herald dash.
Okay, pero wala si Bank. So, nakita natin, alam ni BRU na hindi sila lalaban dito kasi nga Luna, even though na napatay nila si Luna kanina, still is a big threat for this fight. At least, wala lang tayo ng something. Let's take the tower and run away with it.
Yep, and Golden Feet was able to get that solo tower gold. Noel?
Uy, si Kuya Noel yung dinadaanan niya, medyo delikado yun kanina. Pero ito si Referald, ito mag-take down at hindi man lang nakahampas kahit isang beses. 5 people were in the mid lane para i-defend lang yung turret nila against that Referald.
Yeah, but the Dominus has been invested here by Noel, just to save the HP of the tower in the mid lane. Is it worth? I think so. The mid lane towers health or mid lane tower in general is actually a very big
important
objective in the early to mid game. Pero we have to note that the Dominus will not be available for a potential dragon fight. Now we're looking at the items of Luna. QSS is already completed with the Storm Razor, so that's going to be very problematic for BRU.
Okay. Marami na tayong damage. Meron pang crit from Luna. So if ever magsa-start sila ng fight dito, RY starting it out. Pero meron sila. Look at Zero. Kung nasan si Zero, yun yung chance nila na pwede sila makapag-explosive cast sa likod. Pero ito si Noel, going for the pincer strike dito sa likod nila. Pero nakita ni Do ay nag-jump agad sa kanya. Hextech Ultimatum to get the kill to make it a 4v5. BRU, now on a disadvantage. Are they gonna continue to try and contest this? Tinatry nila kunin yung Scuttler para at least makakuha sila dito. Transcendent the press to the Cyclone. Tumama sa likod. Explosive cast wouldn't be able to hit and that back is gonna fall down. The next one on the chopping block is Golden Feet. Kahit hindi na sila kumuha ng kill, pwede na nila kunin itong Drake. Pero si Golden Feet, di pa siya tapos. Gusto niya pa ng kill. Si Nomel, low HP. Pero wala na. Enough na. I-give up na nila to sa side ng RY.
Yeah, this draft by RY and playing to its strength. I almost forgot that Luna is also one of the most consistent members here of RY, and again, putting him on this Draven, putting all the resources onto him just to make sure that they have a winning lane, bot lane, did actually give them a lot of advantages in this game.
Oh, Golden Feet. Buti nila may Gargoyle Enchant. Makakapag-back away pa siya dito sa fight na to. Pero hindi, nakapag-stun pa sila si Zero na isusunod na target. Tumama yung bubble to the final spark, to the final depth of that team. 2-4-0 at least ang nakuha ng BRU.
Yeah. Okay, so at least nabawi nila yung counting kalamangan na nakuha ng RY during that interaction. But then again, we still have to call it as it is. So far, the tempo is on the advantage of RY. BRU is actually happy to give all the resources to Golden Feet. Kung mapapansin mo on the bot side, they nakakuha na solo gold for that tower, the top. As well, Golden Feet did actually get that gold advantage. But with all the resources being invested onto Golden Feet, the gold disparity between Doc and Golden Feet is still that big. And we're looking at the replay, how snappy the decisions are by RY. As in, talagang nagsabi silang turn tayo agad no?
Oo. Kahit sinisimulan na nila kanina, no? Talagang if ever simulan natin, to turn tayo. Iniwan talaga nila yung Drake at 4k HP kasi alam nila na pwedeng i-contest yon ni Noel kasi hindi nila nakikita dun sa other side.
True. The pincer movement denied. That's actually one way to deal with it, diba? Just go full turn, and those basically, si Do kasi on this Camille, kahit wala siyang flash, it can still go distance because of the hook shot, and the Hextech ultimatum will always be there to lock down one target. And if this continues, RY should have this game. Pero BRU is still very aggressive. Noel is way ahead of the curve.
Uy! Okay. Nakita nila sa bot side. Ito si Do, sige, makukuha nila yung kill dito for their side. Pero leave nilang open yung mid lane nila, which is now gonna be onto the side of BRU na gusto nila i-take yung turret. Pero, kung nakuha sana nila, could have been good. Pero hindi.
Trinay nila. That's actually a ballsy play coming from BRU in having Noel being super aggressive. Pero normally kasi kapag ganito na kalaki ang lamang ng iyong kalaban, hindi kita tatawid ng river pero kita mo naman humahampas pa ng second tower dito si Kuya Noel, and he was punished right away by RY here. Still, RY is very scary. Again, we're looking at the gold disparity. The jungler and the dragon laner of RY is like 2k, 3k ahead of their opponent. So, just so big right now, 14 minutes into the game.
Ito nakikita natin dito for BRU. Try nila mag-survive after this fight. Kasi with this, we all know naman na it's all of this Luna. Pero at this point, meron siyang 2 items pa. Hindi pa yun yung point na yun na pwede mag-fall off si Luna. Maybe later on pa. And si Bank will take a bit of time pa para mag-push siya ng damage. Especially, kung nag-go on pa siya dun sa Black Cleaver route.
Yeah, and normally nagpa-fall off ang Draven because he's not really the best tank shredder. Pero kung wala namang tanks na shred down, and looking at the lineup here by BRU, you have 3 very squishy members in Lux, Nami, and Lucian. Hindi talaga magpa-fall off that hard ang isang Draven kasi wala namang haharap na full armored champion. But RY is playing with fire here, trying to go for the Baron dance. I don't think they will pull the trigger as of yet because the wise play here, the safe play here, which is basically how RY plays it, is to still play the map. Go for the mini advantages and go for picks if possible.
Interestingly, 15 minutes in the game, hindi nila nababasa sa mid lane kasi all of them, every time na merong clash sa mid or at least may magta-try mag-take siya ng mid lane, everybody would rotate on the mid lane. Yeah, nahihirapan pa yung bot ng team at may river side kasi merong mid lane na nagpapahirap. game would take a longer time as long as hindi na nababasag yung mid lane ng both.
Yeah, and it's actually BRU that becomes over aggressive. Etong si Ratel, hindi siya talaga maramdaman pa sa side lane. Looking at the items, that's Divine Sunder, Frozen Heart. This is the second time that I've seen a Baron laner from Korea go for the Frozen Heart. Looks like that they have a different read sa Southeast Asia pagdating sa itemization. And they really love this blue heart. Alright, Mountain Dragon is set to respawn here, Dash.
Yeah. Mountain Dragon, same positioning para sa side ng RY. Hinihintay nila si Noel na makababa pa. Pero hanggat hindi nakakababa si Noel dito, pwede nila i-start right now. So that's what they're doing. 5k HP. They're waiting for the chance para lumaban dito. Pero RY, gusto nila mag-turn. That's why hindi nila kinocommit yung pag-kill dito. Yung BRU gusto pumasok. Try nila, 4k HP. Dominus has been popped. So kailangan nila mag-flash in.
Oh,
No! Has been huli agad with the slice and dice to the explosive cast. Na-steal pa yung Drake. So BRU can back away from this. A lot of them have low HP already. Noel gets 1 kill. And that's gonna be it. Nasa harap pa rin siya ng Frey. Zero on the backside. Body slam onto everybody. And that's gonna be it.
Luna?
Gonna flash in. Luna dealing a lot of damage. Pwede pa siya. Meron pa silang flash onto their side. 3 people are down. RY now on the disadvantage. BRU playing that so well na pwede nila basagin yung mid lane turret.
Disgusting front to back coming from BRU. Talagang hindi nila pinaporma itong si Luna. 1 health for him. Golden Feet will try to rush him down. The bubble was there for the move speed addition for Golden Feet, pero Luna will still survive. 1 light binding, 1 final spark. Luna was almost erased from the Wild Rift. Good thing is that he has, that Quicksilver Sash. Pero looking at the replay, the front to back, at first I thought na this was a doomed fight for BRU because Noel missed yung Ruthless Predator niya. I believe na i-target niya yun sa Dragon. But looking at the amount of time na nabili dito ni Noel, it was actually enough for them to just win this front to back. And the usage of the stasis plus the flashes, it was actually enough for them to win this fight, even if RY was actually in the lead sa gold and sa tempo.
Yeah. Interestingly, no, si Noel at si Golden Feet, ang tagal nila nag-stay dun sa Dragon Pit, pero ang tagal rin nila nabuhay. And RY was positioned well para makapag-react against Noel and Golden Feet, pero hindi nila sila na-burst agad, which is the interesting part ng fight na yun. That's why BRU was able to win that. Right now, hindi nila kinuha yung Baron, nakuha na nila yung tempo, they're back, they have the stability of the gold. So, this can still be anyone's game at this point.
True, lost in all this limelight, then Archini, or 0-4 on this Lux pick. Again, just looking at the previous games ng BRU, I have seen him into the Garen duty, something like that, something to that effect. Ngayon talagang pinapakita niya that, you give him his comfort picks, he will still be able to strive off of it. And, okay, at least, etong si Bank, yung kanyang Wanamuni investment, is already Muramana, and 3 items na rin ang meron siya. But we still have to call it as it is. At no point in this game that he will overtake itong si Luna, especially knowing that Luna has all these items already. Maybe later. Siguro pagka nagka-lock item na, doon na natin makikita na mas masakit na ang isang Lucian.
Grabe pa rin kasi yung crit ni Luna at this point kaya nakakatakot pa rin siya. Pero nakikita natin right now, 15 seconds on the clock bago lumabas yung Elder Drake natin. And yung positioning ng RY, ready na agad sila pero tinamaan nila. They had a stun. Enter the tight caller. Tumama nga ba? Makakuha nila yung kill? Hindi nila nakuha yung kill. So they lost the exhaust onto Luna, which is good. Golden Drake goes in with the wind slash, pero hindi pa rin nila nakuha yung kill. They're investing a lot, and now they lost because of it. Wala na silang jungler. Golden Feet is down, and this is gonna be good for them. But No is also down for the count. So 4v4 without any jungler on both sides. But this is gonna be big. They need to be careful of Archini kasi meron pa siyang final spark na pwede patayin si Luna.
It was a very good plan coming from BRU, but then again, QSS saved the life of Luna at that point. And Golden Feet, I understand the aggression there. Alam niya na wala ng QSS So going for that stun, going for that immediate lockdown and potential kill onto Luna could have basically won the game for BRU. But he has to take into consideration the karma pickup. This karma is actually just making sure that Luna will survive in the most uncertain moments in this Wild Rift League. Hello?
And hello, and here, right now we're back because with Elder Drake having to be free and pwede na kunin dito ng RY. Pwede nila gamitin dito at this point yung positioning nila sa side ng RY.
Okay. All right. Going back again, 10k gold lead that we do have here. RY over BRU. We're going to see a pickup here, Noel.
Okay, goes in, goes for a kill. GA has been popped already. Noel falls down. That's gonna be a 4v5. Great advantage onto their side. So with this, they might be able to start out the Drake. Nawalan sila ng top laner, so pwede nila i-start to. It'll take a bit of time kasi they don't have a lot of DPS, or rather, should I say, max health DPS. It'll take a bit of time para kunin nila to. So Archini would have time para makapag-poke out dito against them. They're taking their time. They want to go in. They went in for it. They have it. Transcendent Embrace. Tumama kay Golden Feet. Pero ito nakita natin sa likod. Tumama kay Luna. Falls down for the final spark. Making it a 4v4. Possible for them to actually go for the win from here. But that just stopped them from taking the drink.
Archini! Time and time again, saving this game for BRU. Finds the lockdown on Bank. Final spark was actually enough. Pero Do is still alive here. Golden Feet, Elder Dragon basically wins game here. If BRU wins this, they basically win the game. Teleport.
Okay, they can go in. Zero is here. They have the stun onto him. Zero. It's gonna buy some time. Wala na siyang flash. Pero ito, nandito na si Noel. Goes in for the sun. Hindi tumama. Ratel is racking away. Pero ito, pwede na kunin tong Elder Drake. Pero remember, Do is in the mix. So pwede pa nila i-steal to if ever they need to. 9k HP, 3v5. They had the Cyclone para maging distraction ito si Ratel later on. Pero are they gonna risk this? Are they or aren't they gonna risk it? Kasi may vision sila at that part of the map sa Drake. So pwede nila i-start to right now. 5k HP. They're trying to play it safe. Luna goes in for the ultimate. Natama nga ba to? Si Don naka-ready na lang pero si Noel is a stop niya with a hook shot. Flashes in. Masyadong maaga yata yan. Pero ito nakapag-station siya. And that's gonna be it. The burst down. And BRU takes the Elder Drake and takes one more kill with it.
And I believe that is the difference maker of this game. Buhay pa rin yung first tower dito sa mid ng BRU. Just stalling for enough amount of time for them to get the winning objective, and that's the Elder Dragon for them. PRU is well in the lead. Naibaliktad na kagad nila yung laban na ito at the backs of very timely picks of PRU. And make no mistake, let's give where the credit is due. Dude, Archini is a beast in this game.
Grabe yung Lux. I thought, sinabi ko rin kanina na Archini would be playing at the back end kasi Lux yung pinalaro niya sa kanila. Pero ito, Archini is playing it so well. And that's why they are winning all of these fights and even getting this battle for free.
Exactly. Wala ka na rin talagang pwedeng gawin dito if you are RY. Once you enter into Fray, the execute threshold of an Elder Dragon is too scary. And if you try to contest this with that Elder buff still active for the side of BRU, you're basically wanting your game to just die down immediately. Bank and Company is now knocking on this tower in the mid lane, and I believe they will push through. Dire-diretso lang to dash.
Start it out. Pwede nila end na to. Especially on the top side of the map, they're trying to wave clear onto their side, and this is the problem with their composition. They don't have a lot of wave clears aside ng RY. That's why they're having a hard time para i-take down yung mga minions na meron yung BRU. They can end this. The caller right there gonna go in with a final spark onto 2. And this is gonna be it. They went in again. 4 people are down. GAs have been popped, but BRU is taking the win in the end, and they got game 1.
Wow. What a game for BRU, playing from the back end of things for like the majority of that game, Dash. And nakita nga din natin yung resiliency ng team na to, not really bowing out. If that was actually the PRU na napanood natin from a couple of months ago, in where they have this, I would say, stigma na hindi talaga sila nakakapag-close out ng game or talagang nagsusurrender sila ng mga kalamangan, that it could have gone differently. Pero we saw that they're playing that game in a very good manner, and wow, kudos. They much deserve that win after showcasing yung mga plays nilang ganon, Dash.
Oo. Sobrang patient, no? Yung nakita natin from BRU, sobrang patient lang nila during the whole time. Even though na nakikita natin na si Luna, sobrang lakas si Luna at the early stages of the game, lalo na nakuha siya ng kill. Pero what happened kasi is that hindi dumami yung kills eh. Hindi sobrang dami ng kills ni Luna na nakapag-cash out siya na nakapag-cash out. And that's why nagkaroon sila ng time sa side ng BRU, especially si Archie, hindi nila na-keep in check si Archie na slowly parang nag-open sila ng Pandora's box nung pinagamit nila ng luck si Archie kasi look at that score! Look at that! Grabe! Grabe si Archie ngayon.
Looking at the graph here, Dash, sinabi nga natin the majority of that game, they were on the backside. BRU was on the back end or back foot. But it did not really tilt them to a point na wala silang pagkakataon na makaka-comeback doon. The Elder Dragon win condition will always be there. Archie again, 2 times in a row na nahuli niya itong si Luna, and if Luna goes down, so will be the damage, so will be the majority of the damage for RY, because if you're looking at their composition, Zero, Do, Ratel, and Nomel, they don't really have that much damage, right? So it's all on Luna. It's all in Luna. Zero, I did not feel that the Gragas was as, I would say, effective or was felt enough in that game. Wala nga ako nakitang explosive cast talaga.
Tama.
Na talagang nagbitaw or nag-open up ng game.
Kasi wala rin ako masyado nakita na, kasi usually when you play a Gragas, especially on lanes, ina-expect mo na magta-try siya mag-make ng plays. Pero hindi talaga natin nakita during the whole game. Mas malaki pa nga yung impact ni Archie most of the time, kasi yung damage nga lang, yung light bindings pa lang ni Archie was really good na. Pero dahil doon, we thought, kasi with RY, having those damages at the early stages of the game, pero with their composition kasi, the longer the game goes, the lesser their damage would be, and nakita rin naman natin yun during that game.
True. Multiple final sparks hitting their target. Ito yung masyadong matagal na nabiling oras dito ni Kuya Noel, no? With that Cargold Stone Cake, he was still able to buy enough time, was able to kill si Ratel in the process. And I believe that if RY wants to actually win this series and force a game number 3, they have to reinvest or relook at their game plan and possibly just go for some more a better champion for Ratel, because Wukong is not that. Hindi siya naramdaman all throughout that game. It felt to me that RY's win condition was all about Luna, but if Luna is actually getting caught out by Archie with those light bindings, then yeah, your win condition was basically 0.
Pwede ko rin ibalik siguro dun sa point na yun. Kasi marami tayong times during that game, especially sa mga dragon fights natin, na usually may advantage na yung RY. Pero hindi nila kinocommit yung Drake. Even on a 4v5, hindi nila kinocommit yung Drake. Tinatry nila makumuha ng kill. Which is okay, kasi they want to play it safe. Ayaw nilang at least makapag-steal yung side ng BRU. Pero I can say din na dahil hindi nila kinocommit yun, nade-delay sila. Especially mga Elder Drake fights natin na ang daming beses na naging 4v4 siya bigla. 4v5 na siya, naging 4v4 pa siya bigla. And that's why sa huli, BRU pa yung nakakuha ng Elder Drake.
The aggressiveness and the snappiness ng decision making dito ng RY has to level up, especially against the Southeast Asia counterparts. And again, when we're looking at the historical data, BRU is actually like the number 4 best team ng Southeast Asia, and RY is like the best team in Korea. So, parang nagkakaroon na tayo ng shake-up. Kasi kahapon nakita nga natin that KWANGDONG FREECS, the second best team in Korea, was able to get the series win against Team Flash. Following that route or following that trend, we should expect that RY would get this win against BRU. They had a game plan. Nag-force sila ng Draven, forcing Archie to be the one on locks. And it was actually a good plan, pero pagdating ng pagdating nga ng mid fights kasi na talagang ina-abandon nila yung mga dragons na yan, and still not being as decisive as they should be, opened up the late game to BURIRAM United, and the Elder Dragon win condition was always there.
Okay. Yeah, yun na nga eh. Talagang sa objectives lang talaga sila naglalabanan. Especially yung composition lang feel ko ng RY was more geared towards a lot of these clashes na usually hindi nagko-commit yung BRU, which is
Mhm.
why it took a bit of time para BRU talaga yung nanalo dun sa game na yun dahil nga they took their time. Hindi nila minadali yung game. They're waiting. They're trying to contest it. If okay lang na yung lanes nila will take a bit of time. Pero dahil nga, isa rin dun, yung factor is that nakuha nila yung mid lane turret. After some time, nakuha ng BRU yung mid lane turret, which opened up a lot of possibilities for them.
Yeah, it does look like that we are heading over to the second games pick and ban here. Again, babalik tayo din sa win condition for both squads. I believe that ROI now has to reinvest or rethink their game plan and in making sure that Rattel will be more successful in this game. Because leaving him on the playmaking duty na Wukong, it's not going to win you the lane, diba? Itong Wukong. Although nagkaroon tayo ng plethora of buffs onto this champion, having, just one win condition for your team is not going to cut it, especially against PRU.
Yeah, especially with how they play as a team na. They have a lot of playmaking potential na naman kay Do kanina. Kaya parang si Rattel, si Do, they were left on playmaking duty. And dahil they were there, they were not the ones doing most of the micromanaging, the damaging onto their side. And that's why napahirap yung trabaho ni Luna kasi siya lang yung inaasahan nila when it comes to the damage kanina.
True. And we're looking into the picks and bans. Karma is still left open here, pero parang ang nangyayari kasi talaga dito sa dalawang teams na to, hindi na talaga nila heavily prioritize yung Karma. Now, kaso din Yumi is going to be banned away. And yung kaninang performance din in What the Just, we have to commend him as well. 0-0 and 18. So, itong si Just talaga, alam mo, pre, kung sino ba ang pinamagaling na support sa Southeast Asia? Pwede kong ibigay kay Just talaga eh.
Actually, pwede nga talaga na ibigay natin kay Jess yung ano na yun. Kasi si What the Jess talaga when it comes to support, Enchanter man ibigay mo sa kanya, Playmaker man ibigay mo sa kanya, he'll perform so well. Pero ito, first pick again, makikita na natin yung Camille, pero at least maybe Rattel could pick this.
Oh, yeah, sure, for sure. Pero pwede rin mapunta pa din kay Do. Pero we'll see, we'll look into it. Again, the amount of nerfs that Camille did get in the past couple of patches was actually very well documented. Pero it does look like that BRU is going to shake things up. Kanina, parang nakalimutan nila yung Karma no? But this time, okay, Karma, Renekton, tas yung Lucian is going to be left open and could be picked up here for Luna.
Para if ever nakukunin naman nila for Luna nga yung Lucian na yun. Kasi the Draven pick kanina was aggressive, yes. Was a good idea sana, yes. Pero nakulangan lang talaga sila ng damage na composition nila. So yes, as you said, pwedeng nila kunin yun. Or, yes, they can go for the Senna route.
Nasus, no? Pwede.
Pwede. First rotation.
Actually, sa scouting reports din natin, nakikita rin natin talaga itong RY has been playing the Chinese meta for quite some time now. I believe it has something to do with the amount of screen partners that they have in East Asia. So, Do, Senna Galio? I don't think so. Pwedeng Galio mid pa rin to.
Kay Zero ulit, no? Itong Zero is on guard duty again with this. Pero ito, with What the Just, or at least with the set being taken for their side, that gives them a lot of options. A lot of these champions are very flexible no, sa BRU, so pwede nila i-bait out ulit yung RY sa mga picks nila for later on.
True. We'll see. Now the bans, Olaf is actually a very well-deserved ban, although hindi na natin nakikita masyado itong Olaf no? Pero when going for the heavy crowd control team, banning the Olaf is actually a very good choice if you're not going to pick it. Now, looking at the composition here by RY, they could still elect to go for another hyper-aggressive AoE champion. I don't know if Ziggs is still open for them, for the taking for them. Kasi you have a Camille and a Galio, and normally if you have a Camille and a Galio, that's already two of the ultimates that can really be paired up with each other in a very good manner available for them. Shyvana has been banned away, so that's also one of the junglers na nakita din natin has been very, very effective in this tournament. So, ano kaya magiging jungler dito? Lee Sin is still open though.
Yeah, if ever Golden Feet could go for a Lee Sin, would be pretty, lalo na si Do, if ever na kukunin na yung Lee Sin dito at bibigay nila kay Ratel yung Camille, could also be a great option for them. Pero ito, they're gonna go for the Corki. They have a lot of AD damage na naman, so the magic damage from the Corki would be very much welcome for the composition ng BRU.
The double magic damage in the bot lane. You have a Corki and a Karma. And again, when talking about Corki, he has been recently adjusted. The package timings for Corki basically has been nerfed, but the amount of damage that you get from Corki's Gatling gun and plus the missile barrage is actually very good. All right, very good. Finally, a carry champion for Ratel.
Let's go. Okay. So with that, binigay nila yung Jax kay Ratel, giving the Galio to Nomel for sure. And this just gives them a lot of options kasi nga si Archini, if ever na may papagamit na naman sila kay Archini, dito nila pwede ibigay kay Archini yung melee in the mid lane. Exactly. Yung Renekton especially. So with this composition, that just leaves them with a jungler for BRU na pwede nilang i-pick pa.
True. We'll see. Kasi against the Ahri, I would prefer for Archini to still go for the Enchanters. They still lack a jungler for the side of BRU. What will be the jungler for BRU? Golden Feet is all about, the carry junglers. Possibly a Riven part 2. Yeah. Riven talaga.
Great.
Even back in the Jax meta, Golden Feet is known for 2 champions. Jax and Riven. And now you take away the Jax being out of the equation. You only have a Riven. Riven, Shyvana, Morgana. Kaso Riven, Shyvana, Morgana, those are the 3 carry champions that we have in the jungle. Kha'Zix is not really a Golden Feet champion. So Golden Feet will be relegated back again into the Riven. Karma will be the one in the mid lane for Archini. Twice in a row that we see him on the utility mage mid laner.
Okay, that's good. Kasi with the Karma in the mid lane against the Ahri, this would be very slippery compared to the melee champions nga. Kaya very smart rin for Archini to go and pick that up para hindi magkaroon ng malaking snowball factor etong si Zero sa mid lane. So right now, with BRU having the advantage kanina, I hope na RY would know their timings right dito sa game na to compared to what happened during the last game.
True. Kailangan talaga i-extend ng RY, itong series na ito, because how they started this tournament in Kwangdong, getting that upset against Team Flash, the hopes of Korean Wild Rift was actually at the very top end of things. And we always said that RY is like the bastion, the true bastion of hope for Korea Wild Rift. If they end up losing 0-2 against BRU, the chances of them advancing to the playoffs with RRQ smiling at the back end of things, in the lead. Naku, baka hindi maka-advance itong RY. Remember, when they went against LSB, it was actually a 2-1. So, when going against, a weaker team, securing a 2-0 will improve your chances. Pero 2-1 pa nga nangyari against LSB.
Mahirap yan. Lalo na pag, yun nga, sinabi mo nga, na pag nakapag 2-1 pa kayo, less points kayo. So, mahirap tong position na kung nasan sila right now. So, kailangan nila gawin is to make sure na right now yung decision making nila would be better. Nakita naman natin yun for the first objective ng RY kanina na nakita nila si Noel, kill Noel, tas tsaka tayo kumuha. If magawa nila yon, maybe they could get this onto a 2-1 if ever. Pero BRU played the time game, played the long game talaga nung last game natin.
BRU is still a very experienced bunch of guys. One of the teams na ever since season 1, sila na talaga yung inaabangan sa Thailand.
And ito, nagbabalik na tayo dito sa game natin between RY and BRU. Nakita natin kanina 1-0 na yung score natin for today. Would BRU, or rather RY, take this next game and push this to a game 3, or would BRU take this on to a 2-0?
Yeah, okay. So we did say that our prediction is like a BRU win for RY because of the sea supremacy thing ongoing para sa atin, diba? Pero if this will come into or if this will result into a 2-0, I will still be surprised because then again, I'm looking at these two teams and I'm saying that any of these two teams can win against each other kasi parehas lang naman talaga sila talaga ng strengths eh, no? Looking at BRU and RY, they almost have the same win condition, pero again, BRU still very experienced and was able to get game number 1.
Okay. Yeah. So, sa nakita natin right now dito, What the Jess, nag-pop agad siya ng Ignite against them. And yun na nga, tumama yung Justice Punch sa bot lane. Pero yun, hindi sila magka-follow up. And that's gonna be members ng BRU low HP.
And this is actually interesting because Senegalio is a lane na matagal na natin hindi nakita. Although it is still viable. We all know that. Pero kadalasan kasi nakikita natin Sena is Nasus talaga eh.
Oh, flash in sa top side. Key burst to the first blood to side ng BRU.
Ooh, that's the advantage that they need on the top side. Noel, unless Renekton, nakita niya na kagad yung angle with Golden Fit coming there. Luna?
Okay, ito, top side, Golden Feet. Walang HP itong sila Golden Feet at Noel, so 3 people agad. Nilagay nila sa top side. Yung charm na tama ata dito. And that's gonna be it. Golden Feet. At least now they took a 1-1. Pero hindi na sila magpa-follow up with another kill dito.
What a greedy recall coming from Golden Feet. He did not respect the fact that wards could have been planted there. Nang ginawa lang talaga ni Zero is naghintay lang siya ng cooldown ng skill niya as well as Do. But that was actually a kill na naibalik for the side of RY. So nawala ng silbi yung first blood na nakuha ni Noel and Golden Feet on the top side. Now again, going back, itong Senegalio medyo hindi, tagal na natin hindi nakita to no? And the Font of Life yung gagamitin dito ni. Actually, yung Senegalio, last time nakita ko, Team Secret pa Si Ames yung Galio.
Tagal na, no? Okay, kasi it only works lang naman right now for this composition talaga at the other side. Kasi nga, dahil nga si Do nakapag-camille, si Nomel, na-force lang talaga siya mag-Galio onto the bot lane. Pero as yung usual na nakikita talaga natin is the Sena Nasus. Parang talagang convenient lang na merong na may Camille, kaya pinik nila tong Galio na to sa bot.
True at least kasi ang Sena Nasus, mabilis ang rotation ng skills. Hindi katulad ng Galio, ang bagal ng cooldown So yung ultimate niya yung pinaka-asahan mo talaga. Ratel is very aggressive here.
Merong Hextech ultimatum itong si Do, so if ever try pa rin ni Do, meron pa rin siya hookshot. If ever i-try nilang i-wait out yung hookshot cooldown, pwede sila makakill. So yes, I think that's gonna be what they're doing dito.
True. But then again, the top side. There you go.
Sabi ko, yung hookshot to the Hextech ultimatum, pero naka-ignite itong si Ratel. No, he's not gonna die because of the level up. Golden Feet, mahahabol niya ba to kasi wala naman siyang flash and super calculated?
Clutch.
Si Ratel? Yes.
Clutch.
Okay. Let's go with clutch. It's
a very clutch level up coming from. There was one tick away from Ratel going down, but syempre pwede pa rin natin talaga i-account yung kakunatan ng Jax on the ultimate, diba? You get basically armor and magic resistance. Noel tried to go for an all-in. Kraken Slayer Renekton pala to. So the burst is almost always going to be there. Hindi niya kailangan yung 5 stacks ng Conqueror or 6 stacks ng Conqueror for him to be very effective. So parang press the attack kasi yung ginagawa dito sa yung Kraken Slayer.
Burst damage lang talaga yung gusto niya gawin dito. Kaya if ever kailangan niya lang gawin, pop yung Black Cleaver together with the Kraken Slayer. A lot of damage already. So yun yung kailangan nila gawin. Pero looking at the composition as a whole, nakakatakot dito is if ever RY reaches late game kasi alam naman natin yung amount of damage that Jax could give and even Zero could burst down 2 members already. Si Archie at si Bank pwedeng i-burst down later on. Kaya I'm pretty scared about that point.
Late game Jax is a different breed of Jax no? Pero last time out na nakita natin yung Jax going for that Divine Sunder. Ang naging second item nila was a Frozen Heart. So, and that was KWANGDONG FREECS that did actually do that. So possible na ganun talaga yung build ng mga Korean Jaxes natin. We will see. We'll find out. Because yesterday it was against the Fiora and it does make sense. You will never ever win the trades against the Fiora if you're a Jax. So, pwedeng sa ngayon, pwedeng na siya mag-damage route na lang ulit. Blade of the Rune King just for that attack speed. Pero Divine Sunder is actually going to help him on the survivability department. Especially knowing Grass of the Undying din siya.
Okay, what the just forced the flash away. Pero may referral sila na pwede na i-drop sa mid lane if ever they need to. A lot of their members are here already. So apat sila with BRU. After they get this to 2k HP, 1-5, that's a tower down for BRU.
Yeah, true. Bang! Alright, first tower. And that's the mid lane tower na nabasag dito ng BRU. That's actually big for them. Ratel will have to go back. And yun nga yung... Actually, medyo naguluhan din ako doon. What the just flashing and engaging against kay Luna. His teammates are all in the mid lane. Pero Luna did over-respect the fact na pwede siyang makombo dito ni What the just investing the flash in return as well. Pero I don't think What the just will be able to solo kill etong si Luna.
Actually,
diba? Parang,
kaya nagulat din ako doon sa flash na yun eh. Kasi
right.
maybe What the just was thinking na meron siyang follow-on if ever ma-showstopper niya, pabalik etong si Luna.
True,
Pero
true.
yeah, that might been what was on his mind during that time. Pero ito, guys, nabasag yung mid lane natin. A lot of opportunities are open for BRU.
And it's not really the best playmaking utility enchant na meron dito si Jess. Jess actually went for the gargoyle enchant rather than going for that proto belt. Jess will be sniffed out here.
Oh! Showstopper pabalik dito sa base nila with the third right there. Pero sapat pa rin para makakuha ng win/kill. Itong si Golden Feet together with it. And that's a 1-4-0 top side. Or 2-4-0, sorry.
2-4-0. Pre, si Zero at si Luna yung nawala dito. On the bot lane though, Noel will be able to escape. Arms way. Naku po. Slowly but surely, BRU is getting the leads that they need for them to close out the door against ROI, Kuya Dash.
Nakuha nila yung better end of the stick every time sa mga trades natin. No? Nakuha silang kills sa top together with the tower. RY, yes, they took a tower down, pero hindi rin nila nakuha yung kill kay Kuya Noel dun sa bot side natin. I just thought na makukuha nila yung kill na yun para at least man lang may makuha sila as a trade. Para yung 3k gold lead na to, hindi pa lumobo.
If they greed out kasi din dun si Noel, the tower won't go down and that will be another whole disparity na meron sila. 2-4-1 towers in favor of BRU. Pero you're right, just the fact na hindi nila napitas etong Renekton without a gargoyle enchant, it's just Black Cleaver. It's actually a problem already for RY.
Sobrang nahihirapan na sila mag-position kung saan sila maghahanap ng part ng mapa na pwede sila makapag-farm. And remember, this is a Jax. Ang hirap pa ni Jax at this point, lalo na nag-Divine Sunderer pa siya dito. So there's not a lot of attack speed going through.
Yeah, no
if ever makikipaglaban siya compared kay Noel. Si Noel, kayang-kaya niya magstay sa lane as long as he can. Kasi right now, wala pang may kaya makipag 1v1 sa kanya.
Divine Thunder plus the Grasp of the Undying, just because Grasp of the Undying now has percent AD scaling na rin. So, actually, parang pag tinignan mo rin kasi talaga yung raw stats ng Grasp of the Undying, perfect fit talaga ang Divine Thunder. Pero you're right, the attack speed will always not be a problem for a Jax, especially knowing na yung kanyang passive nabawasan. Pero looking at Noel right now, he's waiting for his chance here.
Nag-pop siya ng
Zero,
Dominus.
Luna?
Oh, akala ko papasok siya pero buti na lang hindi siya lumaban kasi there's 4 people waiting for him doon. And pinap niya yung Dominus niya. Ibig sabihin, ready siya. Lumaban sana with the Ruthless Predator. Pero ito, dahil nga late na yung timing dito ng RY, ibibigay na lang nila yun for a kill for Ratel dito. Kasi may referral tayo dun. Yes, Hextech Ultimatum, kunin nila yung kill, that's okay. Pero as if makuha nila yung tower pa dito, pero walang creeps, makuha lang yung referral onto the top side.
Ganun din, Kuya Dash. Sana pinasok niya na lang si no? Si Zero, at least kahit
namatay rin siya eh.
Oo. Well, Noel moments. Let's go. Pero that still is an objective win for the side of BRU. They were able to secure that Rift Herald na pwede nalang isaman sa bot lane para makalbo na yung mga first tier towers na meron dito ang RY. Or pwedeng gawin ng BRU dito is to go for that Rift Herald for that Dragon play. Basically, summon may Rift Herald just in time
bot
for
lane,
the Mountain Dragon to respawn and you will have another set of destruction. So the attack speed is almost there for Ratel, pero Ratel doesn't care.
Uy! Grabe yung damage. Gargoyle Enchant has been popped. Nag-aagawan sila sa Honey Fruit. Pero ito, nakita natin, Ignite na pop. Pero hindi pa rin nakuha yung kill. Unfortunate for Noel. Pero lalabanin ka pa rin si Do with the kill! The turnaround! Ratel is also gonna fall together with it. 2-4-0. Nawalan sila ng jungler. So Mountain Drake free for the taking na naman sa BRU.
Grabe si Kuya Noel.
Grabe.
Sabi ni Kuya Noel, 3 lang kayo kanina. If you leave me with 2
Hindi
members,
ko kaya.
I can outplay the two members of RY. And just the fact, plus the fact that basically Do entered the fight with Ratel so low in health. Ending up with 2 kills on the side of VRU, a Mountain Dragon for them. Si Supremacy, let's go!
Grabe, yung playstyle ng BRU talaga, no? Si Noel, with the play na ginawa niya, ang daming na-open up the possibility. Na-force sila mag-def sa mid lane, nakuha nila yung Drake, mababasag pa nila yung bot lane, pero look at this replay, Autolose.
Yeah, true. Again, looking at the replay, all throughout that fight, Ratel was already 1 HP. He was actually contemplating if he can go in, diba? Pero,
totoo.
yeah, basically that indecision, again, that indecision from RY, coming from Ratel, which is very uncharacteristic, did actually give 2 kills over to BRU, giving more penalty for the side of RY. And looking at the state of the game right now, like a 4K, 5K goal lead for BRU, almost all objectives going uncontested for BRU. It smells like we will have our very first 2-0 for both of these teams. Kasi kahapon nga nakita nga natin that out of the 4 games, 3 yung nag 2-1 no? Pero sa ngayon parang nangangamoy 2-0 dito, Dash.
Oo, with the way that BRU is playing. Pero RY, naghahanap lagi sila ng opportunity. Opportunity na yun, nakikita nila
1v3 again.
kay Noel. And ito na naman, 1v3. Eto, itatry pa nila with the Hero's Entrance. Tama nga ba dito? 4 na sila, hindi lang 3. Pero nandito pa si Golden Feet, lalaban pa sila. With that, the start for the Keepers gets the kill. Wala sila masyadong damage. Si Luna na force mag-flash, pero magiging sacrifice na siya sa likod for sure. Eto, Showstopper, bumalik ka dito, Ratel. And that's gonna be it. Gano'n, kukunin pa nila yung kill. Hahabol pa sila. Transcendent Empress, tumama pa nga, makakuha nila yung 4 kills on their side. BRU looking strong as they can be.
Oh my! 10 seconds before the Baron respawns. Bank once more blood. Ito si Zero, mapipilita mag-flash away. 1 HP red buff.
Bro, kala ko magpa-proc yung red buff para makuha nila yung kill. Pero ito, nakuha nila yung kill. 4 down. Baron is open, pero hindi nila kukunin mo na yan. Pero na-take down pa nila yung tower sa bot side, Autolose.
Oh my God! Looking at the replay, 1v4 kanina. Nung 1v3, hindi nanalo itong si Noel. But Noel will... A stasis
2v4
enchant.
naman daw.
It's a stasis enchant. Hear me out here, Dash. When was the last time that you saw a Renekton go for a stasis enchant?
Actually,
Gargoyle enchant normally, diba? Proto-build enchant.
Normally.
Yeah, but Noel is built different Bali, parang inaasahan niya na this is going to be...
Ready siya, no?
Yeah. Ako yung
Napapasukin
talagang
siya
targetin dito ng mga members ng RY. And RY did not respect the fact that Noel had Stasis Enchant. Stasis Enchant was enough time for him to buy for a very good flash, and Golden Feet being there at the right place and at the right time just secure the win for BRU.
Sabi nga nila kasi 1v3, baka yung 1v2 hindi kaya. Pag 1v3, kaya. Naging 4 pa nga kasi may Hero's Entrance pa nakasama ni Nomel, pero hindi pa rin nila nakuha yung kill kay Noel. And sayang. Sobrang sayang yun for RY, pero still, naghahanap sila kasi ng opportunity around the map para magkaroon sila ng shutdown maybe, makakuha sila ng gold. Pero time and time again, nagfe-fail siya. Hindi dahil meron sila mistakes, it's because BRU is Aces Enchant ka, sabi mo na merong hawak si Noel kanina.
And that's the most expensive enchant that we have in the game, ha? 1,000 yan. So, madami kang minions na kailangan patayin para mabili ang item na yan. Pero, it is what it is para sa side ng RY. Wait.
Buti na lang napag-leap strike siya paalis. What the just atay mamamatay dahil sa play na yon. Gargoyle Enchant has been popped together with a Haymaker. And wala pa sila makukuha na kill dito. Naka-Gargoyle Enchant pa nga itong si Ratel. Pero ito na ata yung turnaround na hinahanap ng RY. Nakakuha na sila ng kill. Pwede na sila bubak. Pwede na yung shutdown na yon. Okay na yon, RY. BRU is backing away.
Masyadong over-aggressive doon si Jess. Pero kinda, well, basically napag-flash away kasi si Ratel. Had the flash did not happen for Ratel, I believe yun na naman yung pick-up na mag-snowball na naman into multiple kills for the side of BRU. But with the flash being available for Ratel, A-okay para sa kanya. And over-aggressive dito si Ratel, lumalagpas siya sa river.
Tables have turned na, no? Kasi si Ratel may Blade of the Ruined King.
No!
Pero nakita natin Hextech Ultimatum right there with the Hero's Entrance. The root pa nga! And that's gonna be it. RY, hinahanap nila yung mga opportunity na yun. Nakakuha sila ng shutdown na naman with that kill.
And Golden Feet is the jungler for BRU with him down 40 seconds. Pwedeng mag-attempt dito ang RY ng Baron take. But I don't think that's actually the wise decision because almost all ultimates has been invested for that one kill. Still, parang nangyayari ngayon for the side of BRU with the back-to-back deaths na sinorender nila against RY. Binibigyan na naman, sila naman yung nagbibigay ng tsansa sa RY. Kasi kanina, di ba, yung BRU yung nakapagpatagal ng laro, top point na nagkaroon ng Elder Dragon win condition. Now, it's actually RY playing from the back foot. And BRU is allowing them to basically stall out the game.
Mahirap kasi si Ratel has 3 items already. Wits and pa, Blade of the Ruined King pa. Kaya ang hirap na for them na lumaban dito. RY, starting the Drake again. Ito yung ginagawa nila kanina. Wala pa si Golden Feet dito sa fight na to. Medyo malilate siya. Alam ng RY yon. Kaya tinatry nila mag-back away. Pero yung positioning dito, look at that. Ratel is in a great position. If ever itatry niya to mag-flank, kayang-kaya niya mag-survive for a longer time. If ever nalalabanan natin. Yung Dragon Dance natin, literal. Nagda-dance lang talaga sila dito. Ang tagal nila dito. 3k HP onto the Infernal Drake. They're waiting for the mist na mawala. Pero i-reset na naman nila yung Drake dito.
Yeah, this is very surprising for both squads kasi open yung mid for BRU to just push in the mid lane. Pero what the Jess and company?
Ito, nakita na natin dito. Timing right there. Hero's Entrance. Makapag-back away. Nakuha nila agad yung kill kay Do. Hahabol pa sila sa members dito. Napatay pa nila si Luna. Yeah. Si Ratel, wala. Sobrang layo niya na from the fight kasi naubos na yung mga kasapi niya. And this is the last 2 members standing. Kukunin nila yung Infernal Drake. Hindi na ako magtataka kung kukunin pa nila yung Baron after nito.
That's true. Dragon into the Baron, into potentially the game and the series for BRU. Again, we are looking at the macro side of things with better angling, with better angle because we basically can see the map properly. And you can see that Golden Feet just waits for the angle, what the Jess, the pincer movement coming from BRU. Rampage para dito kay Archini. Archini has been very consistent all throughout the series, pero he's dead. Unstoppable. Archini, let's go.
Pag-delay sila dito ng onte, pero would that be enough para makahabol sila dito? Pero sila mag-buy ng teleport enchant if ever kailangan nila. Kasi si Zero, nandito nag-aabang Meron silang ward na medyo malapit. Yun na nga, yung teleport na sinasabi ko. Ito yung timing nila. Kailangan nila tapusin ito.
1K! Stolen!
Still pa nila! Do! Taking that! And BRU now in shambles! 2 people are down and they bought some time. Ratel and Zero, what a great play!
The teleport plays time and time again has been the bane of Baron pickups. And in the most misopportune time, RY finds the clutch steal off of the backs of Do. Oh my god, you cannot count our RY now that they have the Baron buff to help them push out the waves, push out the towers, help them even out this game.
Okay, there you go. Just a sponge. Tumama pa. Kanina yung charm. So low HP on members right here. Nakuha nila yung Baron. Enough time to para makapag-push sila. Na-equalize na nila yung turrets on both sides. That's a great steal kanina. And now, they are just withdrawing all the investments kanina.
True. And the 5-man stack. I believe for 4 people yung may Baron buff. Do going against Noel. We are actually nearing that point that Noel will be less felt in these clashes, in these 1v1s because as we always say, Noel on this Renekton or Renekton in general does a fall off pagdating ng late game, and yung pinaka-aasahan nila pagdating ng late game damage dito is going to be the Riven and the Corki. Looking at the replay again, Golden Feet, Noel and Archini tried to burst it down pero wala kasi si Bank Bank was the first to go down, and when your marksman, which is basically your damage dealer to major objective, is down, so will your clear time for this Baron, and just enough time for Do to hook shot in and steal the Baron in the faces of BRU.
Grabe talaga yung steal na yun from Do, pero yung pag-buy talaga ng time was important dun Si Ratel tsaka si Zero, ginawa nila lahat ng makakaya nila on a 2v4 dun sa Baron fight na yun. Pero to Elder Drake is upcoming, and remember the threat which is Ratel. Right now, if ever hindi nila magawa ng answer itong si Ratel, mahihirapan silang i-steal tong Elder Drake na to.
Yeah, 4 item power spike na rin para sa Jax ni Ratel. Definitely night and day compared dun sa Wukong niya kanina. Ito talaga yung RY na nakilala natin. And we expected to show up against BRU, but the Elder Dragon win condition will always be there. Kung kanina pinag-agawa nila Infernal Dragon, how much more the Elder Dragon? Zero using the Spirit Rush.
Okay.
Or did he? No, Protobelt lang. Okay,
Protobelt para i-try makita kung meron nandun. Ito yata yung hinahanap nila opportunity si Ratel.
Oh,
If ever
Ratel.
makilala nito, look at the backside though. Ginamit na lang yung
Stasis.
stasis. Merong Hero's Entrance. Nakapag-flash away. And tamang timing lang para si Bank ay makapag-back away dito sa fight na to. Tinatry nila mag-front to back. Hindi nila nakuha yung kill. And
the
that's gonna be good
charm
for the side of Arrow. The stun from Slice and Dice! For there, at least nakakuha sila ng 1-for-1 dito, or rather 2-for-1 sa fight na to. And 3v4 is at least bearable para labanan yung side ng RY dito.
Yeah, that's Golden Feet and Jess going down. And this is still very tense heavy. Ratel and company who wants to secure this Elder Dragon.
Remember, they missed. Pwede pa sila pumasok. Ooh, that just is punch to the
Turn.
backside.
Oh,
Bang!
Ratel!
Ooh, the timing with the counter-strike pa was enough para magkaroon sila ng panalo dito sa fight na to. Hinahabol nila si Archie, pero si Ratel, grabe. On a rampage talaga tong si Ratel right now. Noel waiting for the Dominos if ever may timing siya para makapaglaban pa sila dito. Yun na nga. Force siya to back away. A lot of them are low HP. Transcendent Embrace, Archie, may magagawa pa ba sila dito? Low HP lahat ng members dito. Nakapag-shield pa sila. Papasok pa ito with a Cold Damik. Wala pa rin. The stasis is there. What the Jess is gonna help out? Is he gonna steal it? Hindi. Sayang lang yung timing nila doon with the Haymaker. Nakuha pa nila yung kill against Ratel. That's gonna be the win slash. Do is just taking down members na merong buff dito. Do is gonna fall down. What the Jess is gonna go in? Gonna go in! Whoa! Look at that! Golden Feet is taking them all! Pero hindi pa rin sapat. An ace for RY.
Bank has respawned here. Pwede niya ma-defend yung tower dito sa mid lane. Pero oh my god, what a fight! What a game this is!
Grabe.
PRU and RY, a classic to behold here. Oh my god. And nakikita mo na talaga yung nagiging plano rito ng RY, which is basically to unlock Ratel on this Jax. Una niyang hinahunting itong si Bank. And Bank, with all the mobility na meron ng isang Corki, he's still able to survive well. Black Cleaver pala yung naging item choice niya dito, plus the Solari Charge Blade and the crit items. Not really the other build na nakikita natin sa Corki, which is 24 sa Mana Mune. Parang binabaliktad dito ni Bank no? Yung mga itemization niya. Yung nagmamana muna yung Lucian.
Totoo.
Tapos yung nagki-Cleaver yung Corki. Sige, alright. I understand you. I understand you, brother.
Kasi sa nakikita natin right now, no, at least nakikita na natin yung damage ni Bank na nagbe-build up, even though kasi usually nga when you're building Black Cleaver, umuunti yung damage mo compared to normal. Pero ito, nakikita na natin yung damage niya na nagra-ramp up na slowly kasi nandun na siya sa crit options niya when it comes to the items. So, the problem here is paano nila sasagutin si Ratel? Kasi every time na pumapasok si Ratel, isang counter-strike lang sila. Remember, they don't have a lot of AP damage, si Archie lang. So, pag pumasok siya nag-counter-strike, wala agad damage kay Ratel.
True. And they have to be careful right now, especially with Guardian Angel available for Ratel. Kung kanina hindi siya natatakot na pumasok, how much more ngayon? Remember that Guardian Angel is one of the most expensive items that we do have in the game after the recent changes. It is actually relegated to be the last item choice for our carries. Though going in, tries to find itong si Jess, pero Jess was able to just run away scot-free. But this Baron is basically the point of contention for both these teams.
Oh, opportunity. What the Jess goes in with the Hero's Entrance. Nakita na naman natin, tumama agad yung Hextech Ultimate. Look at the backside.
Wow!
Pinatay niya agad
Noel!
itong si Ari. Grabe naman yon. A 4v5 already for their side. What the Jess is gonna fall. But it's okay. Kasi look at Bank. He's taking down a lot of members. Pero ito si Ratel nandito na sa backside. Hinahabol si Archie. Napatay na nila si Bank. So ito na yung chance ng RY. Look at Ratel. He's so crazy with the damage against both of these bruisers. Papatay nila to with that. Golden Feet is gonna fall down. Do is gonna be here. At least this is gonna be an ace for the side of RY, and that's gonna be it. This might be the game, everybody, kasi pwede tapusin na to ng RY. Great play, and that Jax is crazy from Ratel.
That's true! And this is the thing that we expected from RY, finally giving a carry Baron Laner para kay Ratel. That's actually one thing na sobrang laking para sa side ng RY, because if they want to basically make sure that they qualify for the playoffs, they needed that win so bad. Because ending up with a 0-2 hole against BRU, chances are you will be disqualified agad for the playoffs. Remember, this is just like a 5-day tournament. So every game, every match really counts.
Very important lahat ng game. Talaga nakita naman natin during the whole time nung game na yun, especially si Ratel playing on the backside against Noel, pero dahil nga the scaling of a Renekton and Jax, very different. Nakita natin how Ratel just turned things around. And sinabi mo nga pala actually kanina, Autolose, na parang binaliktad lang kanina. BRU, binigyan nila ng time yung RY para mag-scale up. Kaya nung late game, RY just won hold the fights.
That's true. Ratel, we're back to the RY na minahal ng karamihan ng fans. Okay? And Luna being on the more supportive route on that Senna. Pero binaliktad ng RY. Kung kanina, BRU was actually on the back foot and was able to come back. It actually was the reverse trap card coming from RY. Looking at the graph, the only time that they got the lead was at the end point of the game, where they secured the towers and the Nexus. That is as well. Oh my God, what a game from RY and BRU, and what resilience from both these teams.
Yeah, feel ko very bannable talaga yung mga ganito, especially with those champions that they have for the side of RY. If ever bigyan mo talaga si Ratel ng Jax, the longer the game goes. I mean, most of the time sinasabi nga naman natin na si Renekton and also si Jax, very easy counters nga naman siya. Pero until pag umabot ng late game, walang counter sa isang Jax.
True.
Counter-strike meron. Siguro.
Counter-Strike. Ina lang din talaga iniintay ng RY dito, for Ratel to really get those 3-item power spike. Ang buong akala ko, he will go for that Frozen Heart build din. Pero against the Renekton kasi, hindi mo naman siya kailangan talaga. You go for the Blade of the Ruin King build plus the Wit's End, and that basically sums it up. Another clutch moment coming from RY was the steal coming from Doi, diba? If that steal did not happen, then basically we're looking at a 2-0 at the midst of BRU. In this Elder Dragon fight, napakatagal. Luna was actually very safe. Sniping area yung meron dito si Luna, and he was at this point I was actually shouting on top of my lungs because Golden Feet
right?
was able to get that 2-man knock-up pero yeah, it wasn't enough to basically kill 2 members of RY.
If ever na burst niya yun, could have been a great play from Golden Feet. Pero yun nga yun talaga nag-turn things around the game na yun. Yung Baron buff dito na na-steal agad ng side ng RY. Kasi at this point, look at this. Yung game na to, BRU was winning the fight. Pero dahil nag-survive si Ratel during that whole shenanigans, nanalo sila sa fight na to. Kasi si Ratel was just there, staying in front of everybody. Pinapatay niya lang halos lahat. And that's why it was an easy win at that point of the game.
During that last team fight din, gusto ko rin i-comment si Noel. Kasi pagkatapos niyang mapitas dito si Zero, nag-shift siya ng focus onto kay Do. And we did say that Renekton does actually fall off in the late game. But if you can find those angles, proper angles against the carries na meron ang kabilang team, which Noel actually just finds time and time again, then basically you have a Crocodile that is still very fearsome. So Dash, it wasn't enough though. It wasn't enough. Let's face it, nadudun pa rin talaga yung pressure na dala ng isang Ratel. And I hope in game number 3, RY would learn from this, that giving over a carry Baron laner over to Ratel, like the Riven, like the Jax, it actually give them a better chance against BRU.
Yeah, I hope lang talaga na mangyari yun for the next games natin dito for the side ng RY. Kasi nga, parang yun na yung pwede nila gamitin parang sagot lagi dito for the side of RY. Give Ratel whatever they need here, especially yung mga carry na top laners lalo na. Pero before we go into Game 3, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a short break. We'll see you guys in just a bit. And welcome back everyone. Nandito na ulit tayo sa Wild Circuit Asia Invitational and balik tayo sa game natin. It's KT versus BRU and nakita na natin it's a 1-1. So balik tayo sa simula Autolose. Parang 0-0 ulit tayo kasi isang game na lang. Kung sino man manalo dito, sila yung may advantage compared sa other team.
Isang BO1 na lang no? Dash.
Hi, no.
But then again, that's gonna hurt. If you are a BRU fan, that amount of lead that you were able to garner, tapos na wala nang parang bula. But they have to have that mental reset available for them kasi kung magpapadala sila sa emosyon, jeez. Oh my God, this is actually a very good ban. I love this for BRU. So now, ang magiging option dito ng RY for a carry Baron laner is to go for possibly Riven. Yeah, Camille Riven, magkano?
May malaking chance dito na kunin ulit ni RY yung Camille para at least kunin ni BRU yung Camille para i-bait out nila yung Riven for the side of RY, which is very smart then if ever gagawin nila yun. But if ever they're gonna ban something else, BRU just ban a lot of those carry junglers, lalo na yung Morgana on the first rotation, and hindi natin nakikita pa yung Morgana nga na lumalabas sa junglers natin for both of our teams.
Yeah, Morgana and the Shyvana, normally yun yung dalawang nakikita talaga natin. Camille being banned away here means that there's a lot of options for both sides. Karma still left for the taking, pero nakita natin that games 1 and 2, kung sino yung may Karma na talagang minalas at kinarma at naging natalo pagdating ng late game, no? Dash. But we will see. Right, what will be the last ban here for the side of RY?
Okay.
Last may nag-pray na. Dash,
may
nag-pray na.
Oo nga Ang gusto,
may nagdadasal na si Archie.
Gusto manalo kung sino man yung nag-pray na yun. No?
Si Kuya Archie yan. Si Kuya Archie.
Si Archie pala Gusto niya manalo.
Katabi niya si Kuya Punk. Ayan. Tapos itong nakasalamin na medyo yung alpaca panot. Si Golden Feet yan.
Kaya si Golden Feet, kinuha din yung Fiora.
Ay pala no? May isa pa palang option
Oo. Yun yung pala yung option na pwede pa nila gawin. Pero ito nga, with Ratel, if ever na ibibigay naman nila tong Renekton kay Ratel, I think it's also okay for the side of RY.
Yan talaga yung pinaka-staple pick ni Ratel. Kung hindi magiging available yung mga carry champions niya, dadalhin niya sa pambubuli sa top lane, sa lane. So basically, that's Ratel in a nutshell. But still, this is a better champion compared to the Wukong na binigay sa kanya ng game number 1. Wukong is not as felt now than Icons Global for a good reason, that is.
Even though na pwede na siya mag-pass through walls with skill 2, hindi pa rin sapat talaga para maging effective siya on this meta right now in the game. Pero itong RY, they doubled down and went back with the Gragas. Pero at least if ever nagagawin naman nila, I hope na maging support to compared to the mid lane na ginawa nila a while ago.
Shero is not like, I don't know, I have to call it as it is, Dash, but zero on this mid lane for RY. It's very disappointing, to be honest. Kasi yung second game, the Ari was not felt. First game, Gragas was not felt. So if he basically needs to step it up this game because his opponent Archini has been basically outperforming him in this series.
He's playing so well. To be honest talaga, si Archini nakakatakot. Even with the Karma kanina, nakita natin yung damage dealt nung Karma niya, ang taas pa rin. Which is why it's scary right now for BRU. Kaya talagang sinesecure nila yung mga champions na kailangan nila dito. But with Ziggs and Rakan in the bot lane, Bank and What the Jess on a playmaker right here, I'm excited kung anong gagawin nila dito.
True. Jess's best champions are Rakan and Thresh. So, hindi man meta yung Thresh ngayon. Rakan being available for Jess, asahan mo na level 1 to 4. Makikita mo yan nasa mid lane talagang tinutulungan niya rito si Archini. We'll have to wait and see what the play style or what the complete pick and ban will be for the side of BRU. Are they, very ballsy enough for them to play Rakan in the mid lane for Archie. It's only Archie na nakikita natin yung meta na yun and some Indonesian teams. Pero that could still be an option. I'm just saying.
If ever they want to make it work, no? Na si Archie gawin din nilang ganun. Kasi Archie has been performing well naman eh. If ever na may ganun sila na, if Archie is performing well, let's do this. Let's put the Rakan in the mid lane. Pwede rin naman. Para at least what the just could play a different champion. At least if ever na magka-karma sila ulit. Na I hope hindi kasi karma has not been good for the teams na may hawak nito.
True. Garen being banned away is actually in anticipation that Archie would go back to Garen duties, which is actually good enough. Kasi kung titingnan mo rito, if it's going to be Zero that will play the Gragas, going for a mid lane versus mid lane, melee mid lane versus melee mid lane is always going to be good enough to stall out the lane, basically. What we're saying. Pero Sinch has been banned away here as well as 2 junglers. 3 junglers even, kasi yung Camille laban na rin. Zero going for that Zed.
Zero for going for a assassin. I'm not sure if this is the way to go for Zero right now, pero if ever this is a comfort pick na gusto nila gamitin, yun na nga yung sagot, the usual Diana from Archie just to play it safe in the mid lane para hindi mag-snowball yung Zed. Would be a good pick up to combo dun sa Rakan.
True. And has always been okay, kasi normally ang ginawa rin talaga dito ng ROI is to ban out the Garen in anticipation of their pickup ng Zed. So yun yung play nila dito. We're not going to give you one of the counter picks. Pero Diana, as you said, is actually one of the better choices kasi meron pa rin naman siyang survivability. Now, it does look like that magkakaroon tayo ng 3 games in a row for Golden Feet on this Riven. Jess will be put on Diana duty. Meanwhile, Noel on the top lane, kailangan niyang tiisin yung early game pressure na dala ng isang Necton.
Okay, interesting. So, with this naman onto the other side, talagang poke lang sila on both of our teams, which is pretty nice. So, if ever yung Gragas yung set yung gagawin nila support in the bot lane, would be good. They have a lot of AD damage. I hope na hindi mag-fall off to in a way na ang mangyayari is that the later the game goes, mas marami ng armor yung side ng BRU. Wala naman magsa-stack ng armor, pero we all know how that works in the late game na puro AD kayo sa composition.
True. This is very, I would say, one-dimensional for both teams kasi marami ring AP damage for the side of BRU pero buti na lang meron silang Riven that would actually go on the Baron lane. So, hindi siya 3 times in a row. Mas confident sila in running the Riven versus Renekton rather than going for the Fiora versus Renekton for good reasons din naman. Especially with the caliber of Ratel on this champion. He's going to be very scary. Now, Gragas in the jungle has been, I would say, very well documented as last choice sa mga junglers.
Yeah. Kasi hindi naman natin usually nakikita talaga yung Gragas into the jungle kasi this is not, compared to the other champions na meron tayo, hindi ganun kalakas yung wave clear compared to the other champions na meron tayo in the game kasi there's a lot of AoE damage with the barrels. Pero I hope lang na magawa nila ng play to for the first objective. Yun lang naman tinitignan natin whenever there's a Gragas. At least there's a way to steal, there's a way to go into the fights, there's a lot of CC.
True. When it comes to crowd control, actually, even lang din naman sila. Pero the usage of repost will actually be very vital. Remember, one very good repost which can actually turn around the fight. Kasi pwede mong ma-stunlock na kagad yung isang target mo. But the Grand Challenge being there, one of the most underrated aspect ng Grand Challenge is the amount of healing that basically that zone gives to your team. So, we will really find out if in this do or die, kung sino ba yung mananalo.
And andito na nga tayo sa Game 3 ng BRU versus RY. If you're just tuning in, everybody, nakapag 1-1 na tayo for both of our teams. So ito na yung last stand for them, the last game para malaman natin kung sino ang lalamang sa kanila pareho.
True. Varus! Varus said, one of the... Yeah. I mean, yung Varus medyo nawala na rin kasi siya ng
been a
amor
while.
recently. Just because of the changes that they have made on this champion. Most likely is going to be a hybrid champion. Hybrid type build in where we would see Trinity Force.
Huh?
If I'm not mistaken, kasi Luna is actually one of the nag-debut niyan eh.
What? Broken wings to the kill with the ignite. Enough
Oy!
ba yun para makuha nila yung
Inapos!
kill? Oh no, nag-flash! Hindi sapat! And that's why Ratel takes the first blood to top side.
So bad. Like, a very good plan coming from Jess in trying to cheese out the advantage para dito kay Noel. Noel flashing in, but just a couple of T-moves away from securing that kill against kay Ratel. Ratel was able to flash away and was able to net that advantage. Very, very troublesome for the side of BRU.
Unfortunate yung nakuha doon ng BRU just because of that kill. Pero nakikita naman natin yung rotation agad nila sa top side. I think Noel is very well aware, pero ito may Ruthless Predator agad sila. Wala siyang flash, wala siyang barriers.
my
So that's
God.
gonna be another kill for Ratel.
And Ratel. Okay, so this is the carry jungler that we have, that we are accustomed in seeing for RY. Now, RY just knows that they can control the top side of the map. And so they send two members to invade the blue, steal the blue for the side of RY.
Nako.
Look at this.
Oh
Look at,
no!
Oh my God, they're camping. Itong si Noel.
Oh no, ito na nga si Ratel. Gusto lang talaga nila makapag-snowball si Ratel dito sa top side ng mapa natin.
Yep.
With a 1.4k gold lead, si Noel on a level 2. Very unfortunate kasi pwede nga talaga gawin to ni Ratel kasi walang magagawa si Noel sa kanya eh.
A good way of denying minions sa larong Wild Rift. Level 5 sa level 2 dash. Look at this bullying coming from RY.
Oh my, grabe naman Otto. Kasi right now with Ratel, level 5, 2-8. Pag back niya later on, meron na siyang Black Cleaver. At least if ever na magaganito siya, later on pwede siya magkaroon ng Ruin King. Pero itong bot lane, the damage from Bank, hindi pa rin sapat para makuha nila yung kill dito sa bot lane. Pero again, top side, that is basically a win already for Ratel. Kasi if ever nalalapit dito si Noel, ano siya magagawa?
True. This is so bad. Side of BRU. One of your win conditions in the top lane. They basically have to send Golden Feet to be on bodyguard duty kasi alam nila na nandito si Do. If there's one thing Do is very good at, that is to really supplement itong si Ratel, especially when Ratel is winning. Kita mo yung ginagawa dito ni Do. Talagang binahayan niya na rate si Ratel. Ratel with the first item, Blade of the Ruin King.
Yan na nga.
Almost 1.5k ahead of his opposition. Noel had no choice but to go for the plated steel caps. Actually, ginagawa ko rin ito sa Baron Lane eh. Kapag natatalo na ako, go for the armor items para hindi na talaga ako mamatay. And hope for my teammates to carry my ass. Pero kasi wala talaga eh. Mahirap na talaga to eh.
It's better to survive, no? Tapos wait for that one clash para at least ma-turn around nyo. Kaya okay na rin to ginagawa ni Noel na waited for the plated steel caps kasi si Ratel, as aggressive as he is dito sa top side, half HP na siya agad, yes. Pero at least pinupush niya yung lane sa side ni Noel. Pinapang high ignite. If hindi siya magbaback, I believe napapatayin sila dito sa top side. Pero I think they're going for this first
3v3?
sa top side. Pero nandito, pwede tayo lumaban 3v3 with the lane and how they're working out. RY still has an advantage if ever lalaban yung BRU dito.
Yeah. Yung ignite na yun is actually more of a denial sa healing na binibigay ng Honeyfoot. So, another usage ng ignite.
Okay, mid lane. Golden Feet! Oh no! Boom! And that's gonna be the kill, and this is gonna be it. What they just traded out for 3 kills. RY is just dominating this early game.
And the Korean fans are ecstatic with what's happening right now. Mukhang magkaroon tayo ng 2-0. For the side of Korea versus Southeast Asia kasi sa ngayon, this lead that RY is slowly building up is actually not slowly building up. It's actually so fast in building up. Almost 1k gold per minute ng gold lead na nakukuha nila 6-0, almost 5k gold lead nagsimula sa top side ng mapa.
No way. Tapos nabasag pa yung tower on the top side. No? So that, kumbaga salt on the wound talaga yan, Autolose, kasi pag nabasag yung top side, mahihirapan na mag-move forward itong si Noel, lalo na pag nandun yung presence ni Ratel. And looking at how the members of RY are controlling the top side of the map, Sobrang nakakatakot mag-farm.
And now, dahil top lane na yung naon nila, they will have easier access dito sa Rift Herald which they can use to summon in the mid lane. The good thing for BRU that they have Ziggs. If there's that one champion that can really stall out the game until infinite, diba? That's going to be the Ziggs. But we'll see. Stalling out the game against a Rift Herald push in the mid lane is actually harder.
Okay, because ginamit kay Living Shadow dito sa bottom side of the map. The Moonfall was able to hit and Zero is dead as you said. Pero ito, pwede ba sila kumuha ng kill dito if ever they want to? Pero they might just take the Drake. Oh,
wow,
Showstopper! And that's gonna be it for sure. And a kill for their side, a 1-for-1, and a Mountain Drake for the taking if ever they want to.
True. RY at least showed some signs of life in getting the assassination against Zero, pero binawi kagad Archie going down. Again, for the bomb, one of the things na talaga magpapatagal ng laban is basically the Ziggs. Noel has no chance against Ratel at this point. Blade of the Ruin King, maya-maya pakompleto na rin yung Black Cleaver dito ni Kuya Ratel mo. Ito talaga yung nakakatakot eh. Remember that ang magkakagrupo para sa bracket B is BRU, RY, RQ. And kung magtutuloy-tuloy yung ganitong init kasi ni Kuya Ratel, kakayanin ba ni Hyde ng RRQ itong si Kuya Ratel no? The top 8. Makikita natin yan bukas.
Excited ako sa laban nila tomorrow. Pero ito, sa nakikita natin si Ratel on a rampage, 301 with 7k gold. Sa kanya naka-invest halos lahat ng gold dito ng BRU ng RY, which is okay too kasi alam naman natin gano'n siya kalakas sa early game. Just make sure na yung early game na to hawak-hawak siya ni Ratel. On a 2v1, look at this quickness. Pwede nila i-shutdown with the Moonfall. He's backing away with the dominance. Nakapag-flash pa siya. He lived for that long. Pero are they gonna be able to trade with anything else? Wala. Well, at least si Zero gusto kumuha ng trade dito against him on a 1v1. May win/Jinro pa. Are they gonna have the Living Shadow in a bit? Nakapag-cooldown na siya and that's gonna be it. The flash has been forced. That's gonna be RY losing Ratel on a shutdown goal.
Yeah, at least against signs of life for the side of BRU, but it's not Noel that's getting the lead or that's getting that gold back. It's actually Archie again showing, the chops. Siya yung talagang pinaka-consistent na member dito ng BRU at least in the series. Pero I don't think it will be enough though. It's very hard to climb from this very big deficit. Although, yun nga, sinabi nga natin that when you have a 6, oh my god, though.
Him to the showstop, grabe. That movements from Nomel was enough para makuha nila yung kill kay Bang. Yes, Ziggs is stalling, pero if Nomel plays that way, hindi pa rin sapat. Pero so what the Jess nandito na nga with the grand entrance, Revenge of the Fallen. Make that a 1-for-1 sa mid lane.
I think this is one of the big differences na nakikita ko sa mga support set na meron ng Korea. They are very much willing to go for the Chinese build, which is the Proto build, for that combo on the set. Rather than yung kanina na nakita natin for BRU, which is basically the Gargoyle Enchant for the set. Ako slightly favored ako dito sa Playmaker. Unang-una flashy na eh. Pangalawa, kapag na-convert mo, ang angas patignan.
True. Nakita naman natin kanina, yung ginawa ni Nomel, sobrang grabe. Ang bilis ng ginawa niya
TikTok
kanina.
moments, that's true.
Kaya nakakatakot dito is that how are they gonna play around itong susunod na objective natin, which is the referral? Kasi remember, parang putol sila na isang paa kasi si Noel is not even close to that point na magkakaroon siya ng impact sa fights. Mamaya pa, siguro at the second item mark, tsaka natin siya makikitang lumabas at lumaban. Pero feel ko, RY is just gonna take this for free again.
True. So, ang pinaka pwedeng gawin talaga dito ng BRU is the same way that Team Flash basically yesterday went for trades. Kung mapupunta sa isang side ng mapa itong RY, BRU needs to go on the other side of the map as well. Pero interesting build para sa kanya, Banshees
Yeah. Looking for the Banshees nga, no? So,
Banshees
talagang ayaw niyang ma-push back if ever na may magta-try mag-steal sa side nila. Talagang gusto lang nila i-secure mga objectives dito. Pero BRU, positioning themselves for this Drake. Pero I don't know if that's the right timing kasi pwedeng nila kudin yung mid lane turret.
We have a full item ahead for the side of Ratel. With this 3k gold lead, 100% sure isang item na talaga yung difference ng dalawang Baron laners na meron tayo. And looking at Ratel right now, teleport has been invested para sa kanya. So he doesn't really care about not having that combat enchant. But, just wants to make sure that he can split the map while being there for the team at the most crucial moments. So, yeah, very interesting pa rin. It's not very common that we would see, a Renekton go for a teleport enchant.
Yeah.
Kanina si Noel di ba? Stasis enchant.
True.
Ito, teleport naman. I guess it's more of, the playstyle in where Koreans really just value teleport as much. Or more than we do.
Tsaka maganda kasi dito, Autolose, kasi sa ginagawa ng RY, dinidivide nila talaga yung mapa. Hiniiwan nila si Zero tsaka si Ratel sa side lanes para at least if ever na kailangan na ng tulong for the objectives, tsaka na lang sila magte-teleport. Kasi right now naman, Zero and Ratel on a 1v1 against the Diana or even with Noel, kayang-kaya nila i-1v1 yun eh. So with the investment dito sa teleport, at least pwede sila mag-react for the Ocean Drake habang nagiging distraction against Noel sa top side.
Rift Herald has been summoned in the mid lane. And normally as a Ziggs team, or as a team na may Ziggs, ayaw mo nababasag itong first tier mid tower mo. Wala silang choice eh. Dalawang Shelly yung in-invest dyan eh.
Tama.
Diba? So yeah, they had no choice but to surrender the mid tower to the side of RY. But the dragon will be up in 7 seconds. Right now, Ratel still keeps on pushing on the top lane. Remember, he has teleport. So kung magkaroon man tayo ng 4v4, it will definitely be a 5v4.
Oh, ito na naman yung nakita naman natin play against their side. And that's gonna be one down. Cold Feet is out for works. He is now on Neverland. And si Noel, gusto pong patayin ni Ratel. For sure, Ocean Drake is gonna be for free. Pero ito, nakita natin si Archery pumasok dito sa likod grand entrance. Nakapag-flash away. And that's what that just gonna fall down. And they are gonna follow up with more bank. With the damage. Whoa, the triple kill from the gives them the Ocean Drake for free.
A 2-for-1 special for Do. That barrel roll, di ba? Talagang corner to corner yung nangyari. Kaya dalawa yung sumabag doon in just one skill. But we have to call it as it is. RY is just running away with things. Almost 12k ahead of the opposition in BRU. Again, Noel could not do a thing against Ratel. The playmaking of Nomel on this set champion has been so superb. Actually, Koreans in general has been so good in making plays as a set. Ang linis eh, di ba? That's what we call clean pog, mga ganun.
Very pog
solo kill ba yung nangyari sa top lane kay Kuya Ratel? Parang hindi naman yata nagkaroon ng solo kill sa top lane. Yeah. All we know is what happened there was a clash. And then Luna tried to snipe away. Nahanap niya pa rin si Bang. Pero kita mo yung barrel. Bang! Dalawa yung sumako.
In the middle talaga. No?
True.
Ang ganda. Ang ganda ng pag-placement nito din sa barrel niya. Pero, grabe talaga. RY right now, I hope na pinakita nila to kanina. No? As in yung first 2 games pa lang, yung ganitong ka-clean na gameplay. Feel ko right now, dahil nga nag-game 3 tayo, they know. Nabasa na nila yung BRU. And that's why right now, they know how to answer yung mga problems na ini-impose ng BRU against them.
Yeah, true. Medyo mahirap na to kasi alam mo, if we are keeping tabs sa score talaga ng Koreans versus Southeast Asian teams, this is a 0-2 hole that we're facing already for Southeast Asia supremacy. Not the thing that we expected, pero syempre, the one true hope of Southeast Asia, hindi pa kumakalaban ng Korean team, mamaya pa lang, LSB versus RRQ. Ayun talaga. 100% sure na ako, Kuya Dash. Atin na yun.
I believe it. Atin yun. Pero ito nakikita natin for RY. No? Ano yung sa tingin mo pwede pa nila gawin dito for BRU? Kasi remember, that's 13k gold lead at 14 minutes in the game. So that's very big. Pero panlaban dito sa bot lane, sa top lane, nakikita natin si Archie surviving for a bit because of the crystalline reflector. Pero the explosive cast was ready. Si Do, tinake down itong si Archie.
Alam mo, yung Gragas, mas bagay kay Do kaysa kay Zero eh. Kasi
totoo nga eh.
Zero kanina, nung nag-Gragas, parang hindi mo naramdaman talaga eh. Look at Ratel right now, even with the Hullbreaker, calling the attention of 2 people. Nomel is here once again, trying to make a play.
Oh, showstopper, pabalik na naman. Itong si Golden Feet, meron pa silang pari together with that chain of corruption dito sa likod. Pinatay nila si Ratel. And si Nomel naman, yung kanilang susunod na ihahabol dito. Pero nandito na si Do for the fight. And that's gonna be another flash proto belt from the man himself. Nomel making plays around the map and gave them 3 kills on the board.
16-4, Dash. The Dragon is open for the taking for the squad of RY. And they're marching down the Baron path. Sa ngayon kasi kahit anong play pa nila, tinatanong mo kung anong kailangan gawin dito ng RY to secure the game. Basically, that is to just continue playing Wild Rift. Kasi sa ngayon, this is very hard to throw. To be precise, or to be honest with you, mas mai-impress ako kung ito throw nila to. Kung matathrow nila yung ganito kalaking kalamangan. Because it's very close and insurmountable right now. This lead that they have is actually so big that BRU's chances is so very close to Darker, very close to 0. As we look into the replay here, they tried to go and all in kay Ratel. They succeeded. Was able to get 1 kill, pero nandito na kagad si Do with that flash. And again, yung paggamit niya ng barrel and ng explosive cast talagang solid talaga.
Grabe yung yung connection dito ni Nomel pati ni Do. Talaga, kahit nga si Nomel lang mag-isa si Nomel mag-isa, whenever he makes a play, sure lagi na yung showstopper niya pabalik sa team niya.
True,
and
no?
that's why, kaya lagi siya nakakakuha ng mga pick-offs for the team. Right now, looking at the side of BRU, talaga mainit yung mata nila kay Kuya Ratel kasi kanina hindi nakapaglaro si Noel dahil sa kanya.
Yeah, and emotes na lang. Sabi Kuya Ratel dito, akala nyo may isaan nyo ako Hindi naman niya spotted sa ward. Naramdaman niya lang no? The sixth sense is there. Always. Archany, tatanggap siya ng death mark dito. Golden Feet!
Golden Feet!
Burado
no, buti na lang meron pang repose. Ang lakas ng damage nila. Pero si What just the middle of everything, si Archany na-cancel yung ult. That's why at least yung both of our mid laners, when nila shut down, gonna be good for BRU in the long run. Pero would that be enough? Parang hindi pa rin kasi hindi pa rin sila tapos dito sa labanan natin. Meron tayo with the chain of corruption right there. And now, 2 people are down. A lot of their towers are falling down. Inhibitor turret is at stake. Pwede nila tapusin yung game if they want to. They want to move forward. Look at the top side. Ratel is just going in against Noel. Noel is gonna fall right here, right now, 600 HP. And RY is gonna be taking this series against BRU.
That's a 2-0 for Korea against Southeast Asia. The evolution of Korean teams pagdating sa Wild Rift actually now being finally realized here, Dash. Sinabi nga natin, that's basically the storyline here. Maraming mga nagtatanong bakit ang daming teams from Korea. Kung ganitong performance rin naman yung ipapakita nila, diba? Sa mga ganitong tournament, pwede na nating sabihin na very much deserved yung mga spot nila because right now, RY is showing that they have the better of things against BRU.
What's scary about this, Autolose, is that ang scary na ang bilis lumakas ng Korea sa meta. Yun yung nakakatakot kasi we all know during the last time, during Icons, mas malakas ang SEA compared to them. Pero right now, 2-0, sabi mo nga, parang nakikita na natin yung talagang pag-evolve ng Korean Wild Rift.
That's at the backs of the bullying na ginawa ni Ratel on the top side, pero you have to call it as it is. Like, the over-eager flash in by Ratel basically through the game on the top side. Tapos the solo bolo followed by the camping ni Do on the top side as well. Hindi na talaga pinaglaro ng Wild Rift dito si Kuya Noel. It's not often that we see that, especially against the caliber of Noel's prowess in the Baron lane. Pagdating kasi sa gulangan, ang magulang tong si Kuya Noel no, sa Baron lane. Pero once you give up, that huge amount of lead, especially against Ratel's Renekton, mahihirapan ka talaga.
Nakita na natin, tingnan mo, walang damage si Noel, hindi siya nakasama sa fights, hindi siya nakasama sa lahat ng bandas. Talagang, totoo, hindi siya nakapaglaro ng Wild Rift. Pero ito, nakita natin, what's hard about this is that BURIRAM United, wala na yung first game. Ito 2-0 na lang nila during game 2 kasi kaya-kaya na nila sana gawin. Pero hindi nila nagawa yun and that's why right now, a lot of investments are needed kasi nakita natin sa Korean teams, they are super strong which is pretty scary for us sa SEA.
This is a scary path to take pero it's a welcome path to take. We always want, Korean supremacy and eto nga, bumabalik na sila.
Nakikita na naman natin dito sa mga nakikita natin yung next match natin, everybody. Ito yung sinasabi ni Autolose kanina, yung RRQ versus LSB. Alam niyo naman siguro kung ano na yung mga boto namin dito sa kung ano dito sa laban natin for the next one kasi alam na natin yan.
We'll just head on to a short break. Sa pagbabalik namin, RRQ na. So tawagin niyo na ang tropa. We'll be right back.
At magandang hapon uli sa ating mga kababayan. Nandito tayo uli sa Wild Circuit Asia Invitational 2022. Nandito na tayo sa match 2 ng ating games for today, RRQ versus LSP. At kami nga pala ulit ang magiging shoutcasters nyo for today. Ako nga pala si Dash at kasama ko dito si Autolose.
Game of the day, mga kaibigan, tawagin na yung ating mga Filipino countrymen. Because this is going to be RRQ laban sa LSB. Again, when we face, or when Southeast Asia faces Korean teams, so far talagang napupunta sa Korea yung mga kalamangan 2-0 na nga when it comes to the series count. Looking at the lineup here for RRQ, we have Hyde, Shaz, Helios, Viper, and ExoSen. 3 of the 5 members na nakita natin during the Icons Global.
Oo, sa mga nakita natin dito sa members natin, ito, walang picture si Hyde at si Viper, unlockable character pa rin sila. Pero ayun, yung mga teammates natin dati from RRQ, nandyan pa rin naman sila, pero nakita na natin yung LSB, a lot of unlockable characters rin kasi pinag-usapan din namin to nila Autolose before. A lot of them are rookies. Kaya right now, it's the first time na makikita natin sila dito.
That's true. LIIV SANDBOX basically with EYR, Zikas and Tasa joining the team of Kiri and Eugene. Kahapon nakita natin that they were able to get one game against RY, which is actually very good for them. But still, they end up losing. Ito yung kabarakit nga ng RRQ. And so, what happens now is if RRQ secures a 2-0 win against LSB, chances are we will see RRQ during the knockout stages. That will happen on Thursday.
Yeah, pero confident tayo. There's a lot of confidence bringing, especially sa mga Filipinos, na RRQ could win this on a 2-0 dito sa games natin dito. Pero nakita nga natin, as Autolose said, nanalo ng isang game yesterday ang LSB, which is why hindi rin natin sila pwedeng i-discount na baka makakuha sila ng isang game against RRQ. Kasi I'm confident na RRQ mananalo dito.
Yes. And looking at yung base ng RRQ, ito ba si Marky naka-shades taas may vlog? All swag all over para sa ng RRQ. Looking at the bans, we have Shyvana and Morgana being targeted against kay Chaz, pero papakulan ba nila yung Kazakhs ni Chaz? It's one of the champions kung saan talagang nakita na kahit hindi meta ang Kazakhs, Chaz will make things happen on that champion. Karma being banned away means na ang mapupunta kay ExoSen will most likely be, the playmaking champions like tulad ng Set na kanina napanood natin at the hands of RY. Sena being banned away, ang daming combos na natanggal dito para sa magkabilang side.
Natuwa ko si Helios naka-shades din since sa base ng RRQ. Kaya confident siguro sila. They're actually confident dito sa games natin for today. Pero to first pick Lucian, very good first pick most of the time kasi nga sa nakikita natin, pwedeng na i-flex wherever they want to.
Di pala si Marky nasa gitna, pero si Marky na dito sa Gedli, nasa kaliwa siya. Alright, Gragas being picked up here. Ito yung favorite ni ExoSen Kung mawala man yung mga enchanters na yan, he goes for the playmaker. And Gragas is basically a natural para kay ExoSen, especially having transitioned from the mid lane onto the Baron lane. Now, this Jace is still a flexible pick. Pwede siyang mapunta kay Chaz. In where I remember one of the Chase na na-pick up sa jungle. Early pa lang naramdaman na. So, Chaz could actually be that person na ma-replicate yung ganong performance.
Yeah, if ever man na hindi siya mapupunta if all goes down well, mapupunta rin naman to kay Hyde at pwede pa pumix si Chaz ng anything that he wants kasi with how it's looking like sa side ng LSB, a lot of these champions are very squishy. Pero with the presence of a Shen, that just pushes you away from picking a Kazakhs, to be honest.
Yeah. Mahirap din kasi talaga yung counter engage option na available para sa isang Shen. And now with the Nami being picked up, it's most likely guaranteed that we will have a Nami Lucian in the bot lane. And so the response here will be to pick up the Ziggs. I believe that Ziggs will go over to the hands of Viper in the bot lane, which is actually very surprising kasi when we scouted out the whole squad of RRQ, one of the reasons why we think Viper is a better fit is because Viper is more flexible when it comes to the other champions like the Zaya, like the Hyper Carries, right? Pero with Ziggs being picked up here, mukhang gusto pa rin talaga ng AP bot lane ng RRQ.
If ever kasi, they have a lot of wave clear already with this composition. So imagine the Jace. Yung tatlo pa lang, na nakikita natin yung tatlo na yan, ang lakas na ng wave clear nila, which would at least push their boundaries better, or at least pwedeng pumik yung ibang characters or people nila dito sa side ng RRQ ng non-wave clear champions. For example, Helios. Pwede nila papikin ng assassin na dito si Helios na without thinking about this for.
True. The last set of bans here, Kazakh still being respected here.
Ooh.
I believe tama pa rin eh. Kailangan mo pa rin respetuhin yung Kazakhs dito ni Chaz. But remember that they still have the option here to go for a Kazakhs. Ooh, wait lang ah. This changes up almost everything for the side of RRQ. Because if they go for this set, we could see a set Ziggs in the bot lane and a Chaz on Gragas duty. Nakita rin natin kanina, di ba? On RY.
Kasi, if ever nagagawin nga nila yun, na ganito yung gagawin nila, they have a lot of damage, they have a lot of potential for set. The Gragas in the set, pwede sila mag-set ng madami. Marami silang options for utilities eh. Pero dahil dito, LSB answered back with the Singe, which is also good. Dahil, if the dashes are gonna work, it might be hard for RRQ.
Singe with just that one big skill of grounding their opponents is actually a very good pickup here. Also, not to mention na pagka Singe yung pinik mo, pwede mo rin siya ilagay sa mid lane. With Shen being picked up here, this is most likely going to be the Shen in the top lane, Singe in the mid lane, and wala silang ibang damage threat for the side of LSB. Aside from Lucian, this is all eggs in one basket for the side of LSB. Nakita natin to kanina with a Draven pickup for RY, and it wasn't as effective as they hoped it would be. I'm thinking it would be the same. Hindi lang sa bias tayo sa RRQ, pero oh my god, going for that Olaf, ang dami nilang jungler.
Oo nga eh. Pero sa nakikita ko si dito Autolose, ang gandang sagot nito. Kahit sabihin natin yes may J4 na usually is a counter to the Ola para mahirapan silang makapag-move forward.
Yep.
Never mind. Helios pala yung hawak nga pala ng Olaf. I forgot na ginamit nga pala ito ni Helios yesterday and he performed well with this Olaf. Kaya right now against a Singe, that's better. That's better.
You can just mow down itong Singe. On this champion, remember that Singe's recent changes, binababa pa yung kanyang health total. And so Olaf would just have a field day here in the mid lane. Again, we are talking about RRQ here that basically has a lot of plays na meron sa kanilang playbook. And Helios, kung kaya niya paganahin yung Rakan in the mid lane and Olaf yesterday in the mid lane, how much more ngayon, especially against the Singe.
There's a lot of damage sa side ng RRQ na what I'm scared of for LSB is if ever na mapatay yung Lucian nila, they don't have any more damage options and that's gonna be a way bigger problem in the late game. And Lucian is not even one of the best TPS na pwede mo pa. If ever na magpuput ka ng eggs in one basket, hindi usually Lucian yun eh. Pero let's see kung paano gagawin to ng LSB.
Kukulangin sa damage to, Kuya Dash. Lista mo na. Sabi ko sa'yo, lista mo na, 1-0. I think even yung mga Korean casters sa kabilang side, mapapatanong na rin sila sa sarili nila bakit ganito yung draft ng LSB eh. Pero tingnan natin, pwede magkaroon ng himala. Himala yung kailangan talaga ng LSB dito kung gusto nila magkaroon ng isang game win. Dito sa game number 1 natin for this series. Again, it's more of like a must-win para sa RRQ in just making sure that the hopes for Southeast Asian teams will still be up there. The continuous evolution of the Korean teams has been very well documented from yesterday to today. Kasi RY nanalo over Southeast Asia. KWANGDONG FREECS nanalo over Southeast Asia. LSB wants to continue that trend.
Yeah, I hope na ituloy-tuloy nga nila yan in a bit. And tignan muna natin yung teams natin for today. And ito, balik na tayo sa game natin sa RRQ versus LSB and ang dami naming thoughts ni Autolose dito sa draft talaga ng LSB na I hope na tama kami kasi magiging 1-0 yun for RRQ at least.
Tama yan, pre. Parang ang hirap eh. Nahirapan na rin talaga akong isipin kung paano da-damage itong si Eugene against the members dito ng RRQ. Ito mo naman, halos lahat pwedeng promote line eh. You have Exosen, you have Hyde, you have Helios. Meanwhile, sobrang safe dito ni Chaz and the Viper sa backline, just poking down the opponents. When we're talking about Helios here, introducing one of the champions na hindi natin kadalasan nakikita sa mid lane. But when we talk about, overall creativity pagdating sa draft, na numero 1 talaga dyan ng RRQ.
Oo. Yun talaga eh. Ito yung nakikita natin sa RRQ pa. Look at what Helios is even doing. Talagang i-delay niya pa itong si Kiri sa farm just because of that. Kung yung pag-wave clear niya pa dito sa side na to and late na nung na-realize nila na kumuha siya ng Raptors dun. So talagang, RRQ is just too good with these macros.
Yeah, ginawa niyang Karthus yung Olaf no?
Totoo.
Clear ng wave tapos kuha ng Raptors. Karthus way back pa. As in, sobrang League PC days pa yung pinag-uusapan natin dito. But that's actually a very good steal din coming from Helios. Overall tempo advantage ng Olaf. And I'm really loving this Olaf pickup. Imagine if this was a meta already during Icons Global na Olaf mid lane. Baka hindi natin nakita yung prominence ng Sinch at baka hindi siya na talaga na-nerf. Kasi isa sa mga nalungkot na na-nerf itong champion na to, ako alam mo naman yan, Kuya Dash.
Grabe. Grabe talaga dito. Kasi, ang hirap talaga nung composition nila with how things are working, especially for how RRQ is going for this. Look at this. Si Chaz talagang gusto lang nila kumuha dito. They have that, the wave clear. Oh, the timing was just right. And Hyde, just gonna back away. Meron pa siyang haymaker if ever kailangan nila. Pero si Chaz, kailangan niya mag-back away. May flash pa siya na pwedeng gamitin. Si Tyr, ginamit niya na rin. So, that's gonna be it. A lot of flashes burns for RRQ.
True, and that's a very good shadow dash coming from the Shen. Under the tower, hindi na kita ni Hyde na pwede siyang gawa ng play doon ni TYR. And then Kiri investing yung flash for that flag and drag kahit pa paano napauwi dito ang RQ pero wala naman namatay. So yun yung pinaka-importante para sa side ng RQ. No casualty means A-okay.
Okay. Yeah. I hope lang talaga na yung gawin dito ng RRQ is that hold on lang sila, especially with the advantage that they have. And Helios is just gonna be holding on to this mid lane. Compared to if ever yung Sinch katapat niya is yung mga classic na mid laner, talagang mahihirapan siya dito when it comes to the Olaf talaga. Kaya the timing here is hinihintay lang rin ng RRQ yung first objective natin. And dun natin makikita kung paano mag-work tong magic ng composition nila.
That's true. And yeah, well, dun pa lang sa unang interaction na yun, nakita na kagad natin na not enough damage no? Para sa LSB. At different combo, hindi Shen, Jarvan. Baka nagkaroon na ng first blood para sa side ng LSB. And that's always going to be the continuous trend na pag-iisipan natin dito or pag-uusapan natin dito. Nasahan ang damage ng LSB kasi sa ngayon kasi with that Lucian being the only damage threat for the side of LSB, baka hindi talaga mag-isapat.
With LSB holding on to this, nag-iisip talaga ako ng mga pwedeng intricacies ng draft nila, yung pwedeng gawin ng draft nila against sa RRQ. Kasi with this, they have a lot of tanky members. Even Kiri, na usually binibuild lang rin naman nila ng tank ang isang J4. Talagang si Eugene lang, kailangan nila si Eugene at every objective na i-contest nila kasi mawawalan talaga sila ng damage.
And there's a 3-man strong on the top side, securing some plates. They have to be mindful of the shadow dash.
Okay, hindi siya tumama. Kasi kung tumama sana yon, could have been a fling for their
Bang!
side to the showstopper. Ito na yata yung first blood na hinahanap natin with a haymaker right there. True damage just went into their faces and RRQ takes first blood.
Yeah, the 2v3 with the tower, no regards na walang pakialam dito sa RRQ. Especially with the explosive cask. And again, sinabi nga natin, if there's like a perfect champion for Exos and dito sa support, that's always going to be the Gragas. Very good usage ng explosive cask. Was able to bounce back 2 opponents onto the side of RQ. First blood plus first tower. Laki kalamangan nito, Dash, 18 seconds before the first objective, you could already see that the drafting prowess dito ng RQ is helping them in the early game. How much more in the late game?
4K gold kay Kuya Hyde. So malaki ring panalo dito for RRQ. So with this, pwede nila start yung Ref Herald na usually everybody starts with the Ref Herald at this point. And if ever LSB could take the time para i-try kunin yung Infernal Drake nila, would be good. Pero looking at RRQ, hindi talaga nila binibigyan chance na yun. Pero ito, look at that. The wave is there. Are they gonna be able to get the kill onto Hyde? Haymaker is just enough for them to survive. Chaz went in, pero wala pa. Stand United, ginamit na rin nila. 5 people are here. Pero are they gonna be able to secure this Infernal Drake? Kasi ginamit na rin ni Helios itong Ragnarok niya. We don't have enough damage already. A lot of their ultimates are burned. Pero ito, isa start na nila yung Drake. Pwede i-steal ni Kirito if ever he wants to. Pero looking at this, will he have the right timing? They have the vision. 2k HP onto RRQ. Pero hindi na nila isi-steal to. I really believe Autolose na hindi na nila isi-steal to unless, never mind. That's gonna be it.
That's one of the cringiest things to happen, no? Na mag-engage ka, mag-invest ka ng ultimates mo, tapos hindi mo rin i-contest.
True.
Ang mangyayari kasi niyan is, with all the ultimates na in-invest mo rin para sa Dragon na yun na hindi mo rin naman kinontest, that will still be some ultimates down by the time na magkaroon ng laban dito sa Rift Herald. And I do understand na yung Ragnarok ginamit kanina, pero look at the Ragnarok dito ni Helios. It's already up. They will try to gang etong si Helios sa baba, pero Ragnarok is already available.
Remember, may Gargoyle Enchant pa sila, so Ragnarok is there with the barrier pa. So pwede pa silang lumaban pa dito, pero si Eugene almost gonna fall down.
Again for the bomb.
It's still gonna be a 1-for-1 for their side, pero Rift Herald, they want to take this. Pero ito, Mega Inferno Viper with the Aerie. Hindi pa rin siya namatay, pero sapat pa yung paghabol ni Exosindon, making it a 1-for-1 sa bot lane.
That's true. And then, another objective heading over to RRQ all across the map. Nagkaroon ng kalamangan dito ang RRQ, although nag-surrender ng buhay niya doon si Helios sa may bandang ibaba. It didn't really matter because he was able to buy enough time for Viper to throw the Mega Inferno bomb, and the killing touches heading over to Exosen, 1,851. That's going to be the Shelly plus the Satchel combo.
The classic, easy tower for the mid lane. 2 towers down agad for RRQ, no? Talagang ang bilis maglaro ng RRQ pag nakakuha sila ng foothold talaga against their enemy team. And so far, pinapakita nila yon with this 3k gold lead. They have 2 towers already. Make that 4. Kasi look at this. Napo-force nila yung LSB mag-react sa ginagawa nila, and that's why nag-open up yung ibang spaces. And that's why bot lane tower down na rin.
Tatlong towers, first towers na meron dito ang LSB, wala na. Kalbo na para sa side ng RQ. This is as one-sided as we hoped it would be for the side of RQ. At least showing that Southeast Asia still has one true hope in RQ. They will be able to spot out the ward na kumukomsa dito sa may red buff. It's all about that wave clearing na meron dito sa Viper sa mid lane. While Helios, pwede siya magwala mamaya. No? This is actually interesting kasi walang... Normally, Olaf, you would pick it up kapag may Enchanter. Pero Exosen, flanking.
Okay, Exosen, nandito may explosive cast. Na-pushback niya to si Eugene. So meron pa siyang Gargoyle Enchant para mag-survive. He's gonna fall down. Pero mahabol pa sila sa likod para makill nila yung ADC. And that's gonna be it. Wala na silang damage. So this is gonna be good for RRQ. Pwede nila habulin isa-isa yung members. Pero wala silang nakill. That's what we were saying. Eugene, hinahabol lang nila siya lagi.
And Chaz tried to snipe out and sniff out yung exiting members na ng LSP. He won't be able to find one, but that's a 1-for-1. Exosen very aggressive with his place that was made available because wala na rin kasing Torre sa gitna. So, ito yung mga angulo na magiging open once you actually have the first tower being broken down already. And Stand United was actually casted to save itong si Eugene. And we were very adamant in saying that if Eugene basically dies here for the line of LSB, so are the damage of so it will be the damage of LSB. So yeah, Eugene has to be careful basically. Kasi siya talaga aasahan dito ng LSB.
Oo, kasi if ever mamatay talaga tong si Eugene, for sure, mawawalan talaga sila ng damage. And ang hirap pa rin dahil nga short range rin ang isang Lucian, medyo madali siya abutin for RRQ. Nakita naman natin paano nila ginawa yun kanina.
We will still wait and see what will be the next place here for RRQ and LSB. But for RRQ, it's all about planting deep wards and making sure that they get access to that territory tulad ng ginagawa nila ngayon.
Flag and drag, nakapag-flash away, Gargoyle Enchant, pinap nila si Viper, hahabol pa ng isang bouncing bomb, hindi tumama. Pero si RRQ are wanting to take more towers for their side, pero buti na lang na-stop nila, nakapag-wave clear sila.
True, and Zcash? Zero fling. Okay, so I was waiting for that fling moment, looking into what happened there. I think that's the turn rate moment. Actually, nangyayari din sa akin yan whenever I'm playing Singed. So kapag iniispa mo yung fling, pero may turn rate ka pa, which is yung lilingon pa siya. Akala mo na fling mo na, hindi pala, and the channel buffer would actually negate yung command na binigay mo. So, yeah, luckily for RQ, walang na-fling doon. Because I believe if may na-fling doon kaya na isang member, mag-dogpile na doon yung LSB, and that could have been a pick na kailangan dito ng LSB to stall out or to basically go for territory advantage heading into
Oh
this
no, may
objective
vision sila
fight.
doon. So, na mega adhesive pa nga sila. So, this is gonna be good for LSB. They're going to the backside. Nakuha nila yung kill. 5-man were here onto the top side of the map. That's when nakuha sila ng 2-0.
Spotted sila doon sa words na yun no? And now the Rift Herald going to be secured here by LSB. So RQ has no chance to fight this Rift Herald and will go for the trade.
Tama ba yung timing?
I think they have to really go for the trade here. Right
Okay,
now, they will
naabot
be
yata
able
sila.
to secure this Ocean Dragon here, Dash.
That's good. Nakuha nila yung Drake, nakuha nila yung trade. Pero ito,
flash
nakapag-flash in itong si Zcash, pero wala siyang follow-up. So this is not gonna be good. Meron pa silang tower sa bot lane, so makakaabot pa si Chaz doon sa bot side.
It's true. Exosen and company would just clear out the wave here in the mid lane, pero Exosen still looking for a play here.
What?
Oh, proper channeling. Tunnel buffer for that flag and drag was able to negate yung pushback ng explosive cast doon ni Exosen. Still, it's a lead for RQ pa rin, diba? Although nagkaroon ng dalawang pitas doon yung LSB on the top side off of a very, very good ward. Etong si Hyde at si Exosen. Nagtapi pa yung dalawa. And kita mo naman, 2-man bubble into the Mega Inferno Bomb. It's actually easy kills for the side of LSB. Pero ang maganda kasing ginawa ng RQ doon is to rotate over to the Dragon and just go for the trade in where they were able to secure the second Dragon of the game.
Yeah, and also yung Haymaker kasi hindi na pa rin ni-hide kanina, pati yung Gargoyle enchant niya kasi nga there's a lot of stuns going through. So yun yung good thing about LSB, no? Kasi they have a lot of CCs in their composition, kaya pag may tinamaan ng CC for sure, may mati-takedown silang isa if ever hindi pa late game. Kasi at the late game, makikita na natin magbe-build up ng resistances ng members ng RRQ.
That's true. Darating na nga tayo sa point na wala nang mamamatay or mahihirapan makapatay ang LSB ng mga miyembro dito ng RQ. Pero makikita nila yung mga ganong angles and we are dalawa na magkatabi ng mga death bush tas spotted ng wards. And most likely, that would still be, the death waiting to happen for RQ.
Remember, may flash si Helios pero nakipaglaban pa talaga. Pagbakbakan siya doon sa loob ng Cataclysm eh. Kasi he knows that he can fight a 1v1 anyway. So without the ultimate, na-force back pa sila si TYR and yun. Na-force nila yung flash kay TYR.
Alright. Is this an angle for a Baron? I don't think so. This is very risky kasi yung damage rin nila relatively low pagdating sa mga major objectives na tulad nito. So they're going to maximize their usage on the dark spots.
Bait nga siya, Autolose! So that's why. Ngayon, pwede na nila kunin to. Kasi patay na si Kiri, kahit gaano katagal to, okay lang.
Did you just see kung ano nangyari dun kay Kiri? Kiri just exploded 100-0. In less than 1 second, another play coming from Hyde.
Flashes in, Showstopper coming in with it. May Gargoyle enchant, may shield pa siya kanina. So this is gonna be good. Si Hyde taking a long time with the Stand United. That's why they're not gonna be able to get the kill on this very, very tanky TYR. Never mind, hinahabol nila hanggang sa tower. Pero si Helios na dito sa likod. Inuubos si Helios yung likod. And that's why they got one kill, another onto their side. And humahabol pa nga dito si Zcash. Pero there's a lot of healing coming in. So this Haymaker is not gonna be able to hit. Pero the Gargoyle enchant would be able to buy some time for Hyde. And another tower falls down in the mid lane.
Interesting, nabuhay pa nga dun si Exosen. Even after being targeted down by the flash fling dito ni Zcash, hindi naging enough yung kanyang poisonous trail. Siya still wants some blood. Killing spree para sa kanya dito, Dash.
Kill, Gargoyle enchant, mabubuhay pa nga. Is Redemption gonna be able to get the kill? Yes! And that Viper is also gonna fall. Walang mana to si Viper. That's gonna be the flag and drag to the shields. And he will survive with the barrier.
This is the problem for LSB. Nasaan yung damage? Although Black Cleaver and naman yung naging first item dito ng Jarvan, you could still see the lack of one thing which is very important for the game of Wild Rift, and that's the damage department. Looking at the builds here, Eugene going for Stormrazor plus Essence Reaver and most likely going for anti-armor shredding. Most likely Serildas. Yeah, Serildas nga. Pero nakakaagaw pa nga si Kuya Exo ng blue buff.
Si Exo, nakikita natin yung ginagawa ni Exo dito. Yung confidence niya na alam niya makakasurvive siya dun sa mga face checks na ginagawa niya kanina pa. is the reason why nakakahanap lagi sila ng opportunity to get a kill. Pero LSB, I like na yung LSB, they know how to answer back with those kinds of things. Pero yun nga yung sinasabi natin kanina, nauubusan sila ng damage, nahihirapan si TYR mag-farm kasi a Shen against Seth at on a 1v1, hindi rin naman talaga siya mananalo. Pero si Chaz, mayroon siyang flash, so Cataclysm is taken down. Wala silang ultimate, so hahabol with the showstopper sa likod! And that's gonna be a great taunt coming in, pero nakuha pa rin nila with a face breaker. Hahabol pa sila, naiwan si Zikas mag-isa, and that's gonna be a kill for the side of RRQ.
Yeah, one man down for the side of LSB. So pwedeng gawin dito ng RQ is to threaten the Baron once again. We all know that RQ is a fan of, playing the death rushes. Mukhang ganun yung gagawin nila, pero they will decide against that and go straight to the Baron. Meanwhile, sending off 3 members to make sure na itong dragon take ng LSB would actually be thwarted.
Napahirap nila. Try nila i-damage. Tinatry lang nila pero hindi naman nila isa-steal. Okay lang yun kasi expected ng RRQ na hindi nila mas-steal. Pero they want to get these kills. That's why EXO said, is here explosive gas? Wow, grabe naman! Na-bait niya pa! Na-predict niya pa yung dash doon ni Eugene, and that's why he was pushed back. Si Tasa wala ng mana, so walang healing. Only that kill, triple kill sa bot lane ng RRQ.
Yeah, kita natin talaga yung disparity between these two teams. RRQ is just playing with food right now. And Helios without mana, without HP. Heal secured nga lang ni Kuya Chaz. Ay hindi, kala ko umabot yung shock blast.
Yung shock blast, no? Kala ko rin may steal niya. Pero ito si Zikas, no? Tinatry niya yung best niya para mag-survive. Pero feel ko, he's just gonna fall down to here. And this might be the win, everybody. May Baron buff na yung RRQ. Pwede nila tapusin yung game. This was game 1 of this series, and that was an awesome performance from RRQ.
Easy prediksi. My friend, if there's one thing na sure ako na magto-2-0, ito yun eh. RRQ versus LIIV SANDBOX. Not a knock against LSB, it's just that I have very high hopes then for RRQ, and especially with their form right now. Ito yung team na kapag pinagod mo at wala talagang pahinga, mas lalo lumalakas. We remember since Saturday, they've been playing competitive games. So, all throughout this tournament, kung magtutuloy-tuloy ito, at kung aabot sila ng Grand Finals, expect them to play Saturday, Sunday, Monday to Friday, and then another Saturday, Sunday game. So, RQ, very busy schedule para sa nila and very well-deserved win. Game 1.
Hindi na sila nag-warm up talaga. Talaga yung mga games na lang nila. Sapat na yon kasi sobrang dami ng games na piniplay nila recently. And that's why right now nakikita natin for this team na yung mga decision making nila, especially for those objectives and those skills na nahahanap nila, nandun. And even with the drafting, nakita natin kanina, they pick a lot of very flexible champions and they spread it out sa whole team nila kanina.
It's also a matter of what happened during the drafting phase for LSB, right? RQ just responded with basically selecting a lot of beefy champions that Eugene would have a hard time to go pass through. And looking at the damage department, you will always have that poke potential coming from Chaz and Viper. They're sharing the damage department, and itong si Helios, the wild talaga, as in wild card ng RQ. On this Olaf, was able to make things work din. Just accessing the backline dito ng LSB na parang wala talaga siyang pakialam. Wala nang member dito ng SANDBOX.
Totoo. Kasi most of the time kasi very safe pick yung Sinch in the mid lane, di ba? Kasi Sinch has a lot of access, has a lot of CC, and pwedeng maging very big distraction for the team. And sa nakikita ko kasi during the fights with LSB, kasi pag nagkakataclysm si Kiri, kahit si Zik kasi hindi makapasok. That's why hindi nila magamit yung mga CC nila well. That's why most of the time pag pumapasok si Kiri, it takes a bit of time para makapag-follow up sila Zikas, sila Tyr. That's why medyo na-surprise rin ako dun sa J4 pick nila dito. Having a Shen and having a Sinch.
True. Wala talagang damage, Kuya Dash. Parang kahit sarang game ko i-pick to, parang wala talaga kami kakainin eh. Kung ganito lang din naman eh, di ba? We also have to know that Sinch is actually not, the best damage champion out there. But we also have to give credit where it's due. Exosen and Gragas. Para talaga siyang pairing mate in heaven no? The explosive cast is sa bottom lane just to secure everything. Ito yung
1v1
akala natin shock plus maagaw na ni Chaz no? Pero
Mukha
Helios
siyang
was able to
stolen.
win that 1v1.
And yun na nga yung talagang nakakatakot dito no, for the next games natin. I hope na yung LSB knows how to drop for the next one. Kasi RRQ, I really believe na RRQ won't hesitate to choose damage over CC kasi they know how to make it work.
So we are heading into game number 2. And ako ang pakiramdam ko rito, Kuya Dash, kung hindi magbabago ng timpla ng draft dito ang LSB, total shutdown na mangyayari. It will be a 2-0 against 2-0 for RRQ against LSB. We have to note that basically securing another win here, another 2-0 win here for RRQ cements their chances in achieving the top 2 spot for their bracket. And remember, 8 teams yung meron tayo dito. 4 teams each bracket. Top 2 teams lang per bracket ang mag-a-advance. And every match really counts. So kapag nanalo sila dito ng isa pa, knowing that yung record nga ng BRU is 0-2, baka ang makita natin mag-advance onto the final stage or onto the playoffs will be RRQ and RY.
Grabe. If RRQ and RY would be the ones dito sa group na to, no? Lang yung sinasabi nga natin yung group na to, sobrang matinik ng group na to kasi lahat ng teams na to are really good. Pero ito, pupunta na agad tayo sa game 2 natin. Ito na ang picks and bans, everybody.
Okay, so we'll see what ano yung magiging response dito ng LSB. Well, definitely magkakaroon tayo ng shake-up sa picks and bans natin kasi unang-una sa lahat, nagkaroon ng side selection changes. And RQ is electing to ban the Fiora. Alam mo, kakaiba talaga yung bans ng RQ and ng LSB. Kahit kanina, napansin nga natin di ba? Talagang targeting down each other's strengths. I wouldn't be surprised kung ibaban dito ng LSB yung Olaf just because of the flexibility na meron dito ang RQ. Pero ang dami mo kasing kailangan iban Olaf, Gragas, even the set is actually becoming a problem right now.
Kasi if ever na ibaban nila, if hindi nila ibaban yung Olaf talaga dito sa first rotation natin, mahihirapan sila kasi pwedeng i-pick agad ng RRQ yun and pwedeng pumunta yun kay Chaz, pwedeng pumunta kay Helios yun. And we all know how strong an Olaf is every time na itong dalawang taong to nakakahawak.
True. Ay, magpalitan pa sila ng hero no? Ng champion no? Actually, itong si Hyde, just going back, nung time, yung unang stint niya sa RRQ, he actually impressed me a lot on his Renekton. Every time na makukuha niya yung Renekton, he is actually able to control games on that champion. So, tignan natin kung ibabalik tayo ni Coach Kaigo dun sa memory lane at makita natin si Hyde on the Renekton. But the Kassadin and the Senna being banned away, actually staple to ng RQ that if basically nanalo sila the previous game, yung ban sila will remain the same. And Karma, Kassadin, and Senna being banned away for the side of RQ is actually a good set of bans against LSB.
Pag hindi nila ibinan yung Olaf dito, or if ever iba pa nila yung Olaf, Jace pa rin yung first pick ng RRQ. I really believe na pwede pa rin nila gawin yun for the first rotation. Unless, yan na nga, iba pa nila yung Jace for the first pick.
Tinanggal na yung Jace na pwedeng i-flex pick. Pero madami pang options na available. They're going for the Lucian. Remember, Helios can still play this champion. So, Renekton, hindi makukuha ni Hyde. At ang gagamit ay LSB.
Okay, with the Renekton, there's usually a lot of flexibility with this champion, pero most of the time, nilalagay lang rin naman nila ito sa Baron lane, making it easier for whoever is fighting against it, na early game, at least is-secure nila on a 1v1.
And if ever na magkaroon ng shenanigans itong RQ in putting Olaf once again into the game at ilagay sa mid lane, pwedeng tapatan ng Renekton kahit pa paano sa early stages ng laro mo control mo ang Olaf with that Renekton pickup, especially shorter yung lane. So meaning pwedeng mong matakasan yung mga engages na meron ng Olaf kasi pagka mahaba kasi yung lane, mas mahirap kasing tumakas sa Olaf. At least kapag shorter yung lane, pwede mo iwasan yung kanyang mga undertows and you will still, be a-okay sa laning prowess. And now we're going to see Lux being picked up here para sa LSB. This could be a Lux in the Dragon lane that they are preparing to go against dito nga sa Nami Lucian na hino-hover ng RQ.
Okay, that's good. If pupunta sila dun sa route na yon, nagagawin nila tong wave clear na lang sa bot lane kasi Lucian is there. Pero Chaz, going for the Lee Sin! Okay. Dito sa first rotation kasi hindi nila naging priority to during the first game and na prioritize nila for the first picks.
Yeah, and quick trivia para sa lahat. Si Chaz ang isa sa mga junglers na meron tayo sa Pilipinas na may least priority on this champion. Pero pag sinabi ni Coach Kaigo na kailangan mo maglilisin talaga yan si Chaz. Now, Garen is being secured here for our queue. I don't think this will go to Helios. I think this will go to the hands of Hyde just to have that Renekton versus Garen matchup in the Baron lane, and where saktuan lang naman, walang mananalo, wala rin namang matatalo. But, that's the expectation though. Another playmaker for the side of LSB. They're going for a Rakan and then a Lux in the bot lane. I would answer this with a Galio actually. Galio Lucian rather than going for the Nami Lucian. Parang pag umengage dito si Rakan, pwede mo na lang iton tapos buhusan mo ng damage.
Yun yung pinakamalaking dito for the Rakan talaga eh. Kasi if ever magagalyo, Exosen picks Galio a lot rin naman. So that's gonna be good for the side of RRQ. So fight fire with fire na lang for against LSP.
We'll see. Okay, so Gragas has been banned away. Irelia has been banned away, which is actually another champion na namimiss ko na. Nagamitin dito ng RQ. The Irelia for Chaz, Irelia for Helios. Shit, madami pa eh. Oh, they're the ones banning the Olaf. So RQ with a 4-head play. Interesting.
Whew. Okay, binunin nila yung Olaf. They have the set down. So, they're not expecting this Garen to. Kaya binan pa nila yung set, pati yung Gragas para hindi magamit ng Exos and forcing him to go to a Galio if ever. Yep. So, with this, Vi.
Yeah, the Violet. Okay, there are two. Nami.
If ever magda-Nami sila, feel ko hindi.
Still very strong lane, yes. Pero parang mas gusto ko kasing punish ng Galio or something else. Pero you have a Vi being locked in here as well, which has two sets of build. Yung Vi na laging tina-target down kapag ang kalaro ay Team Clash. Kraken Slayer kasi yung Vi na yun. Pero most likely, especially when Koreans play etong Vi, it's just going to be the normal standard Aftershock Vi, which is the setter. Now, what will be the last pickup here for our queue? Diana?
Playing it safe if ever magda-Diana sila dito sa last pick nila, no? So, yes, meron silang Garen, meron silang Diana. So, they're expecting Chaz to carry the early game with his damage. Kasi we're not gonna be expecting a lot from the Diana for sure. But at least, meron tulong tong Diana for the first objective. So, LSB has a chance to pick an aggressive mid lane. Or at least, if ever, yung makakapag-farm sa mid lane, yan, yung Ari against the Diana.
Yeah, but this is a very standard lineup for RQ. Not something that we expect. Kapag standard kasi, is this really RQ, right? Like, you have a very one-dimensional draft. No flex picks at all. You have Garen that goes over to the Baron lane. Diana goes over to the mid lane. And then you have Lucian and Nami that automatically goes to the Dragon lane. And the support, they don't really want to have fun, basically. And they just want to close it out. RQ, with the set of champions that they have, is very confident that against this lineup of Ari, Lux, and Rakan, kahit marami silang crowd control, they have enough damage to basically mow down the opponents.
The only thing good about this for RQ, is that LSB has a lot of AP damage na pwede nilang i-itemize against kasi may Garen naman sila na pwedeng tumapat dito sa lahat na to. Later on, if ever makapag-itemize sila against sa AP damage na meron yung LSP. So yun yung kailangan lang talaga nila gawin dito, is that yun na nga, build up magic resistances. And RRQ having a standard lineup, I'm really or maybe masusurprise tayo dito sa kung paano nila gagamitin to standard lineup na to, Autolose.
Will we be surprised of how they would use a standard draft? I think this will be a 2-0 kasi isa rin sa pwede nating sabihin dito is the Rakan, once he goes in, the silence from the Garen would be available. And kapag na-disrupt mo kasi yung combo ng isang Rakan, pwede kasi maging one-way trip lang yung combo niya. And again, when ang pinaka-laging kalamangan dito ng LSB is like the amount of crowd control that their lineup has right now. They have a Lux, they have an Ari, they have a Rakan, And on the top lane, they still have a stun in the Renekton. So they could utilize that for some picks in getting small to big advantages, snowball it, possibly get the objectives, and then get the win from there.
Yeah, and slowly nag-prepare up sila dito, pero tignan muna natin itong games natin for today. At ito na, RRQ versus LSB. This is game 2 of our game. If you're just tuning in, everyone, 1-0 na ang score ng RRQ versus LSB. And now makikita natin if ever this would close out or ipupush ba ng LSB to game 3.
That's true. Okay, one win away for securing or for almost securing a playoff spot para sa tournament na ito, para sa RRQ. And I don't think papalampasin pa nila to. Again, we're looking at the standard draft na meron dito ang RQ, which is non-standard para sa kanila. But this Lucian Nami, tingnan natin kung paano nila gagamitin itong napaka-sakit na bot lane duo ng Nami Lucian.
Oy, flash agad si TYR.
Uy, grabe!
Grabe, first blood agad for LSB.
It's a solo kill. Oh my God. Medyo mahirap yun para sa side ng RQ. Especially your Garen, and your role is to survive the laning phase and make sure na ma-stall out mo lang ang rampage ng isang Renekton. Growing pains, I would say, for the side of RQ. Mukhang makakarinig siya kay Coach Kaigu after that interaction. Pero, yeah, it's the first blood. The best thing that you can do is to just move on.
Makita natin dun sa opportunity na yan, no? Kasi TYR, nauna siya nag-level 2. Nakita niya agad yung chance na nakita niya nag-level 2 siya. Kaya hindi siya nag-hesitate na mag-flash. May ignite naman siya, nag-pop. So, yun. Pero ito, mid lane, very classic. Nakikita natin yung mga junglers natin na dumadaan talaga dito. Nagtatraverse sila after some time. So, snow kills pa rin. Talaga magro-rotate lang yung mga jungler natin.
That's true. Hindi naman one item, pero half item advantage para dito kay TYR. Pero definitely, nandiyan na talaga yung advantage na meron siya. Ruthless Predator, hindi niya naikasa. Right.
Silence. Kasi ito, topside agad. Si Hyde yung magiging target ng LSB dito. Pwede sila gumakita. Walang Ruthless Predator, remember? So pwede sila makapag-flash away from that fight. Hindi pa tumama yung charm because of the minions. Tumama si Kiri. Low HP. Flash in for the members of RRQ. Helios is just gonna get the double kill already. Makapag-back away pa ba si Chaz dito? Meron siyang ward pero wala. Walang kill na makakuha. 3-4-0 sa top side.
Okay, Hyde was able to buy enough time para dumating yung kanilang backup, and kahit hindi pa level 5 doon si Diana, he was still able to make some play. One thing to note is yung paggamit dito na Chaz ng kanyang skills. Look at him right now. Sonic Wave, tas flash in for that Tempest and Cripple para tatlo yung kanyang mas low. And then Chaz, 1 HP, hindi naging sapat yung mga skill dito ni Zikas. Kung kaya naman, tatlo kaagad ang nawala para sa side ng LSB.
Na-force agad yung flash niya in the first place rin kasi sa Zekas. Kaya after nun, hindi niya na rin nahabol si Chaz, which is unfortunate. Pero itong bot lane, unfortunate. And then ata si Viper na force yung barrier and is gonna fall down, making it a 1-4-0 sa bot lane.
Oo nga, medyo masim at hindi na respeto yung pag-rotate ni Kiri. Ginamitan kagad ng ultimate, which is actually perfect timing para sa kanya kasi by the time na mag-respawn yung mga objective dito, which is basically the Dragon or the Herald, magiging available na yung cease and desist later. But Hyde, again, good comeback mula sa kanya. He's spotting out dito si TYR but he won't be able to cancel yung recall. Pero kung may isang kinailangan si Hyde doon sa kanina, yun talaga yun eh, di ba? 1 kill plus 2 assist is actually enough for him to be back at this game as a Garen.
Yun na nga. Ito na talagang isa-slow down niya na itong si TYR. Kasi expected ni TYR, kaya sila nag-Renekton, is for them to get the advantage in the early game. Pero pag hindi mo nakuha yun, the Garen would just mow you down in the late game. Kahit sabihin natin wala siyang damage, he has a lot of impact.
Cleaver, possibly Hullbreaker. Actually, damage items na talaga binubuo ng Garen ngayon with the new and with the adjusted Garen pathing in where mas okay talaga siya if damage items yung binubuo. Pero Exosen, tsaka itong si Tasa, magkakapanagpo. Wala naman mamamatay pa so far. Actually, kill threat sa baba, medyo mababa lang naman.
True. Kasi both of our sides naman, kasi hindi rin naman sila magda-damage agad. There's CC going in pa kay Tasa, so wala talaga sila makukuhang kill so far. Pero remember, Helios has 4.5k gold already, and that's not what you want para kay Helios kahit pasabihin natin Diana yung gamit niya.
The jungle and mid synergy has been, you know, the calling card for RRQ, and looks like it will be no different in this game. They are pincering this bot lane.
Saktong-sakto. May dash pa nga sila. Tumama pa sila doon with that grand entrance to the quickness. Finors nila yung flash, and that's gonna be the most one-to-one. Gonna be able to get 1 kill. Pero under the turret sila, so super aggressive to. 2 for 1 already on the side of LSB. Hindi tumama yung charm. Exosen, nahabol, pero wala na sila makukuha pang iba. At least advantage for LSB.
Yeah, medyo mahirap talagang i-dive down ang isang Rakan just because of that quickness that will always be available para sa kanilang koponan. And once you basically charm and lock down one of the members dito ng RRQ, which is yun nga yung ginawa nila kay Viper, it's easier to thwart off any dive attempts. And ang naging reward ng LSB doon was multiple kills plus a dragon. So now, RRQ and company would go for a trade and would hope to secure this Rift Herald.
Hoping na walang magta-try mag-steal nito, pero dahil si Kiri ay nasa bot side na rin naman, hindi talaga nila mas-steal tong Rift Herald against them, forcing the rotations na for both of our sides. So this is gonna be a good start for LSB. At least with the Rift Herald onto the hands of RRQ, itatry nila yung push yung mid lane, kailangan nila mag-react accordingly dito.
And 2-0 and 1 na rin yung support dito na si Tasa. Actually, siya pa yung nagiging magandang performance.
Yes,
Look,
grand entrance dun sa likod. Oo, pero wala. Babasag yung tower nila sa mid lane, which is very big for RQ! Dragon's Rage para hindi makapag-stun itong si TYR.
Hindi pa rin nila napigilan na mamatay or nababasag itong Torres sa may bandang gitna dash, which is actually very important para sa RRQ. Although, parehas naman tayo pagdating sa kill count, RRQ still has the tempo advantage and has the macro advantage so far in this game. And we're talking about RQ here. Pagdating naman ng late game, respectable pa rin naman yung amount of damage na dinadala dito ni Viper and Helios. So we'll have to wait and see.
Okay. Wala tayong Dragon's Rage from Chaz. So hindi talaga nila i-continue yung fight na to. So RQ is gonna switch up the lane kasi wala na rin naman tower in the mid lane. Might as well just take another tower at some part of the map. So RQ is just gonna force these rotations talaga from LSB kasi hindi na pwede magstay si Eugene dito sa mid lane kasi wala nang tower dito eh.
And this is also looking at the LSB roster and itemization. I'm looking at Kiri's itemization and he went for the Trinity 4. So possible na siya yung maging AD
damage.
Source of damage kasi sabi mo nga kanina daming AP isang item choice lang yung katapat nila no? Force of Nature or Spirit Message lang for Hyde, Desgaren. May hirapan na silang maka-go through the defenses pero Tasa
hindi tumama yung flash si Tasa, so that's gonna be a wasted quickness to the grand entrance. Good try though for LSB. Pero dahil nakapag-back away yung RRQ, pwede nila i-stall out yun. And tignan mo si Helios. Because of that, nakita niya sa top side, trying to be aggressive against Zekas dito sa bot lane.
Yeah, this is still open for the taking. Itong si Helios, hinahanapan ng angulo dito si Zekas. But Eugene is in the area.
Honestly, aware sila dito kasi nakita nila sa ward kanina. Pero ito, cease and desist, forced out. Meron pa silang charm. Makuha ba yung Moonfall? There's a lot of damage. Almost taking a kill together with him. Pero 4 members were forced to react and that's why top lane is free.
Alright. Twice in a row na medyo maasim sila doon sa bot lane. Ano? Talking about Chaz and Helios. Pero buti na nagkaroon ng try dito. Chaz though! Oh, he missed!
No! Kung tumama sana yung Sonic Wave, could have been a kill for him though. Pero Hyde, parang gusto niya i-finish yung kill. Pero ito, Exosen, nakikita natin, nakapag-back away with the heal! Even flow enough siya para makapag-survive. Pero si Viper, just gonna fight out against Kiri. Remember, walang cease and desist. Ginamit sa bot lane. So RK is just gonna back away safely sa top side.
And what presence of mind coming from Viper to gun down itong si Kiri para magdalawang isip siya to go for that kill secure over kay Exosen. So, breaks of the game heading over to RRQ. Nakakuha ng Torre sa may bandang itaas. And again, sa baba. And wala pang nasasagot na Torre dito ang LSB. Again, showing na hindi lang kills ang target dito or ang ginogol dito ng RRQ. Also, the main objectives. Talking about the towers.
nila. Season, this is against the bot lane. Charm, not gonna be able to hit. Yung Moonfall na cancel. So this is gonna be good for this side ng LSB. Nakapag-back away. Meron pa siyang isang Spirit Rush. Make that 2 kasi doon sa reset ng isang Ari. And that's a 2-4-0 bot side.
That's true, Yakoy. So, ease of access or ease of execution ng pinapakita dito ng LSB. Kapag may na-cease and desist sila, asahan mo na kagad na -1 yan for the side of RQ. And LSB, slowly but surely, trying to get even into this game by knocking down yung towers. Pero hindi hahayaan ni Hyde na mabasag yung Torres sa may bandang itaas. Now, the sides of LSB is to go over this Rift Herald. Aabot pa naman sila Chaz dito, so this could be a very exciting 5v5.
Kasi remember, hindi rin naman nila kaya basagin tong Rift Herald na mapilisan kasi they don't have another source of DPS except for Kiri. So, Pinorse lang nila mag-back, mas nakikita nilang juicier option kasi yung Infernal Drake na nakikita natin right now. So, they're trying to make RRQ think twice then kung to try nila i-take tong Rift Herald.
This is actually very interesting for the side of LSB, no? Parang pagka nag-call talaga sila na give to talaga, no? Nag-decide talaga sila na hindi na ituloy.
Kita natin. Rift Herald has been taken though. Pero Infernal Drake is being taken as well for LSB. Double Dragon na to if ever makuha nila. Pero ito, that's gonna be a good smite. Nasa harap nilang lahat. Itong si Hyde. Hahabulin pa nila. Tinamaan sila kanina ng tidal wave. So they're slowed a bit. But RQ is just gonna back away from this. Pero si Chaz, parang gusto gumawa ng play against Zca's here. Meron siya Spirit Rush. That's gonna be good. The timing is just right. Meron siya Sonic Wave on his head. Pero hindi niya ipa-follow up. Na-force niya yung flash at least.
Yeah, the resonating strike was held back by Chaz at that point. Pero ito na. That's going to be the Rift Herald that's going to be summoned. And another tower to the side of RQ here, Dash. Apat na tore na para sa wala ng LSB. Pero yung scaling component naman, nasa kanila. At least sa Dragons, ha? Pero hindi, pagdating sa scaling sa laro, papabor pa rin ako dito sa Helios plus Viper. Kasi meron silang Diana and Lucian, eh. Traditional marksman pa rin naman. Pagdating ng late game, nakakatakot, eh.
Mas malakas pa rin talaga yung damage nila if ever umabot tayo sa point na yun. And RRQ still is holding the gold advantage. No? Talagang kahit kanina during game 1, sila lagi yung nag-hold ng gold advantage. Take towers, if ever make kills, it's okay. Kasi right now, LSP has been very reactive sa kung ano yung binibigay sa kanila ng RRQ, forcing them, or rather, giving the towers for free sometimes for RRQ.
Yeah. We also are seeing a 2-item completion para dito kay Viper, Storm Razor plus Infinity Edge. Masakit na to, ha? Lalo na't hindi wala naman masyadong tanky members dito ang LSB.
Oy, umabot. Quickness. Again, hindi tumama dun sa likod. Pero ito, makuha nila yung kill. Ito, humahabol pa sila dun sa likod. Si Helios gusto niya makuha yung kill. Nakuha niya nga. Pero si Eugene, remember, meron pa siyang flash and nakita siyang target ng RRQ dito. So, hahabulin nila siya. Tumama yung light binding. Wala na. Hindi na sila tutuloy dito.
Yeah, that's true. But that's still also 1-4-0. Tasa going down. Again, yung silence nga no, component ng isang Garen is actually very underrated na kapag ikaw ay isang Rakan. One-way trip talaga ang mangyayari sa'yo. Chaz stealing the red buff and continuing their onslaught is RQ on the top side. Going to secure this tower on the top side. So, Kuya Dash, mukhang although nakakuha ng isang tore dito ang LSB, second tier tower naman yung nakuha ng RQ.
Yun nga eh. Ang lalim na nakuha ng RRQ. So, this is... Tapos may Baron pang lalabas. So, less yung priority nila dito sa Baron na to. Kasi right now, RRQ has a lot of towers pa sa top side ng mapa nila. Kaya ang kailangan lang nila gawin is just wait for LSB again. And just put Helios on guard duty sa bot lane para ma-push na naman nila yung second tier to it doon sa bot lane naman.
Kiri tried to look for Chaz at that point, pero wala na eh. Hindi tumama yung kanyang Vault Breaker kasi nasa pinakaliwa ng damo itong si Chaz. So, that just means na wala magiging assassination or wala magiging pick onto the jungler. Had it occurred, medyo nakakatakot din eh, no? Para sa side ng RQ because the jungler down means na pwedeng simula ng LSB itong Baron. So, no casualty whatsoever for both squads. Nakakuha ng isang pang tore ulit ang LSB. So, kahit pa paano, isang tore na lang sa gitna ang kailangan nilang basagin para ma-even out yung mga first tier towers. Make no mistake, RQ is still well in the lead in this game.
I like na slowly but surely si Kiri yung magiging target nila dito. Binato yung Dragon's Rage pero unstoppable. Remember, Moonfall is there. Gargle Enchant onto the Resonating Strike. Nakuha nila yung kill. Tumama itong Light Binding na to. Yes! Kay Helios pa tumama. Pero he's surviving for a lot of times. His damage is insane! And that's why nakuha nila yung kill with a 3-4-0 kasi may nakuha pa silang kill sa mid lane kanina. And ito, humahabol pa nga dito si Hyde. And parang sobrang over-aggressive nila dito for their side. Nakuha nila yung second tier turret sa bot lane. Nakakuha pa sila ng 3-4-1.
Okay, and RQ's well into the lead right now. Hindi ko na alam kung ano nangyayari sa LSB. Exactly, kasi parang, alam mo, gawa-gawa ng play dito LSB pero talaga nasa-shutdown sila dito ng RQ and Helios. Actually, uncharacteristic na ini-ignore dito si Helios pero parang ini-ignore siya so far and kapag ini-ignore mo ang isang Diana, hindi naman talaga yung first skill, third skill, and yung ultimate niya yung masakit eh. Hindi naman talaga yun eh. Ang pinakamasakit talaga, ang pinakamataas yung AP scaling sa Diana is actually yung kanyang passive. So every third bonus hit, kaya nga nilalagyan ng Nashor's Tooth yan eh, is actually going to be extremely felt. Yun na may ginagawa dito ni Helios. Once na umabot yung third proc, at may nararamdaman talaga yan. TYR, actually off-screen pala yung nangyayari na yun. Shutdown kagad ng Garen. Plus the Lucian, already has 2 crit items, is extremely felt here by LSB. And RQ, forcing the flash here by Kiri. Dash, this smells like a 2-0.
Okay, hinahabol na. Stasis, Light Binding tatama, pero walang follow-up kasi for the side of LSB. Remember the amount of damage? Yung sinasabi mo nga kanina, Autolose noon, parang papunta na si Helios din eh. Magna-Nashor's Tooth na siya later on. Yep. Mountain Drake will be taken for their side. Pero ang LSB gusto nila gawin is try to take a tower onto the top side. If ever naaabot pa sila dun sa point na yun. Kasi feel ko, Zcash is not the best champion to go for a split push. Pero tinry lang naman nila na kumuha ng second tier. Pero ito, Great Dragon's Rage, pero doon sa likod, sa kabila naman yung quickness, looking at that, hinahabol nila si Viper, pero makukuha ba nila yung kill? Yes, nakuha nila yung kill yung kay Chaz, but it's still a 5v4. So big chances ito for them, the stasis to buy some time. And wala silang na-kill, a lot of investments were done.
Yeah, and ang daming skill shot na negate off of that stasis play coming from Chaz. RQ still wants more blood here. Hyde trying to find some members of LSB. At makikita niya si Eugene pero the Light Binding is going to make sure na hindi siya malalapitan dito ni Hyde. RQ.
Wala silang vision, remember. So if ever papasok dito si Hyde, okay na okay lang. Kasi ito, tatry nila i-charm, tatry nila i-CC. Pero remember, the Gargle Enchant is so good at surviving para dito kay Hyde.
And okay, Bobble almost hit dito kay Kiri. Had it connected. Goodbye and good night na kagad dito kay Kiri.
Binibait out lang nila kasi wala silang vision dito sa part ng mapa na to except for that bush right there. Tidal Wave has been used. Synthesis sa likod mag-isa. Is that gonna be it? Yes, 4-man! Ang tinamaan nila pero the Moonfall was able to hit on totoo. Wala sila nakuha kill. And LSB is backing away. May namatay. Si Kiri yun. So pwedeng-pwede sila kumuha ng objective dito.
That's true. Baron is open for the taking. Para dito sa RQ, and remember, they have the standard draft so it will be very fast for them. Another kill para sa side ng RQ. Tasa going down. Eto, sure na talaga, 100% lista mo na dash. Baron heading over to RQ.
Hindi siya tumama. If ever tumama sila, nakapag-dash in pa sila dito, tatry nila i-take yung steal dito. Pero si Helios yung kalaban nila eh. So the stasis would buy some time para tapusin na nila yung Baron na to. Nakapag-flash away, nandun pa nga yung final spark. Hindi tumama. Ang dami nilang in-invest for Helios. And dahil doon, nakuha nila yung Baron for their side. Tinamaan pa ng Light Binding. Ito si Hyde! He falls down with a shutdown goal too. Pero the Baron is in the hands of RQ.
Yeah, 850 na ibigay. Pero that's still 3 members na nagkaroon ng Baron buff para sa side ng RQ. Although, you know, with all said and done, they would want actually Helios to have that Baron buff kasi mas effective siya mag-side lane push. Pwede pa rin naman na ang mag-split dito is going to be Chaz. Chaz wants to seal this blue buff. Okay, wala naman.
So right now, hintayin na lang natin Elder Drake Autolose kasi with RRQ looking at this in a way kasi may Baron naman sila, hindi naman nila ipapapush yung mid lane for sure. So that just leaves LSB with lesser options kung ano yung gagawin nila kasi may mid lane turret pa itong RRQ so hindi pa nila mape-penetrate much yung mapa nila. If ever i-try nila yon, ganito yung mangyayari sa kanila like what they're doing right now with Chaz and TYR. Try nila gawin yon pero still no kills happening right now.
TOR not needing to invest yung kanyang flash to get away from Chaz. Pero hindi na rin kasi talaga siya inamol ni Chaz eh. Kung nagpilit si Chaz doon, most likely, TOR would have to invest yung kanyang flash just to survive against the members of RQ. But we're still a couple of minutes away from the Baron buff expiring, so pwede pang gamitin to ng RQ to break open one or two inhibitor turrets na meron dito ang LSB. Let's look at this, Dash.
Ito na, Baron buff. Pwede nila kunin yung towers. Remember, wave clear options nila, very limited. So if ever nalalaban sila, they just need the Lux on guard duty every time. Pero kasi nag-open up yung bot lane nila. There you go, the cease and desist is there. Meron silang stasis to work with. There's a lot of shields from Helios. Moonfall has been cancelled, pero nakapag-stasis pa siya para mabuhay. Pero yung likod dito na LSB, nawasak na. And that's gonna be it. 4 members are down, or rather 2 members are down. At least that's a 2-for-1. Possible pa sila na pwede lumaban pa dito. Ruthless Predator tumama sa creeps. So this is gonna be inhibitor turrets down on the side of LSP.
Mission accomplished para sa sign ng RQ, although Helios did surrender his life off of a very good snipe ni Eugene doon on that final spark. It wasn't enough to stop them from taking 2 inhibitor turrets. And look at RQ, they're now posturing to take down this Elder Dragon. May vision dito ang LSB though. So hindi nila magagawa yung favorite lane nila, which is the Death Brush. Alam nila tasa eh.
Sila eh. Oo eh. Kaya hindi sila. Pero si Exosen naka-ready rin naman on guard duty if ever na may papasok sa kanila. Kita nila yung vision. So hindi talaga sila tutuloy dito. Remember, di rin naman nila kaya steal to. Pero remember, with the ward there, pwede sila mag-teleport. Kaya they stop.
Yeah, yung mga teleport play na yan talaga eh, nakakalason talaga yan ng mga objective taking. And RQ wisely just backs away. Pwede naman talaga nilang gawin dito is to just send one member on the top lane. Pressure a triple inhibitor turret breakdown dun sa top lane while going for that Elder Dragon. Remember, Elder Dragon, medyo makapal naman yung buhay niyan eh. So, kung iiwan nila itong si Hyde or si Helios sa top lane, most likely, mababasag na yung pangatlong inhibitor turret bago pa ma-secure yung Elder Dragon. RQ though?
Okay, Helios, again, the target. Wala siyang stasis, so pwede siya pumasag agad dito. Wala na si Helios. Season disease has been used, so that's gonna be big for LSB. Pwede nila i-take yung Drake dito kasi wala yung biggest player dito ng RQ.
Yeah, and the charm not connecting para dito kay Zcash. Pasok si Chaz!
Oh, what a play from Chaz! That Dragon's Rage was perfect and the kill pass the backside. He doesn't have any stasis pero meron siyang Guardian Angel. Look at the front to back from RRQ. Viper is just dealing so much damage onto the backline. Here is gonna fall. Meron pa silang GA. Pwede nilang iwan yan. They're waiting for him to actually just revive. He's gonna fall and RRQ is just gonna follow up with that. That turned things around. Chaz with a nice play.
Elder Dragon open for the taking para sa side ng RRQ. We did say that Elder Dragon wins games and this should just cement the inevitable para sa side ng RRQ. But Kira is still alive though. Pwede pa niyang maagaw to.
Hinahabol nila to. Look at this. Tasa is gonna go in, try to steal, pero wala siya nakuha. And he's gonna be next on the chopping block. Good thing! What? The Calling was able to get the kill against it.
Execute. Yeah, plus yung Elder Dragon execute. Kaya kala mo 1 million damage yung binibito ng Calling eh. No? Exactly. Pero the execute threshold did actually allow that to happen. At first glance, mabibigla ka talaga. But if you remember, you have the Elder Dragon. That actually is very much possible. Pero twice in a row nang ginagawa ni Helios yan, ha?
Oo nga eh. Umabog na naman si Helios kasi sa kanya talaga ini-invest yung season desist. Every time na makikita siya, together with the charm and the final spark, kaya sabog talaga si Helios every time.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic eh, no? Kasi kung titingnan mo yung scoreline dito ni Helios, 4-6-7. Not really the best performance out of the star player ng RQ, at least in this game. Pero it really doesn't matter with how big of a lead na nakuha na dito ng RQ. And also not to mention yung multiple objectives na nakuha din nila. Elder Dragon, Baron buff, already secured here by RQ. So, konti na lang. Mamarcha na lang sila dito sa main Nexus eh. And they should be able to do it.
Oh, habol na naman sila sa likod with the final spark again. Great timing for them. Viper falls down. This is gonna be good for LSP. They have a lot of members still. Nauubusan ata ng gas yung RRQ kasi 3v5. They're having a hard time. Hinahabol pa rin sila ni Hyde. They want to take down the top lane third kasi remember, they have the Baron, they have the Elder Drake. Kaya they're just pushing onto the top side.
And they are very decisive. I'm talking about LSP in pulling the trigger and getting that picks left and right for the side of LSP. Pero the question is it enough? I don't think so. Kasi ito na, palapit na ulit si Helios sa top side. Pwede niyang tulungan yung members ng RRQ dito para mabasag yung last standing inhibitor turret ng LSB.
They're buying themselves some time, pero would that be enough quickness? Season this is again, walang final spark kasi look at that. Yung backline, si Helios naman yung pumasok and tinapos sila ni Kuya Hyde. And that's again, 2-0 for RRQ against LSP.
Alright, and now, balik ang scoreline natin sa 2-1. 2 for Koreans,
Yes,
and then 1 for Southeast Asia. Sabi naman sa inyo, bubuhatin ng RRQ ang Southeast Asia. But that's still is a very exciting set of games that we have for today. Mas naging exciting nga siya dahil nanalo ang RRQ, which is basically our favorite here in this tournament. RRQ securing that 2-0 over LSB means that they're almost secured, or they're one win away from securing that playoffs berth, which will happen on Thursday.
Nakita naman natin yung performance ng RRQ right now. Tignan naman natin dito, guys. Si Helios talaga yung naging big threat nila at the middle parts of the game, and that's why LSB, nakita naman natin, mainit yung mata nila kay Helios nung last 2 kills na ginawa nila sa kanya. Kerry investing everything. Kerry, Z, kasi Eugene, ini-invest talaga nila para lang mawala si Helios doon sa picture nila.
Kahit mawala si Helios no? Alam mo, konti na lang, i-call out ko na ilang beses na pitas kasi si Kuya Helios Pero buti na lang, it didn't matter at the end of it all. Kasi yun nga, kahit mapitas nga si Kuya Helios, Hyde and company was able to make a play on the other side of the map. And the Elder Dragon was actually just too big to come back from if you are LSB. Normally, maririnig mo talaga yung Elder Dragon win condition. That's because it just gives you a huge amount of boost sa chances mo na manalo sa isang game. And look at this, match number 4, set 1 and set 2 heads over to RRQ, the Philippines pride.
Yeah, 2-0 para sa RRQ dito sa game natin. And sa nakita naman natin na performance rin naman nila kanina, I'm really loving the performance from Hyde and Viper. No, na if ever hindi magpa-pop off itong si Chaz, itong si Helios, nandun sila at the backline na pwedeng tumulong pa na mag-pop off sila themselves.
Yeah. Also, just a reminder para sa mga players natin na nasa comment section or kung sino man yung nakakaalam real time, please do not spoil the games as much as possible. Let the viewers experience the full experience ng laro natin. But now, Dash, we have to go into a short break in preparation para sa ating series number 3.
At tayo'y nagbabalik sa The Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. At syempre, kami ang inyong shoutcaster ngayong series na ito. Dalawang magkasunod na series, Osiris at Crazy Apple ang inyong makakasama. At, kumusta ka naman, Kuya Crazy Apple?
Okay naman. Ito, super excited. Again, always naman ganito tayo pag nakakapasok tayo dito sa casting natin ng Wild Rift, no? Sobrang excited tayo to bring to the fans ang mga action. Pero before that, pinapakita lang din natin ngayon ang roster ng Team Flash, no? Yesterday, they didn't go with Ellie in the bot lane. I believe it was Taddy. So we'll see if they'll be subbing him in today's game dahil yesterday wasn't really the best of games that we were expecting coming from Team Flash, no? Papi Osai.
Yes, parang ano na natin alam na kasi natin yung respect na meron sa Team Flash na naset na yung expectations natin in terms of how well they played ever since. They have been consistently making sure that they're getting those wins. Pero this time, no, parang nagiging shaky sila. No? Kumbaga, hindi lang sa tournament na to, no? We're also checking other tournaments and it feels like other teams were able to score easily on them. Pero on the other side of the spectrum, ang kanila makakaharap, syempre, sino pa nga ba kundi yung UNSOLD Stuff Gaming na nasa Japan.
Yeah, hailing from the country of Japan, UNSOLD Stuff Gaming. We weren't really having the highest of expectations from this roster. Mai, Aphrodite, Tatuki 217, Threes, and Kaz. Just because, syempre, when we're looking at the caliber of the teams coming in, ang nasa taas dyan is Team Flash, then the other WCS teams, then Korea, then we're looking at Japan. But, iba yung pinakita nila sa atin kahapon, yung lakas ng early game nila. So, dito natin na makikita kung ano ba ang mangyayari between Team Flash and UNSOLD Stuff Gaming with the early games prowess na ilalabas dito.
Yes, no, kumbaga, in-expect natin na yung muntik pa silang manalo na akala natin bigla na lang silang malalandslide, may snowball. Pero alam mo yung pinakita ng UNSOLD Stuff Gaming na kaya nilang makipagsabayan. So they did really well sa kanilang early game. Pero it feels like they're having a hard time converting the mid-game to late game closures. So isa sila sa mga teams na hirap sa closure. Uy, Crazy Apple.
Talagang mahirap sila sa closure, hirap din sila sa closing the deal, kumbaga, di ba?
Oo,
yung the last step, kumbaga, the last mile. And I guess, I love that you pointed it out kasi yun yung isa din na we could say a bit about Team Flash with how shaky they have been, no? Na dati, it was very scrappy, early game focus for Team Flash, and eventually they'll be able to get to that late game or they'll able to finish the game. So,
yes.
Dahil nga medyo shaky ngayon ang pakiramdam natin sa Team Flash, we might just see these two teams kung sino yung pagalingan who is the better team at nullifying some of the mistakes they're making, or kumbaga akong hindi ko sabihin kung sino yung mas malaki yung throw in some ways, diba? Kasi kung ganun yung klase ng magiging play sa makita natin, then maybe, but at the same time, we obviously have high hopes then for Team Flash just because we have always recognized this team as the best, as the best, flat out in WCS.
Yeah, flat out indeed, for the reason nga na talagang sila yung living witness ng sea supremacy, and Team Flash, kahit sabihin mong natatalo sila, they always make sure na meron silang nilalagay na fight or yung close ba na towards victory. Pero hindi naman natin na masasabing they are the perfect team, as in the meta, China is currently ahead. And we saw also great improvements from Korea. So this time, we are also looking sa improvements naman ng Japan. So, di ba, kumbaga, nakikita na natin yung growth And once we see those growth, it means that we have great competition and it will raise the standards or the bar of Southeast Asia region. But yan, wala na pang tuping pa at sisimula na tayo sa ating drafting phase.
Yeah, ito na nga ang simula ng ating pick and ban phase to. And both of these teams, medyo mataas din ang stakes for these teams coming into this series. Because, again, the format at this tournament is a single round robin best of 3. Yesterday, both teams didn't get a win in their series. So, they need to get one here to still have that hope to get into the playoffs. So, a lot at stake dito sa unang pick and ban phase pa lang natin para dito sa series na ito.
Yeah, no, and considering nga na it is a much needed win para sa mga teams na to at it will be a tall task to be honest for USG if we're going to check the track record and the meta as per region or the one who's really setting up yung kanilang standings or rankings. Team Flash yung top 1 eh. And itong Unsolved Stuff Gaming, medyo bago-bago pa, no? Medyo may hirapan pa siyang
Yeah.
hindi basta-basta natin hindi natin basta-basta pwedeng i-count out to sa pinakita nilang early game kahapon.
Yes.
Pero it's not all about early game kasi. May mga teams na nakokontrol yung early game and then a good conversion. Pero itong USG, dito naman sila nag-i-struggle. But that means that it is a good problem because they know how to answer a very aggressive team on the early, but they just need to work on how to finish it.
Yeah, and ang malaking indication dyan in terms of we'll be seeing how they would be making those adjustments from yesterday's matches. We would also be looking for that in their draft. Like, if they're gonna look for, again, strong early game to transition into that mid-game, hopefully, it would be really indicative kung ano yung magiging first couple of picks nila. I do like the Camille so far in terms of that dahil maraming pwedeng gawin si Camille across the, especially if she will be put in the jungle position. But with that Shyvana lock-in, kasi medyo parang it's a different approach right now though. Kasi Shyvana, yes, medyo malakas ang damage siya, but it needs to get to the late game to really get that full potential for Shyvana.
Yes, and Shyvana, always one of the tempo setters. If hindi man si Morgana yung i-expect mo, definitely Shyvana. And nakuha ito ng USG. So, you have the Camille na isa rin sa pinaka-meta pick. And Shyvana, I'm looking for a really good early game and an insurance of mid-game with the power spike na pwedeng makuha ng Shyvana sa pag-farm niya and on how it will create a pressure. So, whenever na itong Shyvana natin ay gusto na mag-gank, definitely meron na tayong Hextech Ultimatum. So, it's a sure kill na pwede nating makita sa Baron lane. But for now, I want to lean on to the other side as Team Flash drafted a Karma and an Olaf and even a Set that has backline access, itong dalawang Brusco nila that can also layer it with an Inspire and a Transcendent Embrace. May pwedeng madisgrasya itong USG.
Yeah. And yesterday we saw just forgetting which series was it. Same then, they had the Karma and Olaf. I think it was an RRQ series yesterday against BURIRAM where they drafted the Karma and the Olaf and it was so good against Camille, no? Kasi ang Camille's strength is essentially going in with the Hextech Ultimatum, but sometimes when the team executes, masyado malayo yung Camille at kaya siyang i-burst down immediately with the Karma, Olaf, and along with that Set can figure out sino ba yung ita-target ko dito for that showstopper, the Shyvana or the Camille to take them out of the fight. So at least for the first 3 picks ngayon ng Team Flash, already having ways to prevent Unsolved Stuff Gaming to really utilize the first 2 picks in this draft.
Yeah, kung papansinin nga natin no, na itong mga set natin na nade-draft mostly being used as a showstopper to deny the objective takes or the junglers who's trying to steal or mag-position or making use of the damage ng showstopper. Pero mostly nakita natin na ang lakas niya mag-deny sa pagkuha ng objective, and this is a Shyvana who leans a lot towards objective that help itong Shyvana na lumakas, so mag-move forward. Kaso yun nga, ang problema with the Set, medyo may hirapan tayo sa Dragon sa Ascendant, sino pwede mag-follow up, and I think that's a good play na manggagaling sa Team Flash.
Ooh, okay. Medyo spicy dito yung huling itong naging lock-in ng Team Flash, and I do agree that Vayne would be a very good pick just looking at the lineup ngayon ng USG kasi yes, pwede siyang talunin, but at the same time, sabi na natin kanina na pwede siyang tulungan itong Set to really get the Camille at least out of that Hextech Ultimatum. And so far with Team Flash, they are just really building upon their priority pick. Ang first pick nila dito sa draft na ito is that Karma, and so far they have just been picking champions that will synergize well with the speed boost coming from this Karma.
Yes, and Ziggs, Braum might be potentially Dragon Lane as we are also hovering for this Ahri can land some good charms no para ma-deny itong straightforward na lineup ng Team Flash. But nakakatakot to dahil nga once na Olaf ang tumangke no kanyang mga CC at hindi niya maabot itong Vayne, magiging problema yon para sa USG. This might be a free Olaf game for Team Flash if they only have enough CCs, or kung hindi man nila ma-manage layering of CCs, but having the Camille as Hexic Ultimatum as the sub for Cataclysm, as same as J4, they have a chance to entirely stop this. Pero yun nga, no, hindi lang kasi Olaf yung papasok. Medyo brusco. 3 brusco ang naka-line up dito, and this will be a mid lane karma that will bolster yung AP damage and even yung shields na mas makapal ang marireceive nila, and will not hesitate on going up against USG.
Yeah, exactly. One also champion that I want to mention quickly is Morgana. Hindi siya lumitaw dito sa pick and ban phase ata, and I actually was thinking na maybe it could have been somewhere along picked by USG, dahil if they have the Morgana, pwede nilang medyo hindi makakahabol yung Olaf, just because Olaf yung slows niya, no, physical damage. I honestly feel that the 4th pick Braum coming from Unsold Stuff Gaming was a bit of a misread on their part. I do understand that yung tinig na nila doon is the disengage with the ultimate coming for the Braum, but how are you gonna disengage an Olaf, di ba, with just a slow field dahil meron siyang Ragnarok? So I feel like they could have gone with a different support. Maybe I think Gragas was taken away, maybe a Nami in that bot lane, no? Pero at the end of the day, it's still gonna come towards the execution of these teams. But if you were gonna ask me, Osai, in terms of what would be the draft, right now, in my head, I think it's gonna be, I am leaning towards Team Flash, at least for the draft here.
Well, to be honest, I can't blame you for going sa draft ng Team Flash, because it's really one way. It's a one-way trip to hell. Na it's not as complex as what you want na lalaroin ng Unsold Stuff Gaming, and for a not so complicated lineup na gagawin ng Team Flash and how mechanically good they are, there's no question asked on the execution. Not unless there will be a huge surprise coming in as a USG for the reason na mag-back down itong Team Flash. Ang pwede lang siguro nating maisip is yung possibility na pwedeng mag-tone down around mid-game to late game. So, let's see kung sino nga ba itong mga teams natin na magbabakbakan.
Yeah. As we get into the game, it will be game 1 of this series.
And we are back into the rift, no? At tulad nga ng paliwanag natin kanina, no? Pwede tayo mag-relay na lang pag nag-fall off itong si Olaf o kaya si Kuya Darius. Pero kasi pagka naging makuna to si Kuya Darius, yun na yung trabaho niya sa late game. At ang insurance nila dito si Ellie. So, ngayon, itong USG, they can't settle down, no? Hindi sila pwedeng magpa-easy-easy. Kailangan nila i-shut down. Kailangan nila hanapin kaagad dito si Ellie and try to make sure na ma-shutdown early on, or sabihin na nating ma-cancel out yung kanyang mga farm para mawala yung insurance play na pwedeng i-bank on ng Team Flash.
Yeah, that could be a win condition, no, ng Unsold Stuff Gaming, to be able to at least itawid nila yung late game towards their side. But on the other hand, just looking at win conditions as well lang din ng Team Flash, with the composition that they have, hindi lang si Ellie yung win condition nila overall dito, no, dahil they have that karma. It enables the Olaf and the Darius in team fights to chase down members ng Unsold Stuff Gaming. So it's gonna be very tricky for Unsold Stuff Gaming if they're put in these choke points, especially objective contests like the Herald and like the Dragon that we might see later on. So a lot of stuff right now that should be being figured out by Unsold Stuff Gaming, and it will mean, for me, I would have my eyes on vision control. Which team would have the better vision control would dictate how they approach the objective fights.
Yes, exactly. No, so yung wombo-combo lang ng USG yung pwede lang i-rely on, but na really good condemn para kay Ellie dito. Kaso si Kuya Tres, mabubuhay pa naman siya. But of course, more inner flames coming down. Coyote, tinutulak niya palayo dito si Tatuki.
Oo nga, talagang dalawa kasi sila nandyan Nandyan din si Zisu ngayon trying to get a couple more hits on this tower pa makuha pa sila ng couple more tower plates, saka kuha sila na isa doon. And so far, Team Flash really putting their mark in this early game, no? Na sasabi natin kanina, USG also has a really good early game, but so far mid lane and bot lane in control of Team Flash.
Yes, nabubuli out sila dito and this will spell bad news once na mandohan nila si Aphrodite dahil nga for now, they are winning the lanes and kung magkaroon ng respuhan, ang pinaka may free time dito na Romespo ay yung mid at saka yung duo Dragon lane. So kailangan i-double time ng USG yung kanilang pamemreasure. They need to choose very well yung kanilang fight na pwede nilang kunin. Pero si Zissou nasa paligid. Oy, pumasok na kaagad. Face breaker sa mukha. At si Kuya Tres ang susunod na mamamatay. At mukhang gumugusto pa. Ngunit na Unbreakable will make sure na makakatakas si Kaz.
Yeah, that was the punish coming from Team Flash, no? Dahil they were able to take down the Flash and the barrier ni Tres early on with the condemn ni Ellie. Binalikan lang ni Zissou once this Ziggs went ahead in the lane kasi it's still the Ziggs, kaya niya mag-clear ng wave, pero yun na nga, great capitalization of Team Flash from an advantage that they got a minute before that play.
Yes, and yung timings, no? The moment na pumasok talaga kagad dun si MT, kahit sabihin na natin somehow no, lumabas si Zissou sa try-brush, kaya nawala na rin sila ng choice entirely just to commit na. It was really a good response coming in from Team Flash. Pero si Tres medyo out of position talaga siya at some point na hindi na rin siya basta-basta naka-react. But the main highlight of that is because of the early pressure na ginawa dito ni Ellie tsaka ni MT, na burn yung early flash ni Trez and definitely nakapag-convert sila ng magandang play.
Yeah. And it's a welcome sight din, di ba? Kasi kahapon nakita natin si Taddy in the bot lane. I wouldn't say that it was because of Taddy. It's why Team Flash didn't perform as well as we hoped. Pero with Ellie here, it feels more comfortable with them, no? Na ngayon, they are winning the lanes. At least they are having a great early game so far. Again, nakita natin na pinabak ni Coyote to si Tatuki on that second time na medyo awkward yung recall ni Tatuki. That's why the gold lead of Coyote by himself against that solo mid lane matchup is 1,000 gold. At nauna na niya siya sa Luden's Echo, which would be very big if these teams go into these objective fights dahil hindi pa aabot ng Ludens itong Ari when the Drake and when the Herald spawns into the map.
Yes, and yun nga, no? Magandang power spike na kagad ang nag-show up dito sa side ng Team Flash. And of course, having the first kill din na nakuha ni Zissou, kahit medyo may kamahalan ng Trinity Force, affordable ito ngayon para sa kanya. And Aphrodite needs to settle for a Divine Thunderer for now. But Coyote, MT, and Zissou, mukhang magkasama-sama sila sa mid lane habang mapapalaban dito si Tatuki laban kay Ellie. Wala silang follow-up na hahabulin. At Tatuki, mukhang ginamit niya yata ang kanyang Spirit Rush kung di rin ako nagkakamali.
Yes, Spirit Rush has been burned by the Ari on the hands of Tatuki, no? Habang yung final R naman, hindi binurn dito ni Ellie. So in terms of ultimates lamang ngayon ng Team Flash, ang kanilang mata ay nakatingin sa Herald. But knowing that the Ari would be backing up at wala siyang Spirit Rush, it looks like they will be focusing more on this Mountain Drake take.
Yes, and hindi lang sila basta-basta mag-focus doon. Hovering around dito si Shy para bantayan yung Rift Herald. I'm not sure if they're going to follow up, pero sumilip. Hindi na gagawin, pero iba na lang ang kanilang plano. Inner Flame, Half-Life kaagad na may kasamang condemn. At si Tatuki, gagawin nga siyang dito, papatayin, gagawin Fox na pulutan. Pero ngayon, si Shy, ang may ikipaglaro sa Apoy, sinubukan niyang dumakdak, pero mukhang hindi nga sapat ang kanyang damage dahil si Mai naka-barrier.
Yeah. Yun na, si Mai naka-barrier. Pero dahil ang Rift Herald goes to the hands of UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, sila ang makakuha ng first third of the game with that successful kill on Shy. Pero still, mid lane ay sasagot dito ng Team Flash. And in terms of importance in the macro sense, mid lane turret ang more important just because it really opens up the map more. Still, this Rift Herald though, sobrang efficient for UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, nakadalawang bonk sa mga tore.
Yes, na-maximize nga ang bonk. Doesn't need to honk dahil walang nakaharang. At itong si Shy, kailangan niya mag-double time sa pagde-defend dito sa kanyang tower. We saw naman na talagang pinatumba siya. A good call for USG naman to have a good answer. Dahil definitely nagiging problema na yung ibang members ng Team Flash sa mapa. And they are being snappy on their decision at hindi ganun kalayo yung nagiging advantage ngayon in terms of gold or even the kills ng Team Flash.
Yeah, grabe naman si Tatuki. Talaga nakatutok ang Team Flash dito. 3 miyembro ulit ang pababa. Spirit Rush is up on Tatuki but no Flash. So medyo mas matagal dito, mas limited ang mobility. At nakita mo medyo din pwesto si Aphrodite. Sabi niya, parang masyadong tahimik baka nandito na naman sila on the Ari, but it looks like the trigger was not pulled by Team Flash. Mukhang hindi tayo makakita ng another fight so far. So let's look at where these teams are positioning themselves. Not a lot of wards right now on the map, but at least for Team Flash, nakita sila ng vision. They're doing the invade at the top side, and maybe they have their eyes here in the top side turret.
Oh, teka lang, si Zizou papasukin na bahagya. The sweep coming in from Mai, pero mukhang Mai mamamatay talaga. Hextech ultimatum, pumasok na si Aphrodite, kaso binato siya palikod. Yes, face breaker na may kasama nga lang glacial fixture. Si Trez tumitila na lang dito ng bomba, dire-diretso at hindi man mapoproc ang concussive blows kay Shai. Nagkakahabol na naman sa kabilang parte ng mundo as si Zizou will go down kay Tatuki at ito na nga yung assassin na Ari na hinahanap natin, and the Vayne will go down. Hindi man makakuha ng tamang kill dun si Ellie, si Mike tsaka si Tatuki with the combo para hindi gumalaw yung Vayne.
Yeah, yun nga yung combo na ng Ari and that Camille with the Hextech ultimatum para malimit yung movement nitong Vayne. Easy charm para kay Tatuki, and that was a great conversion from UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, especially that duo of Mai and Tatuki, dahil nga nalaman nila that Team Flash making a play the top side, nandun yung focus nila, and they were able to jump on a I wouldn't say misposition, but on a good timing in the transition for Ellie and the members of Team Flash. So at least UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, hindi pa sila out for the count. They're still looking for ways to get back into this game, looking for plays.
Yes, and exactly, no, yung place na tinutukoy ni Kuya Crazy Apple, nagre-reflect dito with a 3-3 scoreboard. At tingnan mo naman, di ba, yung pag-respawn ni Tatuki from Dragon Lane to mid lane. Habang on the other side naman, talagang naikipaglaro sila Coyote doon sa Dragon na halos na-equalize din yung palitan.
Yeah, na-equalize na at the end. So right now, looking at what is going to be the next objective on the map, it's going to be that Rift Herald coming up in another 20 seconds. And again, lagi talaga nilang nakamalkado sila dito kay Tatuki, no? Lagi nilang hinahanap kung nasaan, looking if they could catch Tatuki off guard, pero nakatito si Tatuki. And so far, with the numbers advantage, UNSOLD Stuff Gaming has more members at the top side of the map, habang ang Team Flash looking to get this bot lane turret. And as a Herald spawns, mukhang sisimulan kaagad to ng UNSOLD Stuff Gaming.
And once again, nauna na naman ang UNSOLD Stuff Gaming sa Rift Herald, pero si MT, tatry niyang manggulo, kaso mukhang siya muna ang mamamatay dahil hindi na sapat ang kanyang survivability at napakabilis ang pangyayari na talagang pati si Rift Herald, si Shelly, no, nawala na lang bigla.
Yeah. And ano nga yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, sa vision control, who has the better vision control will be able to win these objective fights. Tignan mo, yung top side river, 3 wards ang nakalagay doon for USG, habang isa lang, medyo mababaw pa na ward ang nakalagay doon sa Team Flash. That's why they were so confident and decisive with that call na i-take out kaagad si MT at 5 members kaagad ng USG ang nandoon. So they were able to take down this Herald. They now have this objective to put down the map. Makahanap sila ng way to take down more turrets, but Ocean Drake is about to spawn into the map at mukhang Team Flash ayaw nila magpa another one dito sa USG.
Pero si Coyote, medyo lumalayo siya dito, but a good resolve para naman maitali ng bahagya. Pero si Kaz, tamang talon lang, stand behind me ang kanya pwestuhan. Pero si MT, naghahantay na naman to ng kanyang big moment. It's either showstopper or a flash face breaker para magbago ang sitwasyon. Pero si Zizou, very busy muna siya dito. At makikita mo naman si Shai, nagpapaikot-ikot lang, but a glacial fissure at si Trez tumira na. Nga lang tumama ng bahagya. Wala man lang malaking damage na mararamdaman doon. Successful na sila sa Dragon. Hindi na kailangan mag-overcommit.
Yeah, hindi na kailangan mag-overcommit at 2 dragons na ang nasa kamay ng Team Flash. They are denying it away from the Shyvana. And even though nag-iba na nga ang scaling ni Shyvana in the sense na the later the game goes, that's when she gets more her upgraded abilities. Still, late game-wise, mas gusto pa rin to na mapunta sa UNSOLD Stuff Gaming dahil ang katapat naman ng late game nila pagkaharap nila ng Team Flash is that Vayne, no? So this is gonna be the dance now between USG. They are 3,000 gold down. There is still a slightly significant lead dito for Team Flash. So in terms of just pound for pound power, Team Flash would be a bit better in this team fights and medyo delikado dun yung pwesto ni Ellie. Good enough na nakatakas na siya agad. USG looking for some kills here.
Teka lang masyado malalim ang gusto nila dito. Tatamaan siya ng bahagya ng chimenea sa mukha. Ngunit blue lang naman ang ninanais dito ng USG at hindi, walang gusto. Walang gusto magpadalos-dalos at this is a good play coming in from USG trying to deny some resources kay Zissou.
Yeah, denying resource nga from Zissou. And one thing I want to mention, Osai, we set the stage kanina between these two teams that they came from their respective series yesterday looking a bit sloppy. Right? Na maganda early game na USG, they were able to rack up some kills but nahirapan sila mag-transition. But wait a minute, baka naghahanap dito ang kill. Okay, mukhang hindi na makakonvert pag nakita nila dito si Coyote. Going back, Team Flash din, yesterday, same. Medyo sloppy, hindi talaga maganda early game. Baka makita tayo ng who makes the worst mistake, right? So far, So far, magandang possess to nila. Empty!
Oy, teka lang. Si Empty nilalakad na pa masyado. Pero bubuksan na nga nila dito ang labanan dahil may kita mo si Ellie sa gilid. Tumitira lang at habang si Aphrodite busy sa apat. Mag-isa si Ellie, ginamitan ng Hextech Ultimatum. Kunti na lang ang ultimatum ng kanyang buhay. Pero tuloy pa rin sa final hour dahil ito na rin ang huling minuto na makikita ng USG ang kanila mga tropa at inubos sila doon.
Inuubos sila doon na Team Flash. Nakakuha sila ng 4 kills into their side. It's only 3. It's only 3 is the only one alive and it's gonna be the Baron take here for Team Flash as we get into this replay. No? Medyo tayong picture-in-picture just to see if there's gonna be that steal. Pero going back, ang ganda dito ng flank ng Team Flash. Nagulo ang pwestuhan dito ng UNSOLD Stuff Gaming. So they were just able to figure out sino ang targets natin and sobrang clutch nung kill doon ni Shai. Na-track down niya, nasundan niya si Tatoki to get the first kill on his ultimate at talagang nadire-diretso lang niya until he got that triple kill. And kung kanina, gusto ko sanang sabihin na walang ganong pagkakamali from either B teams, maganda mga transition rotation nila, sinala lahat yun ng Team Flash. They were able to now capitalize big on that take, taking the Baron, and they have converted that also to, I believe, an 8,000 gold lead.
Yes, at kita naman natin no, kung gaano pinaglaruan ng Team Flash yung team fight na yun. And kudos to Empty for being patient. Hindi siya basta-basta namili ng kung sino lamang. Sinigurado niya yun na yung gusto niyang target, yung maibato pabalik. And USG had a hard time sizing up. They don't have enough vision to entirely go beyond the river line and na-punish ka agad sila sa mabilis na pangyayari na yun. Hindi lang basta-basta si MT yung nakakatakot doon, na pati na rin si Ellie na nasa right side freely hitting na hindi alam ng USG kung sino nga ba ang uunahin.
Yeah, yun na. Nahiwa yung attention nila, so it was hard for them to pick their targets. And now, Team Flash making the most of their Baron buff. Nakasiya na sila sa top side, still looking to continue the siege right here. And okay, mukhang di pa naman talaga magiging no big commitment yet for both of these teams. So, pero nakakapokan na sila dito, Osai.
Please, tamang gamit lang na Mega Inferno Bomb to clear the lane. Pero yun nga, ang problema dito is the Baron and Power of Minion. Ramdam na ramdam. Charm will land, but we are on a split push para dito sa Team Flash. Are they going to hard commit? Wala pa rin tayong Glacial Fissure. 3 ultis down para sa side ng USG. Habang kumakatok lang naman dito sa bituan ang Team Flash at mag-isip nga sila dito. Pero si Shai tamang huli lang at nasa likod. Mag-isa, face breaker, tatangkin lahat. Haymaker, tila ba Daydreamer dahil panaginip na lang ang makikita dito ng USG na mailigtas ang base nila. 1 casualty, well, a 1-to-1 casualty, pero 2 tore yung nawala sa side ng USG.
Yeah, 2 tore, a very successful siege and a very successful Baron buff for Team Flash. No? Kahit supports, ang naging 1-for-1 ang exchange, it's just an exchange of supports. And at the end of the day, yun ang gusto dito ng Team Flash, to break open the base. Now, the Inferno Drake is in the map. It's gonna be the 3rd Drake. I imagine USG to give this up unless they're able to shove their waves in the mid lane at the top side far enough. Team Flash ngayon, sinisimulan to Dragon at USG medyo out of position.
Yes, and slowly but surely, no? Gusto siguro nila mag-set up ng Death Brush pero there's no reason for them to walk into the mid lane tinry man nila humanap ng opening. Yes, makukuha nila yung tower with a good satchel charge, pero malayo pa sila sa pagbangon, no? Medyo na malayo pa talaga yung kanilang gold advantage. Pero ito na naman, magkakaipitan si Zizou, si Trez, at sino pa nga ba ang siyang may iwan dito? At mukhang disengage lang. Gusto lang nilang i-pressure habang si Coyote trabaho lang.
Oo, trabaho lang. Sinira na yung huling outer tier turret, no? Isang inhibitor turret na lang ang natitira dito sa Unsolved Stuff Gaming. That is the bot lane inhibitor turret. So, USG, medyo malalim ang kailangan nila ditong hanapin para makahanap ng comeback dito. Si MT nga lang. Sisimulan yung laban ngayon.
Uy, teka lang, may mga naipit na nga talaga dito sa choke point pa. Pero Tres tumira, God bless, ngunit wala man nilang sumalangit sa kanila dahil masyado nang makunat dito ang Team Flash and in a flash. Napapikit lang tayo na tila ba flashbang. Tila ba nagbabang-bang na lang nakapalitan dito si Ellie dahil nag-overtake na siya, nag-overspeed pa. At si Tres na lang ang siyang may iiwan at yun na nga sa ilang segundo lamang. Pwede nang matapos to. Nag-dive pa si Kuya Shai na tila ba di nahiya sa bahay ng iba. Face breaker, wasak sa mukha. Suntok sa mukha at ang Zonias makakasurvive siya. Pero ang Nexus, hindi nga lang makakasurvive.
Oo, kung pwede malang bigyan ng stasis enchant yung Nexus Pero hindi, solo yun.
Si Bard lang yun
Si Bard lang yun Pero ito na nga, first game goes to Team Flash sa ating third series of the day. And I would say that has been a more decisive win so far for Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, it is how well Team Flash still respecting Unsold Stuff Gaming that they may not be having the very good track record, pero they played it really slow up to the point na they don't risk any opening. And makikita naman natin dito sa ating post-match no, na Coyote na hindi man lang siya namatay and consistently dropping those inner flame to the point na talagang half HP ka agad once na magsimula ang fight. And yun nga, no, slowly but surely, gold graph, Kuya Apple.
Yeah, sa gold graph, it tells the story of how long for Unsold Stuff Gaming to really hang on there, right? But the real thing right there was Coyote. Grabe, yung naging poke niya. Even early on pa lang, kaya na niyang zone out niya si Tatuki in the mid lane. So this Ahri never had a chance to, position herself in the lane to at least go even and affect these fights. It's always them taking this Ahri out of any potential engagements.
And nakita natin yung early game no na this is an Olaf and ilang beses na natin sinabi na there's a possibility na talagang mag one-sided siya. For the reason na yung early kill na nakuha ni Zizou converted for a good Triforce item and the damage is always there. And Unsold Stuff Gaming, yes, they were able to capitalize or maximize yung kanilang picks dito, especially itong Ahri that has been targeted down countless time but was able to take some kills. But we are looking onto the long term na nagawa ni Ellie na maka-pre-hit dito and you can clearly see how chaotic this fight is.
Yun na yung flank kasi ng Team Flash really broke the formation of USG. Ang style kasi din ng composition nila is going forward in one direction dahil meron silang Camille, meron silang Shyvana. They want to corral the enemy team into one area para maganda din yung damage ng AoEs nila. Diba? Yung Mecha Inferno Bomb, yung Orb ni Ahri, as well as even the Flame Breath on that Dragon Form Shyvana. But Team Flash, knowing that yun yung main source of damage, they just keep going for these fights where USG off kilter lang talaga sila. Kahit anong pato ng bomba nito it won't be enough for USG to win these fights.
Yeah, and to be honest, yung last fight na yun, it was a good choke point and it was a wombo combo na pwedeng i-drop really well ng Unsold Stuff Gaming. But we know that they already at the back foot, they don't have the proper items to entirely strike a fear doon sa puso ng kanilang mga kalaban. And Team Flash making sure no na talagang isara na nila yung laro.
Yeah. And that's at least good signs, no? For Team Flash. Dahil yun nga yung coming in, yun yung iniisip natin na is this still the same Team Flash that we know in terms of being at the top of the food chain for the WCS? And that has been, ang mark nila for that is apart from these chaotic early games where they mech check enemies, dito medyo tempered sila, but still, nakikita mo yung mech checks lagi kay Coyote in the mid lane. Always solo, taking Tatuki out of the equation. No? So, it's still Team Flash that we have here. So, the challenge now is Game 2. ano magiging adjustments ni Unsold Stuff Gaming. They weren't able to do the early game that we so praised them for yesterday. But nakakasabay sila eh. Talagang they had these moments na I really love for Unsold Stuff Gaming. So maybe just dig deep into what went well and then build off of that.
Yeah, to be honest, though, Tatuki as an assassin isn't really out of the equation. Really did a great job catching off guard or surprising yung kabilang team. Pero Team Flash, it's how well na methodical sila. And yung sabihin na natin yung veteran status ng kanilang lineup na hindi sila padalos-dalos. They are not reckless, they're not careless. They want to make sure that every move that they're taking, talagang may good conversion. And we saw the last fight. I want to go back to that point once again. Na yes, it was supposedly a wombo combo. Pero yung Shyvana na hindi gaano nakapag-farm with the burned resources na objective controlled by Team Flash, parang nangayayat yung dragon, no? Kumbaga, ano lang siya, bayawak lang, hindi siya tumuloy sa pagiging dragon. And I think that's one of the reason, no, na hindi naging threatening yung lineup nila despite of having the good Mega Inferno Bombs, have good Glacial Fissure. Pero what's next after throwing all the skills? Diba?
Yeah, that's now what's next after throwing all the skills. And if you think about it, yun yung magiging medyo skirmishy and the burst of speed kumbaga of the Shyvana and the Camille, no? But yeah, I get what you mean in terms of nasaan na, there's not much gas left in the tank. And that's really because of them really taking down the Shyvana. But I believe though, Osai, papasok na tayo sa pick and ban phase for game 2.
Yes, and in terms of drafting phase, magkakaroon tayo ng mga changes nga ba dito, but they are still respecting the Vi, and as I've heard, how this Vi being played is like Kraken, si Zissou, and yun yung mga nakakatakot na kalaban, no, na damage Vi, and we saw it from even on a high level play na pwedeng mag-Draktar or pwede siya maging damager all throughout. And you don't really want that can potentially sabihin na nating mini Olaf as per se, kung gaano siya pwedeng magwala sa lane and single target with the cease and desist. Pero right now, no Karma, no Yumi. So it means Team Flash respecting yung possible first pick nitong dalawang enchanters natin.
Yeah, nagpalitan din sila ng sides eh. Right now, Team Flash is on the red side and Unsold Gaming is on the blue side. So, nakita natin dito in terms of, yun nga, sabi mo, taking away the enchanters, the speed ups from the Karma and the Yumi. And essentially, kasi when you have those two champions, it feels like yung kahit hindi sila nagbibigay ng damage, even though it feels like a 4v5 on damage, if you just stack up a lot of these bruisers like that, like what we saw earlier, diba, yung Darius, the Olaf, parang may nagiging doble ang bilang nila in the damage output just because of how much these two champions really empower them. But first off, nakita na natin yung first couple of picks dito, no, Osai?
Nako, mukhang sila pa ang gagamit ng Morgana, and it will enable most of the diving champs for the reason na meron kang Black Shield. Hindi na ako magugulat kung ilalagay man nila to sa mid lane and then they're going to go back with an Olaf with a Black Shield. Pero mukhang mas gugustuhin nila munang set. Really working well ito sa kamay ni MT na tila ba no, na talagang yung setup ng mga biglaan ni MT with a flash face breaker hindi nakaka-react ang Unsold Stuff Gaming.
Yeah, yun din. Pag nilaki nga nila tong set na ito, it could also signal to USG na there's a possibility that this Morgana will be going to the hands of Ellie into the bot lane, very stable na Dragon lane at least for Team Flash. It won't be as dominant as we saw earlier with that Vayne pick that they did, but still something safe that they'll play around and taking it immediately off the board. I also want to mention this Camille pick from Unsold Gaming. It looks like a comfort pick right now, no, for mine, dahil yun na ang kanilang prioritize, and immediately that assassin pick for USG.
Yes, and ayun nga, na-discuss natin Tatuki working well sa assassin, pero hanggang gaano kalayo yung aabutin niya for the reason na Z muna ngayon, but you have the Morgana na pwede mag-Soul Shackles, mag-Dark Binding. You also have the set na pwede kang iba to pabalik if talagang gusto nilang ma-fend off palayo itong assassin na to. But for the third pick na manggagaling sa Team Flash, there's still a possibility of a Renekton and Shyvana for them. Pero mukhang
Pwede.
they would settle with Morgana a jungle as this Renekton most probably going on to the Baron lane.
Yeah. Mataas yung chance na go to the Baron. Could still go on Coyote. Kasi si Coyote, itong taong to, itong player na to.
Flexi no?
Oh, sobrang flexi niya eh. Like, he never know what champion's gonna go for. Tapos, he also has this weird first items. Like, you would sometimes see him on the Z instead of going for a longsword. First, naka-Ruby Crystal siya. Just for that increased safety. And I do like the Renekton third pick for Team Flash dahil it still adds on that layer of flexibility, at least for the first 3 picks. So it's gonna be hard right now for USG to know saan ba pupunta to. And one of the things that kailangan tuloy nila i-ban is that Lee Sin. Kasi di pa rin nila sigurado, saan ba pupunta ng Morgana na to? Is it gonna go into the hands of Ellie or Zizou?
Yeah, and masyadong marami tayong opening choices dito para sa target ban as we already saw na pwedeng maging Camille jungle to. Pwede rin naman siya maging Baron lane. But knowing that this can be flex sa Baron, they just want to make sure that they can focus and burn out some of the champions and technically denying an Olaf or Shyvana pick na pwedeng rumagasa din sa Team Flash. Yes, hindi man nila, na-counterplay man nila yung Shyvana, but this time, yung early game ng USG with the Z, I think mas magiging problema yon and it will give a lot of time for Shyvana to farm compared to game 1. So ngayon, tinanggal nila yon. At least they are feeling great na bawas sa isipin ang pwedeng umabot dito kay Ellie. But Ellie, I'm not sure if he's going back to a traditional marksman kasi pwede nilang laruin tong APC na to. And yun, mukhang tama nga rin na sinabi mo, Kuya Apple, that Renekton can be played on the mid lane or is it gonna be a Riven mid lane? But this time, they want they want someone who's going to jump. Also, another assassin naman sa kamay ng Team Flash. So magkabilang team meron na. They have a black shield for extra protection. So pwedeng laruin si Kuya Kha'Zix.
Yeah, tanongin Kha'Zix. I was thinking nung hinover nila yung Riven, Riven would have been good. It immediately tells na, okay, Riven solo or jungle to, so Morgana would be in the bot lane. But with that Kha'Zix, I feel like it's more of a takeaway from Unsold Stuff Gaming kasi we also know how potent the double assassin, the Z and the Kha'Zix combo is and could take down a lot of members. So more of a takeaway pick right here. Also a good pick for Zizou at the side of Team Flash. So far loving the decision making in terms of the draft for the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, this is the same as what we discussed from previous game. Na it feels like they're missing out a Gragas no, na for a full disengage. And it is a good chance right now dahil merong Kha'Zix, may Morgana, and you have a bit of a selected targets na pwede mo makidnap to completely deny yung 5v5s or even the objective. But, whoa! Pantheon.
Wait!
And mukhang masaya sila sa pick na yun. Nakikita ko, tuwan-tuwa ang Team Flash doon. And we are going to see a Pantheon on mid.
I think it's gonna be mid. I think it's gonna be mid. It's gonna go against Z. It's gonna be their counter pick. Kanina, di ba, sinasabi mo na okay, pag may Z, pero meron silang set at meron silang Morgana to lock them down. The thing is, those are all skill shots coming from Morgana and Z. Kay Pantheon, hindi. It's drag and click. It's drag and click on the Z. So, targeted CC and it's gonna be such a dangerous way for Z to go in. Kasi pag magkakadikit ang members ng Team Flash, they currently have 2 champions that have a point and click stun essentially to lock down the Z, even the other members from USG. So, we'll see how this pans out. But so far, Team Flash going all in on an early to mid composition.
Yes, and kita na natin kung ano ang pwedeng gawin dito ng Team Flash with the Pantheon. I mean, you have the shield, you have your Aegis just to make sure na hindi basta-basta pumasok yung mga damage and it will not stack para doon sa Death by Rock. So I think this is a really good idea and as someone na itong Pantheon na pwede ka lang mansibat, sabihin na natin parang si Nidalee, pero AD, talagang magiging threat yun. I'm not sure if ang gusto pa dito gawin ni Coyote is a Draktar. Definitely a scary lethal type of Pantheon, di ba? Considering nga na may assassin potential.
Right.
I would also want to touch the Grand Starfall na pwedeng reach niya towards
Yes.
Baron lane and Dragon lane. So the roaming potential for Coyote once again will be there as how he tried to gank nung nakakarma siya.
Yeah, it's essentially an offensive Galio ang Pantheon
Yeah.
pick na. Galio is more defensive if it can stop like some all-ins while Pantheon just goes in hard. But I believe we are about to get into the second game of this series, so we'll be heading in.
Ayan, na tayo ay nanunumbalik na dito sa loob ng Rift. As we already discussed this, no? Parang Galio na budget
Yes.
meal ba yun? Tama ba? Sa si Pantheon? or
Siya yung
or
mas
other ways?
palabad na Galio. Kasi Galio parang, parating na ako, ililigtas ko
Oo.
kayong lahat. Kasi Pantheon, parating na ako,
Parating na ako, ubusin ko yung lahat.
ubusin ko
Ganun,
kayong
oo.
lahat. Tama. Yun na nga,
Oo.
no? And seeing here so far, wala namang walang mga aggressive stances from these teams so far. So, it looks pretty standard, at least for the first 30 seconds of this game.
Yes, and I think hindi mo na kailangan humanap ng cheese kasi parang andito yung mozzarella sa mid lane kasi itong Pantheon, nabubuli niya yung Zed. I mean, understandable na yun, no? Kumaga, champion matchup, pero ang makita muli si Pan sa mid lane, napakagandang pangitain. Pero yung soil, babad na babad dito kay Kaz. At yung body slam niya, bumangga kay MT. Haymaker, muntik na, and a burn flash. So it means bawas ang body slam flash engage na manggagaling sa USG.
And again, one flash na nawawala dito sa bot lane ng UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, and knowing Team Flash, they love to go for these punishes, lalo na kung maging medyo aggressive tong USG. But looking at the map, 3 members kayo ng USG ang pupunta dito sa mid lane. They want to punish Coyote, pero 3 din ang member dito ng Team Flash. So nagkakasayko sila dito, nagkakabasahan sila dito sa ating mid lane.
Hindi lang. Warded dyan. Tatluhan muna sila dito. 3v3 ang gusto nila. Tila ba Aram, pero kanya-kanya lang. 1-3-1 agad sa early on. At pressuring lang itong sa USG. Aphrodite, warded dito. So alam nila kung saan pupunta. Inistan na, pinasok na Aphrodite. At makakatakas naman siya dahil sapat ang kanyang broken wings.
Yeah, sapat yung broken wings, but tons of damage though on this Riven. So pwedeng nilang either balikan, kailangan medyo tulungan dito ng USG yung kanilang jungler, alalayan nila para hindi siya basta-bastang ma-invade. Kaya nakita mo din yung pwesto dito ng Team Flash. They are very aggressive right now, especially the top side of the map. Miniwanagan. Pero si Mai also is half HP. Kaya nakikita mo dito si Kaz, he keeps just being around here, being another body para hindi ma-dive yung kanilang kabila.
Sidestep, Tres. So, tingnan mo nga. Uy, tamang lang sa chill. Nakakala mo nag-spin move si Kuya Tres.
Swabing-swabe nga yung timing na yun para hindi siya matamaan nung binding na yun. Pero ito, level 5 na si Tatuki.
Nakikipaglaro. Tatuki. Teka lang medyo kumukulit Pero dito naman si Kuya Coyote tsaka si Kuya MT. Pwede silang maipaglaro sa apoy kung nilang nanaisin na hulihin ang ninja ng Porno. Pero lumipad! Gusto niyang makuha yun pero may smite naman dito si Aphrodite. But napakagandang play yun Deathmark, papasok sila dito. At mukhang may kamamatay pa nga. Ignite taking. Buhay pa naman si Tatuki pero ang tutumba ay si Kuya Coyote. Kuya Coyote! Daijobu! Daijobu, Coyote-san!
Daijobu! Pero si Tatuki, nakita mo naman doon, what a good punish from UNSOLD Stuff Gaming na nakita ni Coyote na sabi niya, ito na yung assassination ko, gagan Skyfall na ako, kukunin natin si Aphrodite, pero was able to use the smite to secure the blue buff at napunta na sa isang masamang posisyon. Coyote. Basically, 3 members of USG were just corralling him into that place. They were able to get the first blood now. USG with a with a better early game at least from what we saw in the previous game.
Yes, medyo kinulang lang sa backup, no? Parang gusto mag-Grand Starfall para lang kunin yung blue pero sobrang punishable ng kanyang position. At nung nalaman na walang pantakas si Coyote, in na siya dito na mga tropa natin sa USG. Pero returning the favor might be as we are going to see Mai. Alam nila na warded, so talagang dire-diretso na. Pero mabilis din ang reaction. The moment na nasimulan ng maliwanagan, mas-sweep yung kanyang ward, nag-hook shot na kaagad siya palayo.
Yeah, good presence of mind right there from hindi siya nakatitig lang kay Shai, nakatingin din siya doon sa likuran niya na I'm not sure kung ano yung nauna doon, kung unang na-reveal ng ward si Coyote or una niya nakita na may sweeper si Zissou to really just see that, hey, I'm getting dope, I'm getting ganked. So umalis ka agad, good answer there for USG. But even though First Blood did go to the side of USG, no, there is still a gold lead for the side of Team Flash. And just looking at where that gold lead is coming from right now from Team Flash, a lot of it is coming from Zissou and from Coyote, and that goes to show yung early game pressure that they were able to put up on the laning counterparts on the other side of the map on USG. But still, it's not that huge to make any differences, to make any meaningful differences in the upcoming fight on these objectives.
Yes, at in terms of objective, one foot ahead dito ang tropa natin sa USG as they are trying to start yung Rift Herald, pero alam naman nila.
Oh?
Pero teka lang, naku po, again! Binalik na ni Kuya Coyote. Sabi niya ngayon, Dai Jobu, tatukisan. Kasi kanina ako yung pinatay mo eh. Babalik ko lang muna sa'yo.
Alyo Daijobu, ginamit mo na lahat, dinetmark mo na ako, punta ka na sa likod ko. Ang only thing na ginawa ni Coyote, sibat, tusok gamit ng kanyang skill at dahan-dahan.
Ginawang Japanese cake.
Ginawa ba niyang yakitori?
Oo, kaya takoyaki, no? Tinusok.
Tusok lang na tusok. Pero Rift Herald taken by USG. Sinama nila kaagad sa mid lane to be able to take some of the tower plates, take some gold for themselves.
Yes, and so far, no, medyo slowly but surely, once again, as we are facing the match point, Team Flash is currently already ahead with 1 point. Pero we are 6 minutes into the game, 1-1 pa rin yung ating trade dito. And put them also na hindi magbanggaan towards the objectives. It was a fair good trade for both teams, and right now, Coyote papasok dito, haharangin, at mukhang, naku po, may ipit pa dito, Hextech Ultimatum para kay Mai, pero buhay pa rin siya, but the Showstopper will definitely catch him. Pero Black Shield, para sigurado makatakas pa, but Explosive Gas, kapasok pa rin dito. And others na magagaling kay Coyote, at si Tris, ang siyang pinaka-hinahabol dito. Si Kaz may ipit rin, Dark Binding, hindi tatama, pero Owaiba Mushindero na may sibat na kasama. Pinauwi na dito si Kaz.
Yeah, pinauwi nga doon, and what a great series of plays coming from Team Flash. Makita din natin doon si MT muntikan siya mamatay. He had the tower ago, pero going to this replay na, it all started with a grand skyfall coming from Coyote. Nakakuha sila kagad isang kill, and looks like USG was there to punish, but MT talagang ginamit niya yung ang dami ng shit mo. Malapit siya mamatay, diba? Pero gumamit pa siya ng stone plate at the last second na nakita niya yung auto ni Tres, so hindi tuloy na-shoot yung Tres ni Tres. At yun, nakakuha pa na isa pang kill ang Team Flash.
Naging dos yung kill nila, no? Baga, nabitin. And overall, I think it was a good answer coming in from UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, but how well the mechanics coming in from Team Flash, and even etong si Ellie, the moment na alam niya nag-close in si Kaz for any potential explosive gas, hindi na niya inantay animation, definitely uses the Poppy's Flash para makakuha ng magandang angulo, kasi kung hindi, siya yung makikidnap dun.
Yeah, exactly. But right now, after that dive in the top side of the map, mukhang Team Flash.
Isa pa, teka lang masyado kasi kumukulit talaga ito si Mai, pero napapaligiran sila dito at nasa gilid naman si Tres. Dalawa ang mapapasok dito.
Ako, si Coyote.
Pero magagamit naman nilang explosive na na doon, na bulaklak para makatakas, pero explosive gas nga lang ang siyang makakahuli once again kay Kuya Coyote. And si Kuya Coyote ang nag-overextend mostly.
Siya ay nag-overextend kasi naghahanap siya ng ways to get to these fights with a Grand Skyfall, no? Pero at the same time, I feel like that was just a really good catch from USG kasi na-catch nila in terms of a rotation si Coyote to help out in that mid lane. So, nung nalaman nila na, hey, safe naman na yung ating kasama na pinagtutulungan ng Team Flash, sila naman ang sumagot. But looking at the map state at this point, only one tower has fallen. Mukhang Team Flash also wants another tower here.
Deathmark. May ipit kaya sila dito, pero 3 versus 2 makakapag Deathmark naman palabas, pero Showstopper, but dito na si Zissou. Sino kaya ang susunduin niya? And Zissou playing like a god. Zissou's dito dahil nga pinapakitaan niya makakuha sila ng take out the kill, pero si Coyote na naman ay focus sila dito as Aphrodite will survive. USG returning the favor, but the tower to tower ang trade magiging makikita natin dito.
Yeah, iba talaga pag Diyosa ang pangalan mo eh. Kaya mong mabuhay ng just a little bit more even though you did that tower dive. At may sagot din ang USG no, na Team Flash went for the bot lane tower dive. Nakakuha sila ng turret and now hindi pa hinihintuan to ng USG. Also will be trading a turret of their own. After all of that scuffle that we saw, it's still a huge gold lead for Team Flash in terms of 9 minutes of the game. That is 4,000. That is very sizable at this point, especially yung composition din na medyo hawig eh. Ang gusto mangyari in terms of early to mid game. So either team that has that advantage would really roll that around the later this game goes. No, so Team Flash again, they're just so far better at looking for these getting the gold across the map, and with the Herald being summoned in the mid lane, mukhang another turret falling down in favor of Team Flash.
And ang conversion talaga na ginagawa dito ng Team Flash, one after kill, after another objective, nakakakuha sila. Mega Inferno Bomb gagamitin dito, ngunit hindi sapat, makakauntog ng isa pa, and potentially makuha nga yung Miss Torre. Pero Explosive Gas, may ipit dito, body slam, face breaker, pero Haymaker hindi pa nagagamit, pero mukhang sapat na yata yun para siya tumamba as 5 members is present para i-cancel out itong TF push.
Yeah, the TF push is indeed cancelled. Tapos yung Inferno Drake has spawned to the map. But still, remember, 5 miyembro dito ang USG ang nasa mapa. In terms of ultimates, it's only Ellie and Shy and Zizou. Oh, Shy! Baka ma-patch out ka dito. Pero ang tapang ni Zizou.
Oh, wala, hindi siya natatakot. Tabang amba lang, pero umiinbi dito ang ating Insecto. Death Mark, ipa-focus nila muli si Coyote at tutumba na siya. Pero si Shy, busy sa likod, walang hiya talaga. Dahil mas gusto niya i-focus yung assassin at ito na ang dominant. Dire-diretso lang. Kaz with the reset one after another. Pero si Aphrodite, Jesus versus the Goddess of Beauty, sapat lang para mabuhay siya with the Shield ng Valor. Pero itong si Mai against Shy, kumakalabit ang konti at si MT may pang-aamba.
Yeah, muntikan siya doon. Kung mayroon pang another proc ng precision protocol doon si Mai, baka nakuha niya yung buhay, nakuha niya yung Crocodile. Pero Zizou right now, starting this dragon, kitang-kita na USG. Meron doong ward doon sa blush inside the pit. So he is now backing away. Aphrodite though, baka tunito na USG naman si MT, baka pigilan niya.
Alam nila. So aware sila. Zizou mukhang hindi na isusugal ang pagbalik. Infernal Drake to. Once again, nag-invisible. Good dodge para Explosive Cast, but they need to bail out as they don't have enough HP. And even yung backup nila dito magkakalayo pa rin. So that's a single drag naman or dragon for USG.
Nakita din natin yung epekto nitong ating Elemental Drake system kung saan we are on the Ocean Drake map. Nakalagay yung word on sneaky, hindi ka agad napansin ni Team Flash. We were trying to take that dragon. Pero going back into this replay right here, maganda dito yung catch ng USG dahil alam nila may numbers advantage na. It's a 4v5 pero Shy. Ang ganda din pwestuhan niya, nasa likod siya kaagad na he was able to take one member down. But in the end, I feel like even though Team Flash right here went for these kills and were being very aggressive, ang naging tunay na objective doon was the dragon, and at least UNSOLD of Game was able to get that.
Yes, exactly, no? And yun talaga yung problema doon ng Unsold Stuff Gaming. Yung moment na nakapasok na yung resets. Pero si Shy, masyadong maunat pa ng bahagya. Pero hindi tumagal sa tatlo. Cast with Explosive Casper na disengage. Pero makikita mo naman sa likod, dumalaro si Mai at kinakain ng unti-unti dito si Kuya Coyote. Umaray man, 4 versus 5. Ito na, yung sinasabi natin nun na ayaw nilang magkamali, Kuya Crazy Apple. Kaya mabawasan lang sila ng isa, umaatras ka agad.
Yes. Kasi nakita na nila paano sila pinanish kanina na kulang ng isa ng Team Flash and medyo pinipwestohan nila, inaaurahan nila yung USG na talagang nalaban ba kayo? And USG did, to be fair, it was a 2-for-1 exchange na 4v5 na yun, but they were able to get the objective, which is those things na you would say still a win for USG side. But I also want to point out it's the second time this game where a member ng Team Flash was caught out in a transition. First, it was Coyote kanina in the bot side near the dragon, and now it's Shy in the mid lane.
Si MT, babanggain dito. Natila ba? Wala siyang nakita doon. Pero burn flash. So it means wala tayong surprise face breaker na matutunghayan.
Mawala nga yung isang form na engage na yun from Team Flash. Medyo hindi din tumama yung body slam. So USG was not able to get that catch. But going back to my point earlier, so far Team Flash, yes, it feels like it's all Team Flash. But at the same time, dahil nga medyo riskier sila maglaro. Minsan, Team Flash if they get caught out, nagkakaroon ng mga 4v5 situation. So, still looking towards USG. Capitalize on mistake from Team Flash. But Team Flash, okay.
Nakikipaglaro dito si Kaz kay Kha'Zix na itong si Zissou. Pero kumakalabit lang, tama pakawala lang ng rockets mula dito sa mecha na to. Ngunit, nakikita mo naman sa gilid, good binding para hindi makapag-flank itong si Mai. But they just want to finish the business dito sa Baron.
Yeah, because finish yung business. And at the same time, I'm not sure if na-recognize to ng Team Flash, but even though the kill count is so close, there's a 6,000 gold lead for Team Flash. What?
Nahuli nga dito si Tatuki. Once again, Tatuki-san will go down. And here comes another stun na makukuha natin dito mula kay Coyote. And here comes the exit ultimatum kay Mai. And oh my, dahil ito na naman ang mga reset sa mga plays na pumapasok sa Team Flash at napapikit lang tayo, biglang nagkakagulo na. Habang itong si Mai, buhay pa rin. Sweep muna siya na bahagya. Sliver of health still go down. At nagkapalitan. Nag-golden time parehas pero face breaker and even Coyote's Grand Starfall will be used para lang malinis dito. Ace inside the base and this might be it as they're just waiting for the next wave of the minion. An early 2-0 na makikita natin dito with the patience, with the play and everything. Team Flash.
They're backing off. They're backing off.
Okay.
Kasi Tatuki is alive.
Respect. Contempt of the weak. Delikado sila sa shadow play. And they don't have enough mana as well to layer some CCs.
Right. And it's also only one wave, so hindi talaga big enough for them to destroy the Nexus. And also, if they lost that fight, if Tatuki and Aphrodite was able to take down members of Team Flash, they could have gotten the balance. And it would prolong the game in favor of USG. But going to this replay right here, grabe yung series of events na to kasi sinasabi ko pa lang na Team Flash, I'm not sure if they're recognizing that meron silang item advantage, growth advantage. So, in this fight, even though it looks like very close yung kill feed, but in terms of actual strength of these champions, mas malakas pound for pound ng Team Flash just because of the gold lead that they had. And they showed that with the tower dives that they were doing in that fight. But right now, dahil butas nga itong mid lane ng USG, Baron naman ang tinitingnan ng Team Flash. They're baiting in USG, wanting USG to engage on them so they could fight it out and hopefully close the game in their favor.
Teka lang. Umaharot ako. Dalaway na patalsik. Si Zissou pa may ipit dito. But the Deathmark Hextech Ultimatum, isang target lang si Coyote. Lang ginamitan. Tapos Gargoyle Stoneblade. At mabubuhay pa siya. Lead of the XL ginamit pero hindi umabot. Makakatalon pa alis si Zissou. Pero buhay pa si Kaz at si Trees. Pero dinedire-direction na talaga dito ng TF dahil hindi na nila kailangan pang magdalawang isip.
Pentakill!
At the pentakill from Zissou. This Kha'Zix is on a roll.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is on the roll and Osai mo kung tatapusin na ng Team Flash.
Ito na ang katotoong katapusan at it seems that USG will say Uyasumi na good night dahil patutulugin na muna sila ng Team Flash for a 2-0 finish for their series.
Yeah, and Team Flash silencing us in terms of our doubts from yesterday. No? Na nakita natin they were with Paddy and with just a defense in one player. Nag-iba din yung buong mindset ng team. No? I'm still not saying that it was Paddy that lost them the series yesterday, but iba ang timpla ng Team Flash ngayong araw. Mas maganda ang teasing nila and Zissou putting a mark on that, ending the game with a pentakill on his Kha'Zix.
Definitely, no, na once again, pumasok na naman yung yung pagiging kalmado, no, disiplinado, na hindi nila basta-bastang gustong mag-take ng mga risk na yon. And nakita natin yung resulta, no, Kuya Apple, na kung titignan mo dito, Zissou, safe play pa siya sa lagay na yon. Napaka-aggressive pero deathless siya doon sa game na yon as what we saw also the graph from game 1, the steady, surely but steadily.
Yun,
basta yun.
Basta
sure. Slowly but surely. Na umangat naman yung graph nila. Naku, medyo sumasabaw na tayo. Medyo matindi kasi yung bakbakan na natunghayan natin. Pero Kuya Crazy, iba ang unsold stuff, no, kahit papano, pumalag sila eh.
Yeah, sa totoo lang pumalag sila even though nakita natin dito sa ating match result that it is a clean 2-0 for Team Flash. I feel like Unsold Stuff Gaming was still able to make Team Flash sweat. At pinagpawisan si Team Flash talaga kailangan nila ilabas lahat ng bala nila. Lots of the point na si Zissou talaga ang dami nang binan na jungler, diba? At nakalusot pa rin yung Kha'Zix niya doon and just Zissou doing Zissou stuff by the end.
Yeah, and most definitely, no, na kahit yung Morgana nakuha nila in their favor, those Black Shields entirely was able to save them a lot. Pero nakikita nyo na ang susunod nating match, Flash Wolves versus Kwangdong FREECS, as both of them showed their growth and yung lakas nila yesterday. And I'm excited for this kaya Apple.
Yeah, and I think before we just the last thing that I want to talk about then with the team with the match that we saw earlier on, Team Flash just really showing us again na they still have a chance to get into the playoffs with that first win, while medyo mas malabo na for the side ni Unsold Stuff Game. I'm sorry.
Andito na tayo muli sa The Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. Kasama pa rin kaming dalawa, si Kuya Osiris at si Crazy Apple. Kung kanina natungayan natin yung laban sa pagitan ng USG at Team Flash, this time, another Flash na naman pero yung may kasamang Wolves. No? Flash Wolves versus Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, exactly. At yun na nga makikita natin ang unang team natin dito, which is the Flash Wolves. No? And yesterday, they are one of the few teams who got that 2-0. Actually, the only team who got their 2-0 yesterday. And still, most of them familiar sa ating mga fans. Si Sarah, si Cookie, si Bruce, si Locking, at si Eson. No? So, still Flash Wolves, one of the more dominant teams coming into this tournament and our region. And they have the first win, the 1-0. So, after this match with Kwangdong Freeks, no, Osay, malalaman natin kung sino talaga yung magiging at the top of this bracket.
Yes, exactly. No? And Flash Wolves, definitely nagawa naman nilang ipakita yung kanilang teamfight prowess, kung paano sila lumaro. But on the other side of the spectrum na nagpakita ng konting development. I mean, not entirely as konti, pero alam mo yun, yung hindi pa sapat para manalo, ngunit malaking bagay na para sa Korea is yung Kwangdong Freeks.
Yeah. Ito nga sa Kwangdong Freaks, si Maru, si Zeki, anong unlockable character na nila na si Zeal, si Acrobat, at si Noth. And this roster, rather this organization here in the Wild Rift circuit, we know that they are like the second place team to ROLSTER Y in terms of Korea. No? So yeah, they had a lot to prove. Yesterday, they did snag a win against UNSOLD Stuff Gaming, and now coming to this pick and ban phase, as we mentioned earlier, malaman din natin kung sino ang magiging pinakalamang in this bracket. Kasi if Kwangdong Freaks or Flash Wolves get this win in this series, sila na yung magiging only team with the 2-0 in their bracket.
Yeah, and most definitely, you know, na parang nakakuha nga sila ng win, pero ano yun kumbaga, kung di ako nagkakamali, against unsold stuff yun, no, Kuya Crazy Apple. So parang hindi pa siya yung pinaka-baseline na standard na talagang nakuha mo na yung growth or improvement. So parang ngayon pa lang talaga sila mapuput into test, and I believe that Autolose did well sa game na yun, no? And I'm expecting more sa KDAF this time, but I wouldn't still count out itong Flash Wolves dahil nga, once again, going back track record, same as how Team Flash dominates the league. Most definitely, Flash Wolves is still out there to make sure that they can have those easy wins.
Exactly. And alam naman natin din ang laruan nitong Flash Wolves. They like to play the game steady, take a bit of an early game lead, and then slowly transition that into the late game where they really just out-macro you and then slowly push you out of the game. And let's see kung kaya yun baguhin ng Kwangdong Freaks with their picks so far. But I do want to point out yung ban dito ng Flash Wolves taking away the Z, because from what we heard, Zeal, the new kid on the block for Kwangdong Freaks, their new mid laner is the Z main, so at least taking out immediately one of his comfort picks.
Yes, and in terms of the comfort picks na ina-expect natin dito, Shyvana is definitely open, at saka ang Karma. So, if Flash Wolves wanted to use Karma, pwede anytime. But of course, you need to also to consider na may kumbaga, ano ba ang gameplay na ilalabas na Flash Wolves sa team na wala nang pa-flash ka agad. Kasa din, yung may Reef-Walk, yung kukunin namin agad.
Yeah, and it builds upon kung ano yung dalawa nilang ban. Bindan nila ang Lucian at ang Zed. Ano ba ang kumaka-counter sa kasi nila na mid lane? It's supposedly AD champions. And taking away a Lucian who is very much known na lane bully in any solo lane. And along with that Zed, take away that assassination power, gives a better matchup ngayon kay, if Bruce would be the one to be using this in the mid lane. Although we have seen Kassadin being used in the Baron lane also. But most of the time, dyan yan sa mid lane. So we do expect it to be going there.
Yes, and for now, double AP kaagad pala ang pinasok nila dito. So umuulan ng damage sa Flash Wolves. Habang dito naman sa Kwangdong, gusto kaagad nila ng kanilang mga tanks. And this is a bit odd, no, na lumagpas ang Karma dito sa first pick phase, and at the same time, nakuha siya ng KDF na may kasamang dalawang Brusco. So this will be a bad news for Flash Wolves, and we saw on the previous match or previous series that Renekton is really looking for the targets such as Ziggs So, pwede siyang ma-zone out dito. But they are hovering around Olaf and lock it in. So, meron na kaagad silang rumaragasang Olaf.
Yeah, but that was the trade-off that I feel like Flash Robes was willing to get into in terms of letting that Karma go kasi they had so much priority on that Kassadin and they wanted to at least get a champion that could clear waves fast and easy, and Ziggs yun ang pwedeng gumawa nun if it does go to the hands of locking. So that was the trade-off that I feel they were expecting at least of letting go of that Karma. The Olaf pick for the side of Flash Robes at this point is more of to add towards a bit of a better early game for them kasi yun din ang problema ni Kassadin. He ramps up but he's very weak in the early game, can be bullied a lot, and it's hard for that champion if he doesn't get to the late game. So right now, do expect na yung i-build upon the team dito ng Flash Robes is to really supplement that Kassadin para na itawid nila into the late game.
Yes, and yung early game na yan, pwede pa yan manggaling, no, with a possible duo na makikita natin sa side ng Flash Wolves, no, na mas lalong mag-i-springboard yung lakas nila sa early game, and they don't want those early pressure na pwede nila makita sa Camille. It was a good choice as well. At habang dito naman sa KDF, sino kaya ang pwede nilang targetin? And so far, parehas nilang nakuha yung mga preferred picks nila at mukhang mas gusto nilang tanggalin. I'm thinking of a Sion pero medyo...
Pwedeng Singe din ang tanggalin nila dito, but also could be that Galio specifically because wala pang support pick din ang Flash Wolves, and also if Kassadin does go in along with that Olaf, may target yung Galio to go in along with them to help protect these two champions. So I think that's
Nautilus
a good takeaway from them. Yeah, Nautilus to take away, but let's see if it's something that Ethan would
Okay,
pick.
set. So, possible pa rin. Ito pa rin yung talagang usual go-to ng mga teams natin. No? Na whenever they see Renekton and Shyvana, they're going to draft a set. And North, I'm expecting na mag-Nautilus nga yung secure nila dito. Also, a possible counterplay to stop once na makapag-showstopper. But if you're going to check na tatlo na yung pwedeng pumasok dito and you only have one na pwedeng magtaboy sa kanila, baka mahirapan sa galaw itong Flash Wolves. Pero this time, they're still going to keep it up with the Nautilus and the possible Riven over para dito sa ating mid lane, no, na pwedeng gamitin ni Zeal, and of course the APC na si Karma, magiging kasama niya dito si Nautilus. So the combo of Resolve plus the Dredge line and even the Death Charge is out there to stop itong Ziggs natin once na mapunta siya sa Dragon Lane.
Yeah, they shifted then yung pick nila. Instead of going for that Riven, they instead went with the Akali, no? So more burst heavy on their side. And I think I honestly like the pick more. Just specifically because if looking at their composition, Renekton and Shyvana serves already the purpose of being this front line, not entirely just a tank, but also deals some damage. So having the Akali to be the one to just zip around, to try to get the Ziggs, frees up the Shyvana and the Renekton of the duty of also going for the Ziggs. They can instead focus their attention on the Kassadin as he jumps around. So we're gonna see here some very interesting team fights coming from both teams kasi right now Kwangdong has a lot of ways to lock down this Kassadin, especially with that Nautilus pick, no? While on the other hand, Flash Wolves, kailangan nila again itawid yung late game for their Kassadin pick in the mid lane, and that's gonna be on a lot on the Ziggs and the Olaf to really have that good early to mid game.
Yes, and dito natin i-expect yung pag-i-step up ng Flash Wolves in terms of having their sabihin na nating early pressure with the Ziggs. Alam na natin na may siege power sila, alam na natin na makakapag-clear wave sila, pero yung pressure kasi na ilalagay ng isang Karma at Nautilus magiging problema kung paano sila pepwesto.
Yeah, yun na it's something that we have to look out for talaga. With the compositions that they have, no? And again, just to emphasize, this would be the match where we will figure out who would be the first place in the bracket, at least in our second day here in the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. And if Flash Wolves can do it, it just reinforces yung idea natin that they are probably the best in this group alongside Team Flash. On the other hand, KWANGDONG FREECS, they have a lot of room as being one of the best in Korea and looked upon as the second best next to ROLSTER. Why? If they get another win here, it really proves na nag-iba sila with the addition of you.
Yeah, yun nga, no? Yung maraming pagbabago kahit yung ating SANDBOX, si LIIV SANDBOX, no, LSB. So yung mga Korean teams natin talagang sumasabay sila sa pag-adapt.
Totoo.
Although ang focus naman ng other C regions is just make sure na mag-stick pa rin itong same roster nila na pwedeng umabot sa sabihin natin sa Worlds. Pero tingnan muna natin kasi sino nga ba ang maglalaban dito sa ating match. Flash Wolves versus KWANGDONG FREECS. Magpupunta na tayo dito sa ating Rift. At nakita mo naman, Kuya Apple, no, yung mga players natin na kung saan talagang ready na makipagbakbakan, balagbagan at ito na ang oras na kailangan nilang patunayan ang kanilang placement dito sa turneyong ito.
Yeah, I fully agree with everything that you said there, Osaipel. One interesting thing na nangyari ngayon, si Bruce ay nakipag-lane swap with Isela, instead went to the top side. Dahil nga kanina nasa pag-usapan natin, ang kuma-counter to Kassadin's are AD champion. So now he chose to go to the top side of the map. Yes, it's still a very tricky matchup dahil still that's a Nakali, deals a lot of damage, but still, at least AP yan, may magic damage shield siya.
Yes, kung mag-hybrid siya, so may time dito na pwedeng may ma-dodge or maibawas doon dahil sa kanyang shield. At Kassadin, yes, definitely na-ban nila yung Zed. Pero sa dami na pwede mong maging choices ngayon sa game na to, talagang hindi you can't really count out yung Renekton. I was even expecting a Garen mid to stop a Rift Walk na manggagaling sa isang Kassadin. Pero it was also a good choice for Flash Wolves to just secure that Garen and use it against dito sa side ng KWANGDONG. Pero early rotation na manggagaling kay North. So, ano lang to, it is the usual 3v3. Pero papasok muna. Dredgeline, sumabit siya dun sa pader, medyo mapapano siya dito and needs to burn that flash dahil naka-ready si Eson for a face breaker.
Ito yung sabi mo, ito yung usual na rotations na nakikita natin sa mga teams dito sa ating tournament na ito na at about the 1 minute 30 mark, nakikita sila tatlo sa mid lane. Once naka-shove yung bot lane at once din nakatapos ng several clears ang jungle. Pero si Eson, sobrang lalim niya dito.
Naku, sobrang lalim. And alam naman na natin na yung panggugulo sa jungle, yung pinaka-priority nila dito dahil nga ang Shyvana needs to be denied early. Pero hindi nga nila entirely na-deny dahil may smite pa doon si Zeal and securing a camp for himself.
Yeah, sinesecure niya ngayon yung Wolf Camp. I believe itong Grump ay is-steal ni Cookie. I would love to see Zeki again just to see kung ano yung XP niya at this point. But in terms of the gold, lamang si Zeki. So I would guess he has a camp up right now against Cookie. So hindi talaga nila na-slow down itong Shyvana even though they went for that invade. So they will try again most probably for Flash Rogues. But just want to point out, there's 4 wards from Flash Rogues at the top side of the map.
And yung rotation talaga nila dito, no? After ng mainit na pag-deny sa Shyvana, hindi pa rin tapos yung mga trade-off, yung mga skirmishes dahil nga pressure is ready to take on dito sa dalawang team natin as somehow they are leaning towards a momentum-based team comp na once na makakuha sila ng advantage, pwede na sila mangmando pagdating sa objective.
Yeah. Yun na objective-based to really, momentum-based for both teams looking for that tempo. So usually in those kinds of settings, it's gonna boil down to either better macro play, better rotations from one team, or just one explosive fight. And ang hirap, no, kapag kayong momentum-based and one team gets a bit of that advantage, and that's where Flash Wolves excels. Na they'll choke you out of a game.
Yeah, and mostly itong dalawang team natin, meron silang proactive support, which is si North and Eson. And Eson, one of the playmakers, talaga mararamdaman natin kung paano yung face breaker ng isang set. Pero playing with fire, medyo delikado siya dito. Napalubog naman na bahagya. Pero Zeki, nag-sweeping lang siya dito. So, alam niya na walang wards. At yung mga pasok na, depth charge sa may kasamang Transcendent Embrace. Pero naitali siya doon at hindi nag-follow up si Zeki.
Oh, yung patience from Zeki. I think ine-expect niya na mag-showstopper si Eson going for the possible re-engage against Acrobat and North, pero hindi ginawa eh. So, I guess at the end of the day, no, ayaw din niya ipakita, ayaw niya ipaalam sa flash wolves na nandoon siya sa bot lane. May hula malamang ang flash wolves. Yeah, I'm thinking nga na, ano yung possible doon kasi he could still have maybe burnt a flash
Yes, exactly.
against Eson and maybe up to locking, no? So, questionable call right there from Zeki. Let's see if it would turn into their favor. At least that small bit of intel na tinago nila sa flash wolves.
Well, I think ayaw lang siguro nila i-give up yung early game na pwedeng i-suffer nila kay Zeki since yung Dragon nga. I mean, there's still a huge seconds before entirely they can have yung susunod na objective. Pero Zeki just wants to play safely. At the same time, it might be a use na sa bait para makuha lang yung information na si Cookie is leaning sa bot lane para lang sa first step ng objective. Pero since yun nga, na-telegraph na wala dito, dire-diretso lang si Zeki na kunin tong Dragon.
And diretso nga siya, pero nakita siya sa isang ward, may ward doon sa river ngayon at mukhang mag-engage ang flash wolves.
Mega Inferno Bomb na may kasama Transcendence Embrace. Haymaker, marurot siya dito at hindi naman na makukuha nila ang Dragon. Sisecure naman yun ng Kwangdong pero Ignite ako, nagtitik para matumba si Ison. Running low ang iba sa member ng Flash Wolves at hindi tatama ang bouncing bombs as the kill might be bouncing all around dahil si Maru with the play. Perfect execution to the Hurricane Flip and 5-point strike. Patay sa Hokage.
Yeah, patay nga sa ninja ng Kwangdong FREECS yung members ng Flash Wolves. At the end of the day, nakakuha ng Dragon ang Kwangdong FREECS as well as 2 kills, which evens out the gold right now for Kwangdong. No? And I want to also point out just little mechanical things that Maru did in that fight. But going back here into that Dragon fight, si Zeki talagang focus lang siya doon sa Dragon. Nakakuha na siya after he got that. Lumabas siya kaagad para hindi na makagive up ng more kills to Flash Wolves. But Maru, look at where he is on the map right now. From the mid lane, na dineside niya kagad, I'm gonna get a target right here. He's gonna use the first part of perfect execution and flash para lang makapwesto sa harap nitong Olaf para sigurado makuha niya yung kill and maybe think about of getting more kills on follow-up with the second part of the perfect execution. But na-recognize din kaagad yung flash ups, so they were able to just full retreat instead of going for these turns. And again, ito na ngayon na nakikita natin ugali ng flash ups. Isa lang ang call nila, if it's a back, it's a back. They don't go for these 50-50s or the turn to try to turn around a fight. Instead, they go for the safer route and look for a different play later on.
Yeah, and to be honest, no, kung papansinin mo rin yung play na yun, asa harap na niya si Ziggs, pero mas prefer niyang i-shut down yung Olaf. So yung target dito or yung prioritization of Maru is well respected, played it really well, wanted to finish off Olaf instead of a Ziggs. And at that point, nagkaroon na ng palitan dito at Zeki once again. Nagkukunyaring halaman. Kunyari hindi siya dragon. Kunyari ano lang siya. Normal na halaman at kunyari bubuga ng apoy yung halaman bigla.
Bigla ano yung flame plant pa eh. Ano yung mga skin, pag may skin si Zyra. Although wala pa siya dito sa Wild Rift. No? Nandun pa lang siya sa PC version ng game na to. Pero Zeki, yun na, twice niya ginawa yun, which kind of shows in the gold, where he is 700 gold down, almost 800 gold down against Cookie. So we did si Cookie always on the map, always farming his jungle, habang si Zeki may times na nag-iintay ng gank. And that's kind of, I think, something na hindi ganun ka-efficient for Shyvana.
Yeah.
Kasi they need the gold to get a lot stronger, but let's see if it's gonna pay off.
You need to keep the ball rolling kung isa kang Shyvana dahil ngayon mga camps mo will be waiting and warded naman yung blue part ng pinuntahan ni Zeki. So aware ang Flash Wolves and tried to pressure yung mid lane. Kaso the response coming in from Kwangdong is mabilis masyado for them to secure a mid lane push, pero sliver of health might be potentially na pag bumalik doon ng isang satchel makakapatay na. But playing with fire, Seal and Bruce, tingnan natin, papasukin ba ni Cookie? At syempre si Iso nandito rin. At ito na, Undertow na may face breaker. Kasama na Showstopper, Gargoyle Stoneblade. Makakatakas pa kaya pero hindi na niya ginamit pa ang kanyang flash at tinanggap na lang ang kamatayan.
Yeah, I think dapat ang Kwangdong dapat ang FREECS nakapansin na sila na when Flash Wolves doesn't back off, ibig sabihin pinapain ka nila into a fight. That happened there because not thought na mauna tayo. Si Zeki padating na dito sa bot lane. So we'll have a numbers advantage and then start the fight. But the thing was, Flash Wolves was first on the play, was first on the rotation, so immediately got that three-man group to burst down the Nautilus.
Yes, and exactly. No, talagang binuhos na nila lahat yung meron sila sa play na yon, and it was a good call for them na somehow binate out lang talaga ni Zil, and yun naman yung na-miss out din ni Zeki. Kung kailan nagkaroon ng gano'n ng play, siya yung nawala. Pero mukhang magwawala sila dito. Isa ang nahuli sa Transcendent Embrace at makukuha pa rin ni Zeki ang Rift Herald para dito sa Shyvana. Perfect execution. Nakikisama siya na flip. Pero si Bruce Almighty showing who's the boss, and Maru will go down.
Yeah, Maru does go down. Yung objective did go to the side of Kwangdong FREECS with Zeki with the hero play using the Dragon's Descent and then also getting that smite off. Pero ang medyo delikado dito na para sa FREECS no ay 3-0 na. Yung Castle din ni Bruce already has the Rod of Ages, so kanina pa yan nag-tick to get those stacks alongside the Seraph's Embrace. So tapos na yung mga scaling items niya. Pwede din siya mag-transition to either more damage with more AP, to some more AP items on his side. But going to this replay right here, no, ang Flash Wolves ang nauna dito sa Herald, pero ang ganda lang din ang timing ng pasok ni Zeki to be able to steal that. But still, Bruce was able to clean up, get some more kills, get some more gold into his pocket to really accelerate the pace of this late game Kassadin.
Yeah, and ang ganda rin ng lapag ni Bruce doon sa kanyang Null Sphere, no, to finish the kill. As we know that Null Sphere here is a skill shot compared sa PC version that it's a single target. So good play once again as the flank went in. But this time around, the Dragon muna ang focus natin, creating a lot of pressure para dito sa Rift Herald. So Shelly will be summoned, but a few damage being dropped dito kay Zeki, and will not continue the headbutt. Napo-force sila mag-redemption dito para lang maka-recover ng bahagya si Zeki. But they are aware, but no vision onto the other side of the map. Si Maru, tamang patience lang. Mahuhuli kaya dito ni Bruce. Depth charge ka agad na may kasama Shuriken Flip, pero may Zonias para mapigilan. But this choke point doesn't look good. Magka-flash away kaagad dito si Ison para mabuhay ay another flash na mabuburn dito para kay Cookie. So, mapapabayaan muna ang Ocean Drake na to. Si Not playing with Fire Nautilus na ginamit na ang kanyang hook, at si Bruce once again magagamitan ng Resolve, magagamitan siya ng Lubid, pero hindi pa rin siya mahuhuli. But the Dragon will be secured by Kwangdong FREECS. Second Dragon na ito ng ating game.
What a play right there from Kwangdong FREECS. Oo, wala tayong nakitang kills doon, but just the calls of immediately focusing down Bruce. Oh, teka lang.
Na may kasamang 5-point strike, Shuriken Flip, wala kang takas sa Assassin, and Maru secures another kill.
Yeah, Maru on this Akali has just been doing the damage against Flash Wolves. Medyo hinahanap ko din dito sa composition ng Flash Wolves, no? Kasi ang AP bot lane nila ngayon ay Karma. It doesn't deal as much damage as, let's say, as Ziggs. Yes, may mga bursts of damage, but when you miss that skill shot, wala na nauubos na yung continuous damage na maibubugan nitong Karma. So far, it has really been Maru and Zeal. These two solo laners ang talagang nagdi-deal ng damage in these fights, especially in these objective fights against Flash Wolves. Even though I'm saying a lot of good things for Kwangdong, Flash Wolves still has the gold lead in this game, and nagtitik pa rin tong time bomb na ito na yung Castle din ni Bruce.
Yes, and kita na naman natin no, kung gaano ka nakakatakot itong Kassadin. Na yes, itong si Maru as an assassin, tulad ng sabi nga ni Kuya Crazy Apple, no, na talagang when you look out for that Ziggs, and sa draft pa lang, Renekton and Nakali, mahirap na yon. Kaya ngayon, si Bruce lang yung pwedeng sumagot dito sa Assassins, and pwede nilang magkapilayan. Pero yun nga, no, the stun, the kill, and mukhang depth charge. Aabuti siya sa pinakadulo ng kamatayan. Itong Kassadin na-shutdown.
Yeah, minsan lang natin makita si Bruce na mag-overextend, looking for that damage, at he was immediately punished by Kwangdong FREECS. But looking at the other side of the map, may split push ngayon si Isera. Kwangdong needs to make a play here in the mid lane if they would decide to stay here. But Isera, with the retreat, medyo nalinlang na rin ngayon ang Kwangdong with some of their rotations na they were looking to create a play in the mid lane. Pero hindi, bumalik pa rin si Isera dito. So let's see what's gonna be. Mukhang wala naman tayong makikitang kills dito. So I guess at this point in time na Osai, medyo may parity tayo on both of these teams.
Yes, so yun nga, no, wala pang evident kung sino pinaka makakuha nito, but drafting nga itong Nautilus, no, nakita na natin, we saw this kind of play na yung depth charge being used sa mga slippery targets. We saw yesterday against sa Kha'Zix as a jungler na ma-deny yung ganong klase objective. This time, Bruce got the taste of how salty yung salt water na binigay sa kanya mula sa ilalim, as North is really on point on making sure that no one will escape him on his hands.
Yeah, and yun, it's gonna be the catch, right? From Kwangdong, hahanap sila dito ng catch again from North. Hahanap siya ng hook, makahanap siya dito ng depth charge. Pero numbers advantage right now for Kwangdong in the Baron pit. So if kaya mapastay dito ni Maru yung dalawa, they are starting the Baron.
Oh, starting the Baron, but Mega Inferno Bomb being used, so they have the vision. At nakapaligid din naman si Isera for any respond. Naku, kailangan nilang takutin itong KDF.
Yeah, pero si Ison, may flank siya ngayon kay Maru. Baka mahuli nila dito.
So medyo kanina pa kasi ito pero perfect execution para makalayo at nagtatago siya sa loob ng shroud. Shuriken flip para siguradong makatakas. But nakalayo man sila, makukuha naman nila yung tore, pero nakikipaglaro na naman sa back and forth itong
Naiipit sila.
KDF. Dahil delikado, papasok si Isera at mamanduin nga siya ng mga tropa niya dito, pero sa flank sa likod, Gargoyle Stoneplate, pero hindi yun sapat dahil naduraan siya ni Baron, bumagsak ang kanya armor at magic resist at tinalunan siya ng Dragon.
Yeah, grabe. And that was a very cheeky call from Kwangdong. Kasi I was looking at the map at that point and Flash Wolves was in the mid lane. They were trying to siege down the turret. Nagkulang lang sila sa main wave and Kwangdong was the immediate call was, let's start the battle. Hindi nila mapupush kagad tong second tier turret natin. Kailangan pa nila hintay ng another wave. So they were able to bait out Isera and get one more kill into their favor. Now they have a bit of leeway in this map, about 10 more seconds habang wala pa si Isera, so they can put down some more wards, they can put down some vision into the Baron pit. But so far, no, wala pang additional wards na nilagay dito ang Kwangdong. So let's see how or where they're gonna make the play right now with 25 seconds left on this Infernal Drake. It feels like Kwangdong FREECS will be focusing the Dragon.
Yes, at mukhang re-respond na rin dito si Isera, no? They want to start pressuring yung mid lane kasi isang satchel na lang or even siguro I think isang decisive charge strike lang ni Isera makakapatay sila. So they can start with that and make sure to split the manpower na manggagaling dito sa Flash Wolves. At yun na nga, nakita natin na Shinove nila yung mid lane, converting it for KDF to run on a different spot. Pero sayawan lang muna tayo. At mainit ang dance floor dito. They have the red ward or the pink ward para dito sa true side. So alam na nila na walang vision. At nagkabugahan na nga. Nagalit na. Gargoyle Stoneplate na naman ang gagamitin dito ni Isera. At makukuha man nila Scuttler. Sa likod naman si Maru. Yung dalawang assassin may kapaglaban na pero dalawa. Actually, apat ang nahuli sa facebreaker pero wala sila naging follow-up. Perfect execution na biglang liko. Ikatlong dragon sa kamay ng KDF.
Yeah, tatlong dragon and that only cost them a bit much. I would say mid lane turret did fall to creep, so a second tier turret down for Kwangdong at this point, and also kanina the top side malaking minion wave ang kanilang give up, and that has been the pattern so far, no, for the FREECS. They would give up some of their structures, yun yung tinitrade out nila for better positioning into objectives, and that they have been capitalizing in so well. Third straight for them in this game, and just looking at this replay, tinry ng Flash Wolves ang lahat para ma-prevent ito, Ison even going in, but talagang entrenched na yung position ng Kwangdong. Sobrang calculated yung pasok kahit nga yung pagka-use ng Dragon Descent doon at may another catch right here.
No! Nako, si Bruce manatali na nga siya dito. Mega Inferno Bomb pero makakataka siya with the Rift Walk. At safe naman, kaso kailangan lang talaga nila mag-burn ng mga resources doon para maibugaw palayo ang KDF.
Yeah, and ang tanong natin, no, sa start nitong series na ito, medyo mabagal ang laruan ng Flash Wolves, but we were on the side of Flash Wolves. Kaya nila mag-get ng early game lead and then just choke out the other team. Kwangdong is not having any of that. They keep matching Flash Wolves in every step. Kumbaga kung sayaw to, kung tango to, laging talagang imperfect sync pa yan si FREECS with Flash Wolves in this game so far. And looking at the gold, kung kanina may slight lead ng Flash Wolves, it's neck and neck at this point. 18 and a half minutes in this game. This game can still go in anyone's favor.
Oh, teka lang. Dahil nga gagamitin ng Embrace, magagamit din ng Ragnarok. So any moment, brace yourselves ang gagawin nila dito dahil si Bruce ay ikipaglaro sa apoy. Napapalayo. Masyadong umaharot at ang layo na nalaabot dito ng KDF at wala nang backup na manggagaling dito sa Flash Wolves, and in a jiffy, mawawala na doon si Kuya Bruce. This will be a big opening, a huge opening para dito sa KDF. This is a 4 versus 5. At alanganin pa yung pwesto nila si Maru, yung assassin natin na ikipaglaro sa apoy. Nagpapaikot-ikot lang sa loob ng shroud. Pero shuriken flip para may balik ang kanya sarili. Showstopper para may malayo. Pero naglalaro lang dito ang 4 sa apatan habang yung Dragon busy sa Baron. Pero naroon na nga ang palakol dito. Hindi pa rin yung sapat at natamaan pa rin. Embrace sabi kasamang pagpasok. Pero ang Baron makukuha pa rin ng KDF. And this will be the nail in the coffin dahil ang Baron power play will commence.
Yeah, Baron power play, 30 seconds left on that Elder Drake with the death timer set on Flash of Isera and Cookie, 10 seconds off sila on that timer. Pwede pang makaturn dito sa Dragon ang Kwangdong if they choose not to end this game yet dahil 5 seconds left na lang mabubuhay na si Blues. And going into this replay, no, if you think about it, bakit hindi nilang binurst down ng Kwangdong take down Dragon? Why did they go keeping for this fight? It's because they want to keep Cookie out of the pit. And even though at the end nakapasok na siya, it still took so much from Cookie until sobrang low na niya that they had to smite immediately off sa timing, and they were still able to secure the Baron. And the Elder Drake right now being started by KDF.
Yes, and KDF, they are on the momentum. And it feels like na hindi masasagot ng Flash Wolves. This is a different level.
Iba ang pinapakita sa atin dito ng Korean squad na ito. As so far we have seen in this tournament no, na lumilevel up ang ating mga Korean squads. And again, going into season.
Oh, ay na nga, Mega Inferno Bomb. Pero yes, napakasakit na rin naman ang damage nila dito. Pero mas masakit si Maru at Hila ba nagmamarunong na ubusin na dito dahil masyado ring marupok itong mga kalaban natin malalambot, and that's gonna be it dahil napasabog sila ng Elder Ace inside the base at hindi na nila masasagot pa ang momentum na dala ng Kwangdong Freaks. Flash Wolves! Oh my God!
Oh my God, indeed. First loss suffered by Flash Wolves in the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. And Osai, so, di ko alam sa'yo, pero ako, I'm so surprised with how this game turned out.
Well, alam mo naman sa prediction pa lang, sinabi ko na Kwangdong ang aking nasa puso. At kung sino man na siyang manalo no, sa Game 1, sana ituloy-tuloy na para ma-secure yung kanilang points. But it feels like Flash Wolves receive a huge haymaker from the Korean meta and how proactive they are. I must say that North, I want to see stats 229, and with all of that medals, ramdam mo that Nautilus pick is really scary.
Sakat ng leeg niyan. Kung graduation ay yung honor student nyo na madaming medalya, that's not right there. Talagang someone deserve. Apart from the MVP did go to Acrobat because probably Karma, as it dealt a lot with the poke damage as well as the shields. Still feel like
Yeah. Yes, right now I see the gold graph is really looking bad no doon sa side ng early, pero nagawa nilang atakin pabalik. And it feels like KDF are well aware of their power spikes and played it differently when they got the chance. Flash Wolves, it was a very good start at some point wherein the flank from Bruce is working wonders, but at some point they kind of miss out a lot nung bandang nag-snowball na si Maru. Looking for the key targets and blocking as a Ziggs. We saw this again from previous matches that when you draft the Ziggs, you are a juicy target para sa isang Renekton. Kay Zil pa lang, what more pa kay Maru na kung saan nagawa niyang kunin, na nagawa niyang hanapin yung mga easy kill, easy targets, and everyone from Flash Wolves wants to take him down. But the resources are being burned or being used for nothing dahil Maru can just hide inside the shroud.
Yeah, and yun nga, that's why I love the pivot to Akali at the later part of the pick and ban phase kanina na I was thinking, Riven could work. dahil na kaya niya makipagsabayan dito sa Shyvana and the Renekton as they go in. Pero iba kasi ang nabibring to the table ng isang Akali. Mas maligot, mas malayo ang pwedeng engage potential niya, and also that just the punchier burst coming from this ninja assassin na talagang really puts Flash Wolves in the back foot. And I guess also I want to add din, Osai, in this whole game, makita mo yung discipline of both teams. No one was really overstepping by a lot. Yung nag-iisang overstep na I think na medyo naging crucial was Bruce in the bot lane, but still hindi pa nga naging malaki yung outcome nun. It's just really these two teams knowing so well the limits of their composition.
Yes, and yun nga, tinamaan na sila ng limit ng kanilang composition, and I think nag-fell off na nga itong Olaf, and continuously it was on the side of the Shyvana, who consistently played on a Hail Mary desperation play just to get those huge objective and adding more sa kanyang snowball. Pero tingnan natin kung ano nga ba magiging changes natin as we are heading on to the drafting phase, and blue side will be Flash Wolves as KDF will settle on the red side.
Osai, would you say na Hail Mary kung nakuha naman niya lahat ng objectives?
I mean, it's somehow desperate because wala sila sa position eh.
Tata.
And
I agree.
yun yung kailangan niya para ma-push further yung snowball ng
I
Shyvana.
want to say it's calculated. I'm a believer now.
Oh, okay.
Believer na ako sa FREECS. I think it just goes to show, diba, how they were willing to play at the knife's edge throughout that game, and it served them well. And right now, it's reflected on the bans. Kasi ang unang binan ng Flash Wolves ay yung Shyvana that really caused a lot of problems for them.
And wala ka agad yung sabihin nating lakas ni Zeki. So we're going to see a different pick. Pero bukod sa Shyvana, I think that was the problem was the Nautilus. It's an easy target. And once again, I'm a firm believer that Nautilus is really a good champion at this point of the game.
Yes.
Hindi lang siya pina-prio pick as you still want a Yuumi and a Karma. And this might be a force ban KDF of Yuumi. Not unless na they're willing to give up a Karma or a Yuumi para sa Flash Wolves, and then KDF might be settling on a different champion.
We'll see. Kasi I think there's also a line of thought na if there is a Yuumi in the game and you have the Nautilus has a bit of an advantage just because yung lockdown potential ng Nautilus, you can lock down the champion that Yuumi is attached to, and once Yuumi comes out, pwede mo siya ma-auto, pwede mo siya i-depth charge para masisi din siya, and you can transfer immediately the other layers of CC ni Nautilus to a different target. So I think in terms of that, maybe kaya hindi nila binan kaagad. They want to see if that's gonna be the reaction from Flash Wolves. It's gonna be the Yuumi, but still I agree definitely that Nautilus on the hands of Naut is just too good and might be something that Flash Wolves needs to keep their eyes on.
Yeah, and at some point of the game, it may not be as a clutch from the side of KDF, but the moment that they are keeping everyone in check, as the Kassadin, hindi siya to the point na tatakas ka eh. Once na mahuli ka, exact moment ng depth charge, everyone is going to literally charge in front of you and make sure to take you down. And there's no counterplay for that. I think Flash Wolves had a hard time answering on how they're going to punch their way back after losing Akasa din. Because they don't have any backline access eh. Kailangan nila dumaan sa harap ng Shyvana, which is fairly strong at that point of the game, and even up front of a Nautilus.
Ayan na.
So they are aware na pwedeng iban to dahil lang ng Flash Wolves, alam nila na sila yung pwedeng gumamit this time.
Yeah, exactly. Inagaw na nila from Naut yung kanyang Nautilus, at nilock in for the side of Flash Wolves. Mukhang mapupunta to kay Ison. So we'll see how Flash Wolves will be able to utilize the Nautilus in their hands. And just looking also at so far the KWANGDONG FREECS lineup, it's a very standard that we usually see. Renekton, Karma, Zed, it's a standard lineup na they can run at you. But with the lock-in of the Zed, it already telegraphs that this Karma will be going to the Dragon Lane.
Yes, and this same composition of 2 dives. Once again, a Renekton and this time a Zed. So no Akali for now, but another ninja will be present. And for the second banning phase, they are looking into banning Lee Sin.
I think at this point, no, it's a good idea to take away some of the jungle picks from Zeki. Just seeing as how comfortable he looked. Yes, he died a lot of times. Yes, it had a lot of those Hail Mary engages para maagaw nga yung mga objectives like the Dragon, the Baron, even the Herald. But that's still a confidence booster that is on the jungler. So right now, if you take away some of his some playmaking potential from him, it could be a good idea. And just decent overall, I think, is a decent ban. Just takes away a lot of that early game pressure coming from the jungle.
Yes, and the pressure is on, no? Tulad nga na sinabi mo, yung Lee Sin na pwedeng mag-springboard, mag-accelerate rather, ng kanilang movements across the map. You already have a Zed that can definitely make sure to kill you with a death mark. At si Renekton na nag-excel towards sa mga skirmish and 1v1. Adding it up with the Lee Sin, definitely may hirapan ng Flash Wolves in terms of early game. So it was a good ban, and a really good, sabihin na nating good movement, no? In terms of how well they are looking inside the game. Pero a Nasus pick, naku, Kuya Crazy, is it gonna be
There's no room for Senna.
Karma Nasus? But yeah, I believe there's no room for Senna. So bakit?
Yun na. Kung nakikita mo lang yung mukha ko ngayon, sobrang maraming question marks. ang mukha ko ngayon na bakit Nasus? Well, at least pinagsama nila yung dalawang magkapatid in their lineup. But I'm trying to rack my brain on what's gonna be their last pick. This could just be the curveball that they need to close out this series. At mukha naman hindi nagpapatinag basta-basta ang Flash Wolves. They're with their lock in that Kassadin, they want to give Bruce again that late game scaling champion.
Yes, and so you think na Nasus and Karma to? Or
alam mo, ang inisip ko din, ko, paano kung magbabalik ang Zed in the jungle? Pero at the same time kasi, kanina pinag-usapan natin anong first game pick and ban din that Zed.
J4? Oh, okay.
Okay. Ito tayo, yung mag-cover. medyo naloko tayo ng cover, no? Pero okay, it's the Wukong to finish this
Naglalaroan yung damdamin natin.
Totoo, pinaglalaroan yung damdamin natin. Pero ito na nga, it's the last the lock-in for the side of the Freaks. They are going with the Wukong in the jungle. They just want to briefly also touch upon Zed is the most played champion, or rather, it's one of the most comfortable champions in the hands of Zeal on this rookie coming in this lineup. So, dito natin makikita, matetesting ang Zed niya laban possibly sa Kassadin ni Bruce unless there could be a lane swap with Isera on that Garen.
Yes, exactly. No? And Wukong to Zeki and North on the Nasus. I mean,
it's a support Nasus.
Yeah. I do get it that it is a support Nasus. It's in the hands of North. But how are you going to maximize the Spirit Fire as you only have few, let's say few follow-ups? Because you only have a Cyclone, an Inner Flame, and a Zed.
Yeah.
Renekton AoE isn't really as much as Kaldamik. So,
yes.
Ano yung pwede mong i-layer towards a Spirit Fire? And if you're going for a poke, I'd rather pick a brand support, I guess. So, medyo questionable talaga itong Nasus pick, or is it gonna be an AP tank dahil nga Fimbul Winter yung first item niya. Pero, yung range kasi ng Spirit Fire, Crazy, hindi yun yung tipong mababaliw ka na kailangan mong tumakbo eh. So, ikaw, ano ba yung tingin mo dito sa Nasus pick na?
Ang only logical thing na nasisip ko is a slow bot. He's just gonna keep slowing down the Kassadin. And the Kassadin comes in.
Wither and wither.
Wither lang para hindi na siya with the solve. No? Pero it really, ang hirap kasi he's so immobile as a champion. And it's gonna go against a Ziggs and a Nautilus. No? Pero I think we are about to head into the game in a bit. So malalaman na natin sa na.
Game 2 of Flash Wolves versus Kwangdong Freeks. And we saw game 1, no, na napakatindi ng naging laban natin. It was a close one, but KDF was able to snag one win. So this will be a match point for them. Kuya Crazy, as much as your name states it, ang crazy ng ating draft ngayon.
Mas crazy pa yung draft ngayon kaysa sa pangalan ko eh. Kaya I'm still
crazy draft
in awe.
na, hindi na crazy apple.
Yes, crazy draft indeed. And hindi ko pa rin talaga, honestly, it's hard. I feel like it's so hard to wrap my head around this pick. Kasi usually you would pick, you could also say na, hey, if it's the traditional ADC, you just wither, right? But wala yun
exactly.
So, I will have to see. We'll have to see it play out to figure out how it works.
Mukhang gane, locking using the honey fruit early on. It's just 50 seconds and you're burning honey fruit. So once I think once the inner flame hits, it's a free spirit fire. And then you can just put another a wither para mas fully maximize yung mga poke nila. So this will be a poke type bot lane.
Yes.
And so far, we are seeing a flexibility on this player.
Both of them. Honestly, si Akabat ngayon, siya yung unang gumagang dito sa mid lane. Siya ang nakikeep up ng tempo with Ison, the Dragon Laner from KWANGDONG.
This is odd because yung Dragon, tulad na sinabi mo, Dragon Laner yung nag-rotate habang dito naman sa Flash Wolves is yung support. So ang naiiwan dito mag-isa is si North. It feels like he's the one who's taking all the farm. So, we're putting a back foot dito kay Acrobat na nagmumukha siyang support.
Yes, exactly. And right now though, siya nga yung support and KWANGDONG has a control the top side scuttle, so they were able to secure it. And I think, honestly, Flash Wolves is just as confused as we are with what is happening right now. And this could just be the weird thing, yung panganang left hook na needed ng KWANGDONG to finish out this series. I mean, it's very early to tell. But hindi mo alam kung nasa utak ng mga pro player na to Lalo na this is a very different meta from what we see in our own servers, because this is the Koreans playing this. This might have been in solo queue in Korea. And again, now sa lahat ng nanonood, magagayahin nyo tong bot lane na to. Siguraduhin nyo, make sure that you practice it first before bringing it to ranked games. Thank you.
Oh, no. We don't use those for practice. Diretso rank ka agad. And, alam mo naman na mga Pinoy mahilig sa pagsubok sa buhay. And yun nga, no?
Yes.
At evident,
Zeal?
pretty evident, no? Kaya isa lamang akong gold. Pero Zeal right now might be looking for converting a gold kill. But Isera, Respecting, and Bruce might be going for an answer. But the turret plating, maghahati dito si Maru at saka si Zeal. Warded ang spot na yan, so they are well aware, but the rotation na manggagaling dito kay Ison magbabago dahil nga nag-back out na muna si Zeal. Hindi na muna siya kakailanganin sa top lane, pero yung recall timing ni Isera parang sumablay.
Yeah, medyo nga sablay dahil nga doon sa pressure na nangyari doon. So makakuha pa ng isang plate ang FREECS dito sa top side, nakipaghati ulit si Maru with North. And honestly, that's not the worst thing, no, na nakipaghati ka pa ng plate kasi it's still a plate and still 150 gold towards the team. And right now, I'm just looking at the lane assignments kasi tuloy na napansin natin si Acrobat, yung Dragon Laner ngayon ang support ng lineup na ito, while the Nasus is the one who's farming. So you could very well see na ang tinoka na nila na tumapat dito sa Nasus ay yung Ziggs. So Ziggs can keep farming. Well, I don't think the Ziggs has much kill pressure. There's no kill pressure, honestly, against a Nasus. So it's just going to be the farm lane there. But we have seen then that the lane swap has been initiated wherein si Zeal na ngayon ang dito sa bot lane na tatapatan nga itong Ziggs.
Yes, and I think nakakabawi lang din talaga si Acrobat, no, in terms of taking those turret platings. Pero even yung kanyang items dito, no, parang nag-lean towards the support using a pink ward instead of a different choice. Are we seeing Acrobat as a support right now? Pero yun nga, matatali kasama ng Embrace, but they don't have enough damage. Dahil alam naman kung gaano ka-coolnut si Ison, and they don't want those tower dives dahil naka-ready rin yung death charge.
Yeah. So here's my thought process, right? With what you mentioned na si
Sige,
Akabat
sige,
ang
sige.
magiging support. Baka magkulang sa damage ang Kwangdong when we get into these mid-game fights, right? Kasi Nasus, yeah, he getting these stacks, but still, yung overall build niya is a tank. And if you're gonna be facing
Exactly.
this tanky lineup right now, though, for Flash Wolves,
Nako po, ayun na nga, nagkaharap na yung mga tangke dito. And even si Not, naka-ready na rin siya, though hindi pa niya ginagamit yung Fury of the Sands. Pero yung magkapatid, the Brothers of Shurima, will make sure to take down dito si Cookie. So it means that there's no jungler. And kills after kills. KDF, the cheese strat will be used.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they don't have damage. If you just steal the Herald and kill them anyway, you're still gonna get that 3-0 lead and kills. Getting the first the top lane along with that Herald, Kwangdong FREECS. Baka nga ito na yung kanilang weird off-field strategy. No? Kita mo dito si Zeke, ini-steal niya again. He's in the head of Cookie this whole series. Lahat ng objective na pupunta dito kay Zeke. And I don't know, Osai, ang sinasabi ko kanina, baka kulang sa damage ang FREECS sa mid-game fights. If they still keep up this lead, that won't matter.
Ang feeling ko in terms of damage department, yung Spirit Fire yung nagpapadali. And if you're going to check yung item ni kanina ni Maru, diretso Ruin King. So they are in it really to win it with those skirmishes na talagang damage ang priority nila dito. Hindi na kailangan mag-Black Cleaver o kung ano man. Pero masyado masakit. Hextech Ultimatum to Immersion Justice as we are putting back the justice into this system. Dahil nga, they are living rent-free dito sa utak ng Flash Wolves as the re-engage will come in. The Cyclone at napakasakit man ng Kasa din, hindi na siya makakasapa ng isa pang kill dahil masyado nang lumalim at hindi na napakapan ng Flash Wolves.
Yan, hindi na napakapan, but at the end of that fight, no, wala pa rin nakasecure ng Dragon. As we head into this replay right here, back and forth, itong fight na to, they are all fighting for the Dragon. Pero medyo naalanganin ang pwesto dito ng Kwangdong. Yung nakatalikod, anong nandoon sa likod nila, CS7 were able to burst down Zeal, but Kwangdong, persistent, tenacious, hindi nila hinintuan yung play. After taking down Ison, they were gonna be eventually taking down Good. Kasi hindi siya makaalis. Bakit? Na-wither siya nung Nasus na carry ni Not. At ito na, balik tayo dito sa Dragon.
At yun nga, nagkakasayawan na tayo muli dito sa Dragon at nagamit pa yung resources sa ilang segundo na lamang manunumbalik na ang ultimate ng bawat isa. But if you're going to check right now onto the side, Decisive Strike being used, everyone turn, Gargoyle Stoneplate will be used, but the Redemption being burned. Dragon is slowly slowing its HP pero papasok na, masisecure pa rin talaga ni Zeki, and Cookie once again will fail. Hextech Ultimatum for him to die 6 feet under at nagkakaripasan na ng takbo ang Flash Wolves.
It's at this point, it's just a smite diff. Zeki still securing these objectives at Bruce. Alam ko, may refo ka, pero medyo delikado pa yung pwesto mo dito. Apat yan.
Ayun na, ayun na, Siphoning Strike. Pero mukhang gusto lang nila i-zone para makuha yung tower. Cyclone, at mukhang hindi naman na magagamit anytime soon dahil naka-cooldown. I mean, the decoy will tank that Decisive Strike and they're just going to bail out safely.
Yeah, they're able to bail out and still deal a bit of damage to that turret. No? And again, going back to some of the points that we've seen in Game 1, Kwangdong FREECS playing very disciplined, at the same time, very decisively. May kita mo yung mga decision-making nila when they see an opening, they immediately go for it, and when they see na 50-50, layuan natin. And I think what works with that kind of thinking and strategy right now for Kwangdong FREECS is ganun din ang line of thinking ng Flash Wolves. So Flash Wolves is not gonna take these very risky fights. When Kwangdong sees that Flash Wolves is gonna go in, it means kaya ng Flash Wolves. And if I was Kwangdong, I'll back away. I guess the short story on that, the TLDR is nagiging nababasa ng Kwangdong ngayon ang Flash Wolves, and they are just executing that right now in Game 2 of the series.
Yes, kita naman natin kung gaano nga yung pressure na nagaganap dito. Pero mukhang
4v1?
mas gusto nilang i-focus dito. 3v1, 4v1 actually para makatakas. Pero the Death Mark, the Shadow Play at kasama na ang Flash pero nagpapaikot-ikot dito. Pero si Acrobat nga ang shield ay nandyan pa rin para ba protektahan at walang mamamatay sa side ng KDF.
Yeah, walang mamamatay. And on the other side of the map, sinecure ng Kwangdong ang Herald. And meron pang shoving sila on the top side. So, kailangan reactan.
Naku! So si Maru, mahanap muna na marupok dito. Wala muna. Okay, easy lang.
Easy lang sila, easy lang. Alala naman sobrang hype
Akala
na
ko, may ipit na naman eh. Alam mo, mga Zigs dito, biktima ng karahasan eh.
Medyo may hugot yan, nararamdaman ko lang
Ay, ganun
as a
ba?
six
Sige.
player. pero ganda din naman, very very skillfully locking was able to escape from that gank coming from Malo na he was able to use both the satchel and the max range as well as the flash pa. Hindi siya maabot ng stun. But going back on the state of the map right now, 2 towers are down to Flash Wolves, only 1 down for Kwangdong FREECS. So in terms of overall macro, Kwangdong could very well have more vision control. Pero hindi ko alam kung alam dito ni Zeal na may Ison doon. Mukhang 2v2 at nagkalayuan lang sila. Pero let's go back into thinking about how this Nasus just works. The moment.
I think yung very reason no, na nagawa niyang teka lang nakita
Oo.
boy ninja. Yung ninja dumaan sa anino, nakita niya may mga anino ng iba yung damuhan eh. Pero tingnan natin, sige, tatluhan pala ang
Daming
gusto nyo, 3v3. Pero Warden, si Not naglalakad sa kamatayan, tila yata kamatayan to, pero mukhang nakaread naman ang kanyang Fury of the Sand, Dominus. Pinak na dito, nakikita mo naman sa picture-in-picture, may nakikipaglaban doon. At yun na nga,
Binalikan.
naku, sabi sa'yo, biktima na karasan na naman niya, si Maru the Marupok. Looks another bonk dito kay Locking. They are locked down dito sa baba dahil wala na sila magagawa at hindi nila masasagot yun ng tower might be free para dito sa Dragon Lane pero nagkakahanapan, ginamit ang zone niya. Yes, meron ng anino dito para mapaglaruan. Rift Walk, bahagya pero hindi na nila ipupush pa dahil mission accomplished. Locking na may kasamang toreng pabalot ni Nanay.
May kasama ang balot ni Nanay. At sino ang mag-expect na may malaking buhaya na nagtatago sa kadiliman na inaantay si Locking, yung Ziggs na nagiging biktima pa ulit-ulit ng kalahasan dito sa ating Game 2 of this series. At gusto ko na din paalala sa ating mga viewers what's at stake in this game. If Kwangdong FREECS wins this game and wins this series, they will be 2-0 in their group, making sure that they will be getting at least into playoffs because this is still a single round robin best of 3 format. So there's a lot of the line right here for Flash Wolves kasi if they also were able to get the comeback, they can get also that spot. No? So Kwangdong FREECS, let's see how they're gonna close this out with this very, again, yung weird pick natin on the Nasus na I'm just so
Yun nga eh,
baffled
feeling
right
ko,
now.
Ano to Kuya Crazy Apple. I think for the reason na Acrobat roaming around gives a lot of XP to North, it feels like you're playing a solo lane Nasus. So it was fairly easy for them to have that kind of advantage. And kita mo naman dito no na this is Flash Wolves getting tricky with their macro rotation. They want to go all in. Alam na nila na hindi nila kayang sabayan yung Dragon. Pero teka lang, si Kuya Maru dito. Sige, ligo ako muna, Locking.
Layo ka muna. Di ba pwede clear yung way? Pero yun na, sabi mo, no, yung macro play ngayon ng Flash Wolves, Maru, hindi humihinto.
Talagang hindi hinto yan kasi nga marunong siya masyado. Pero ito na, ginamitan na ng Mega Inferno Bomb. Nagpapaikot-ikot, nagkakaikutan. May dalawang Beyblade, si Zeki, tsaka si Isera. Pero walang sumusuko. Cookie, nanalo lang sa smite pa ng blue.
At least, panalo. It's the little things. Right
Small
now,
wins,
no,
small wins.
Small wins, tama. The small wins for Flash Wolves. Na kahit 0-2 si Cookie, still able to get that smite off in the blue buff, able to take it back for their team. Pero yun na nga, yung kalahasan, kita mo dito din yung man-to-man na natinginan dito ng Kongdo. Laging naka-assign si Maru ngayon to kill the backline, to kill Locking on that Ziggs. And if you just see there yung binili niya, bumili na siya ng Stasis and Chant. So do expect when you get into these team fights and Maru does go for the hard dive at Locking will be able to buy some time with that Stasis and Chant and might just be enough time to take down the Crocodiles. Bruce though,
Wait lang. Dahil si Bruce na ang susunod. Inantay lang gamitin yung Rift Walk. So cooldown ka muna. Nag-flash Rift Walk na naman pero nagka-flashan. At may isa pa yatang mauhuli dito pero sapat na respeto muna. Ngunit ang Tore, pwede na nilang tapusin. Kaso di ba nakafocus nga sila dito sa objective Baron. Pwede na nila munang kunin to at pwede nga sila mag-setup ng Death Rush. Pwede rin naman na i-push nila ang kanilang mid lane. Pero mukhang si Isera, the winner ng harap-harapan. Etong Garen, gagamitin na ang kanyang Gargoyle Stoneplate, dagdag baluti At
Yeah.
si Zil naman ay magde-defend.
Yeah, si Zil magde-defend kaya nag-call off doon ng Kwangdong ng chase and they also did not try to secure the balance. Still 15 minutes into the game, 9-1 ang score natin and Kwangdong FREECS might just be able to pull off the upset against Flash Wolves, and Flash Wolves is not I know them as this team that gets ahead in the early game and just doesn't let off the lead until they're able to get the late game. Now we're seeing them on the other side. Na ang Kwangdong naman yung nakakuha ng slight lead early game, they're just never letting it go and they're slowly trying to choke out Flash Wolves from this game. Will Flash Wolves be able to figure out a way to be able to get themselves out of a hole that they would love to put other teams on? And ang susi dyan pa rin, again, they have the late game scaling with the Kassadin in the hands of Bruce. So if Bruce is able to just freely hit in these fights, jump around, assassinate Acrobat, maybe get a kill off of Zeal, that just could be the winning condition right here for Flash Wolves.
Yes, and for now, nakakita na naman sila ng susunod na bibiktimahin. Ngunit si Isera yun, so we respect how well his HP is really good, really with the armor, no, na hindi mo basta-basta masasaktan. And with the movement of Flash Wolves, they need to consider on how they're running around the map.
Yeah.
Kasi countless times, no, they are being surprised by KDF and really in a tough spot.
If I was Flash Wolves in this position right now, I would try to funnel a bit more gold into Cookie, into Camille. Thinking na Camille, yes, hindi siya yung most talk about late game champion, but looking at the lineup from Kwangdong, they have a lot of champions that are building different kinds of resistances, right? Armor and health. Camille, when she gets a lot of items and gets that 2 damage off to the precision protocol, ang sakit pa rin. Even if you're a Zed, even if you're a Karma. So there's also another window for Flash Wolves. If they're able to extend this game maybe for another, I would say 8 minutes. Mapupunta sa point where Cookie can deal enough damage para kahit magharap-harapan sila ng Kwangdong, if they just make a slight positional error, it could immediately be punished with tons of damage coming from the Camille.
Yeah, no, medyo ang weird pati dito. No? Nag-slow down yung pacing natin kahit 1-9 tayo sa scoreboard and KDF already got the items that they need na marang nag-fall off na yung damage ni Acrobat dito. So I think they need to pull the trigger as much as early as they can. But they wanted to make sure na makuha nila tong ikatlong dragon. Pero si North, harap-harapan, nilalakad, hindi takot kay Kuya Ison. At sa kabilang side naman, yung ating mapa sa Tribrush ay naka-ready si Zeki for any flank na gagawin niya. 14 seconds pero mukhang mapapalayo siya sa fight. Papasok siya sa Dragon Pit. Wala rin sila sa Patavision pero meron doon sa may gitna sa CCTV. Hindi man mayayakap ng Transcendent Embrace. Magkakaroon naman sila ng breathing space. May ikipaglaro naman dito na bahagya si Bruce para harutin lang si Zeki.
Yes.
At mukhang sisimulan na nila ang Infernal Dragon. Any opening right now, nahatak si Not. Meron pa siyang Fury of the Sands. Hindi na yata. Ayun, ginamit na ng tuluyan. At si Maru sa likod. Ginamit ang flash. Ginamit ang lahat-lahat para makapag-minus pa dito at mukhang hindi ka magkakaroon. Basta-basta ng opening. Ang Flash Wolf dahil dalawa na ang tumumba. Kahit si Ison at si Acrobat mabubuhay pa dito. Nagkapalitan lang sila at tumatakbo unti-unti papunta sa Baron.
Yeah, Baron ang diretso dito ng Kwangdong FREECS. If you look at the side lanes, nag-clash na din yung wave doon. So kailangan mo na depensahan ng Flash Wolves. So I doubt that they will be able to challenge this Baron if you see the picture-in-picture right there. But as you go into this replay, this whole fight really just started out with the AoE damage coming from both the Wukong and the Renekton dealing enough damage doon sa Flash Wolves. And in the end, it was a rout for Flash Wolves. They didn't have enough damage. Pero I'm looking at the Baron right now. Mukhang may fight doon.
Baron is looking low pero mukhang nag-turn sila dito dahil wala ng oras si Ease on as he need to ease off and log out because he's going to die completely. Para sa Lacking na naman ang susunod na magiging biktima na tila ba. Hinahabol ito ni Kuya Zeal. Might seal the deal but he is going to be safe as this will be a Baron. At ready na ang KDF for a big push.
Yeah, kumukubi doon si Lacking but may shadow out si Zeal. able to dodge from that Mega Inferno Bomb, not dying. And now, again, ito yung timing ng Guangdong Freaks on Game 1. They take the Baron at around the 19-minute mark para matiming nila yung waves, i-shove nila, and they have a bit more breathing space as they start out this Elder Drake fights. And one thing also that I've noticed with Guangdong is just this vision game as well as control over the flanks of the enemy team right now for Flash Wolves. You see right here, after they push this turret, I think they would go for this Elder, but if they find a decent enough opening, baka itry na nila tapusin yung game. But I doubt it with how Guangdong Freaks has been playing this game. Very calculated. They might just turn on Elder after this wave crash.
I think ayaw din nila sayangin yung Baron, na iba-Baron lang nila yung Elder Drake. Kaya feeling ko kailangan pa rin nila i-turn on yung pressure, and they are on as the Hextech Ultimatum ilalapag na. Cyclone para mahuli dito. At mukhang makakapagpatumba na naman sila na isa pa, at hindi na kailangan pa lumingon sa Elder dahil hindi nagtatanda itong Flash Wolves dahil yung damage ng KDF dito sapat na, and one by one Flash Wolf is going down with the bad KDA, and KDF again with a 2-0.
2-0 for the Guangdong Freaks, cementing their spot in this bracket as the lone 2-0 team, as the first place right now in bracket A of the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. And what an upset.
Yes,
exactly. A lot of the casters, a lot of us were thinking na ang mananalo dito sure na sure ay si Flash Wolves, pero Osay, ikaw ang nag-iisang may iba ang pag-iisip dito sa series na ito.
Yes, at binoto ko nga ang Guangdong, no? At talagang nagawa nila ang kanilang part, and mukhang lumalabas na ang Korean supremacy dito sa Wild Rift, Kuya Apple. And if you're going to check the graph slowly but surely again with this Korean meta na in terms of by the book, at medyo questionable, no? Parang hindi ito yung Flash Wolves na nakita natin nung mga sinaunang panahon na talagang they're going to surprise you with how with the hyper aggressive play na pwede nilang ilagay sa early game. But this time around, it's KDF who's trying to take it slow. This Nasus Karma is looking good, no? Na kahit sabihin natin North did farm a lot, if you're going to check the damage department, it was still Acrobat who's looking fairly high.
Oo nga, no? Kahit he didn't really have a lot of gold in his hands, it's still this the Karma doing a lot of damage. And yeah, I think it's really just Acrobat. Marami tayong nakikita din dun na he was able to hit a lot of those Sunsetted Embrace really well on multiple members, even though natatakbuhan lang din ni Isa on that Garen. But yeah, this is the match results for this series. No, it's a clean 2-0 for the Freaks.
Yes, exactly. And once again, with the clean 2-0, it means na tulad ng sinabi ni Kuya Apple, no, na the points will lean towards onto the power or the high ranking of KDF. But all throughout, we're seeing 2-0s. Ang 2-1 lang natin today is ROLSTER Y and BURIRAM. But the rest, RRQ, Team Flash, and KDF with a good, clean play and a 2-0, and making sure that they're going to snag those juicy points. But let's check the rankings at who's going to be the top one on the groups, Kuya Crazy Apple, no?
Yeah, yun na, tulad ng kanina ko pa sinasabi, no, na pag nanalo ang Guangdong Freaks, they will cement themselves in the top spot in their groups. And right now, sila lang nag-isang 2-0 with the +3, while on the other side, Group B, RRQ and ROLSTER Y currently taking the lead, while it's BURIRAM and SANDBOX at 0-2. At isa din yan na sinasabi natin sa Group B na kailangan talaga ng manalo at least if you're RRQ against ROLSTER Y, and if you're BRU against, again, RRQ and ROLSTER Y. No? So it's gonna be hard for both BURIRAM and SANDBOX to look for a way to get back.
Yeah, and this is something ilo-look forward natin. Kasi RRQ and ROLSTER Y sitting on a 2-0 for tomorrow, they're going to fight for the spot. ROLSTER Y and RRQ on the fourth match will go head-to-head. Who knows who's going to stay at the top, but both of them are looking really good. But USG, KDF on the first match, BRU SLB for second game, and Team Flash, the Battle of the Flash, as Team Flash and Flash Wolves for the third match. So, napakaganda ng games natin today. I'm really looking forward on how well this meta shapes dahil ang dami nating nakikita. Ikaw, Kuya Apple, ano ba yung pinaka naging favorite mo for today?
Kwangdong Freaks. Yun lang.
I mean,
Kwangdong Freaks.
right.
I'm a believer now. I'm a believer.
Yeah, I told you. Pero yun nga,
Okay.
ang nakita rin naman natin na mostly talaga kung sino yung nakakuha ng Game 1 talagang andun na yung momentum. Although yung ROLSTER at BURIRAM medyo nagkaroon lang ng back and forth nagawa pa rin nilang improve ang kanilang sarili, but BURIRAM would still have time for them to face off tomorrow itong LIIV SANDBOX. And SANDBOX is not really looking the best team right now, so this might be a good opening for BURIRAM to take advantage as a score or a point. So overall, may araw pa tayo to see who's going to stay at the top of the rankings.
Yeah. Doon na tayo magkakaalaman na doon sa group na kung sino na nasa top. It is a single round robin best of 3. So SANDBOX and BURIRAM are not gonna be able to join the playoffs anymore. That has 0-2 sila. They need to at least get that to at least two wins in their belt. So right now yung group nga talaga na yun, just trying to play spoiler in seeding for both RRQ and ROLSTER wide.
Yeah, so who knows who's going to stay at the top. Pero salamat sa mga suporta, sa mga viewers natin dyan, sa mga sumama dyan. At abangan nyo pang muli bukas. Nakita nyo na yung mga matches natin. We'll see you tomorrow once again here at the Wild Circuit Asia Invitational. Once again, I'm Osiris. I'm with Crazy Apple. Saying goodbye alongside with Autolose, Dash, and GG Sphere. Thank you so much and see you again tomorrow.